Hello everybody, what's going on, and welcome back to the final day of New World. I've been playing a little bit every now and again. I kind of stopped playing yesterday to take a little bit of a break, but I did have to finish up my house. I decorated it quite a little bit. This 3-story house has quite a bit of space, but I do wish we could add our own rooms to it because there were some things that I wanted to do with the furniture and whatnot that I couldn't. Today we're going to actually fight the very last war. Because these wars and invasions were always going on at the same time, there was really nothing we could do there about the invasion. I don't know why we couldn't really do these at the same time. It was some kind of weird mechanic where if there was a war going on at the same time as an invasion, you couldn't do it. Or you couldn't change your time slot, which is really weird, but that's whatever. We'll do the last war, and then most likely in the future they're going to nerf the invasion, so at that point I'll probably be able to cover it a little bit better anyway. But what's going on, everybody? And oh yeah, I've been playing Crusader Kings 3 quite a bit as well. I'm playing as a Duke of Scotland currently. That was pretty fun. But yeah, my house right here, I wanted to show you guys this before I started the war. Right now, all I've got is 2 corruption trophies right now. Well, 1 corruption trophy, 1 ancient trophy, not 2 corruption. The downstairs area, I wanted to do as best as I could on decorating this thing. It doesn't look that fancy right now. The dogs are just kind of bugged out. I went back and looked at some old screenshots of the alpha. These things are not supposed to be standing like this. I think they might have done something to them or might need to fix a couple things. I'm not really 100% sure on that. But I like the dogs still either way. I'm hoping that that'll get fixed by November's alpha. Which, speaking of which, if you guys hadn't read the news, yeah, they are going to have another alpha in November. We knew there was going to be a 3rd one, but we just weren't exactly sure when. This downstairs area is just kind of like the living area. I got my cooking stuff over here since we can't set up like columns and different walls and things like that. I have everything in the same area. I went ahead and decided to flip these lanterns upside down. I decided to actually have them facing the proper way. I kind of liked them when they were upside down, but it stopped making a lot of sense when I started looking at it a little bit deeper. This upstairs area is a little bit more fancy. Why am I stuck right here? Oh, there we go. Right here, I've just got my like study area. If I ever want to do anything with my chest or anything like that, I come up here instead of having it downstairs. It feels like it fits a little bit better having it below this window. I kind of like the decoration style that they've got here. I just wish we could actually craft more furniture inside the furnishing bench. What's up, Estelle? How's it going? The game itself, they do have some work to do, but it was quite enjoyable actually. I had some fun in the preview, especially when we did those boss fights. I did see that it wasn't bugging out for everybody. Some people actually were able to do malevolence. I was super jelly of that, but it was super fun being able to even do that to begin with. Servers have kind of died down now. I'm not sure about everybody else's server, but our server is definitely losing players. A lot of people are just kind of taking breaks because it's ending, so we don't have a lot of people signed up for the war. Probably gonna lose it, honestly, because we're attacking Windsward, and there's a lot of syndicate on this server, but it's worth a shot. And up here in this area, the beds are kind of bugged out right now. If they're placed close to the wall, it makes you phase through the wall with your camera when you try to get into it, but I like it either way. It made for some cool screenshots up here. The dog is still creeping me out a little bit, but I got 2 of them. I never get that lucky. But I think I got a pretty good setup up here. So far, it looks pretty nice. I haven't really been farming my territory standing, so I'm not able to get a lot of housing points, but I like what I got up here. In the future, like in the 3rd alpha, once we start getting more furniture, because there's a lot of furniture that you have to get from drops instead of crafting, I'll probably be able to go all out. But I do like these lanterns though. The lighting is pretty good. But right now I'm just getting ready for the war itself. Probably going to head down to Everfall before it begins. We're about to get into the war preparation phase, but that's okay. We still got a little bit of time. Yeah, I'm going to go ahead and head down there, see if I can take a look at who's on the roster. Also, sorry for starting a little bit late. There was this weird thing I had to do because YouTube changed their dashboard. You have to go through the live control panel now instead of doing it the classic way, which I'm kind of sad about because the classic way was awesome. Pets AI aren't implemented in this test most likely. That's why the dog is just a statue. Well, the weird thing is the AI during the previous alpha was working just fine for the dogs. I had screenshots where they were just actually, they were sitting down properly and they did react a little bit when you pet them. So my guess is they most likely did something to them, changed them a little bit, or this could actually be running on an older build than that alpha because, well, what's weird is they said they did an interview today. I was watching the interview as well that they did with Asmongold and Rich, and they said that this build was several months old. I don't know if they meant that in a sense like the alpha build itself, or if this is like one of the first iterations of the alpha build with other stuff added onto it. I know it's not like a January build. I know it's not like that because I've seen the January build. It would look a lot different. And during that time, the Warhammers were pretty OP, I think. Same thing with the Fire Staffs and Life Staffs weren't even in at that time too. So they must mean just the alpha in general. Most in low population, yeah. Favorite weapons and why? For me, it's usually Sword and Shield and Warhammer. Sword and Shield, it's probably one of the best like weapons in the game for me because I like the sheer speed of it. Even though it doesn't have a lot of damage in terms of like its skills, it still packs a punch when you start going at somebody, and it's very fast paced. Even though it's not as fast as the hatchet, I would say it's probably one of the most balanced weapons and more fun ones to play with. Because I don't really like to use the hatchet and just go ham on people and start doing the hatchet spam thing. Plus, that kind of thing is actually pretty easy to counter once you know a little bit more about what you're doing. I've started to fight quite a few hatchet people that have tried to do that, and after getting reaccustomed to the combat system, it's not that bad at all trying to fight those people. The only thing that's really gonna mess you up is when you got like 3 or 4 of them surrounding you. Then you're gonna get decked probably, especially if you're in a corner. But if you're out in the open, it's not that bad. Especially the fact because when your stamina breaks, your stamina regenerates to full. So I like the fact that that actually works that way so that you can kind of counter those people a little bit. But yeah, I've always been Sword and Shield, and Warhammer is a really good support weapon because of its CC. I love the fact that you can do the double ground pound gavel strike that can knock people down, and then also do the Path of Destiny, which used to be super powerful, the Path of Destiny skill, but they did nerf it down a bit to where it just has a slow. But yeah, that's a really good AoE skill for me, and then also the shockwave, the stun that it has, it's just really, really good to combo with the Sword and Shield. Would we be able to use spears and polearms? There was a... Did I watch the interview? Yes, I did. Yeah, I did. And it was a pretty interesting interview, too. Wait, hold on. Just dropping a few frames. Stop dropping frames, you. It was a pretty interesting interview as well. But yeah, I did see that. And for the polearms and the spears, they actually did showcase spears in previous footage. You were able to see spears being used in the footage that they did for the GameStar interview, and that was when they were showing the Cutlass Keys part when they introduced that zone for the first time. And a couple other pieces of footage also showed the spears too, but the halberds, in terms of a polearm, that one was actually showcased in the Corrupted Breach dev blog when they first introduced those. We got to look at those in the very first screenshots, so that was pretty cool. Also, let me disconnect my laptop just to make sure it's not taking up any bandwidth. You never know. Oh yeah, I finally upgraded my Mighty Gavel, so now I can do the double ground pound. Love this thing. There we go. But oh, it's weird hearing your voice not scripted. Yeah, I did watch that interview. It was pretty interesting. I did take down some notes. It was very interesting to hear what they had to say about the life staff, how that wasn't actually intended. If they don't want to really have that be a thing, like the life staff dash, then I think... Then I'm not sure really, because I don't really mind running around that much, like right now. But the life staff did make things a whole hell of a lot easier, honestly. So if they want to nerf that or something, it would be nice if we had like an alternative to use. Like if they implemented the greatsword, for instance, and gave it a charge ability, that'd be pretty cool. But yeah, it does. I totally understand the part that they were saying about having to use it as a crutch. It is very unusual for all of us, like collectively, to have to use the life staff just because of how good the dash is. So I'm not sure what they'll do there. Most likely, it sounds like they might even nerf it, take it out entirely, or I would hope they would just give alternatives, because mobility skills are pretty nice in PvP, especially if people get into the conversation about mounts, because that did seem to be a part of the interview. People were wondering like if mounts were going to be a thing, and I've talked about that a little bit already. But if that does become a thing, then you do really need a way to catch those people, at least to some degree. Otherwise, if you just have mounts but you take out the life staff dash and stuff like that, there's just going to be no way to catch people in PvP. Then you have to consider what faction missions are going to look like if people can just hop on their mount and run away from you. Like for the PvP missions and stuff like that, it'll make gating people from getting influence in a territory a whole lot harder. Stuff like that. PvP worked really well on your PC. Yeah, PvP worked surprisingly well. When I did the pre-event, like when they invited everybody to check out the game about 24 hours before it really went live, it seemed like the PvP in that specific instance was kind of laggy. But when the real servers went live and we actually started doing the PvP on this version, it seemed pretty good. Probably just the servers they were on. 25 minutes left. What do you think about the questing system? The questing system is probably one of the most mundane parts about the game, especially early on. Hell, all the way through, really. The only really interesting quest that I ever saw was probably, not counting the faction missions, like the PvP, not PvP, sorry, the Merkguard portal, like being able to do that quest line to take on the corrupted spriggan. That one, and probably like a couple other ones, and that's it. Yeah, it definitely does need a tweak. They do need to get some more cinematic storytelling. They do make some impressive cinematics, like we were able to see just with the starting cinematic itself, how impressive their cinematics can be. Whoa, my game is frozen. Oh snap, my javelin launcher is not responding. Okay, let me close out the game. That's never happened to me before. Wonder what that was. But yeah, I think I do agree when people say that they don't really like the questing that much. It is a very mundane part about the game. That's why everybody works as fast as they can to get out of the part where they have to do questing. Like everybody rushes the intro quest and then they start doing faction missions. Server's supposed to come down at 11:59 p.m. tonight, so just a minute to midnight. It was weird. First time I crashed, actually. If you can't catch the runner, you don't deserve the kill. I mean, yeah, the only way that I could see us being able to catch people without the life staff dash, or if they took out mobility skills, would be with oh, what the hell? The haste potions. If they gave us the ability to use the haste potions. Why is my game doing that? Carrying max weight? No, I'm not. Hold on. Put my satchels. Unless we have some form of mounted combat, because if it's just mounts and like mounts are just travel based, but we don't have a way to actually attack somebody while on the mount, then probably what'll happen is even if you got on a mount to try to catch somebody, then you would basically just be following them to their destination. If you can't like use skills, because for instance on BDO's mount system, at the very least you could breed better horses to get horse skills so that you could catch up to somebody who potentially just has a regular horse. If we had that, that might circumvent it at least somewhat. But if you have somebody that has a better horse than you or the same horse than you, you're just not going to catch them then. Life staff just adds a chase to the game. A good PvP player MMO can catch life staff chasing. Yeah, I mean, life staff chasing, it's not really that bad at all. I mean, once they dash, then that's it. They don't have anything after that that they can use to keep running aside from just, running as fast as they can. So at that point, you're able to switch out to your Warhammer, pop a Path of Destiny right there. That would slow them. The Mighty Gavel skill actually does give you a speed boost when you use it. So there's that you can use too. Even Hatchet's Berserk skill will give you a speed boost as well. So there will be ways to catch people. And if they gave us alternatives, like Like right here, yeah, the Mighty Gavel will give you a speed boost. If they did give us alternatives as well, like a Great Sword that gave a charge ability and maybe one other one for dex-based characters, it wouldn't be so bad. Because I'm not opposed to like them if they really want to do mounts and everybody wants them. Even if the map hasn't been expanded yet and a couple other things haven't happened, if they keep the life staff dash in, I think it'd be okay. And maybe gave us an alternative or two. But if they took those out and then just gave us mounts, then it'd be a little bit messy. It's a very weird situation because I think it's a case where people might say they want something, but not really think about what can come of that, or like certain situations where it just won't work that well. So it's a sticky subject, but it happened to you 2 times. Oh yeah. Well, it was only first time, so I'm glad it was just one time that it happened. I've seen it happen to other people though. Just the qualms of a preview event. But I will say though that luckily they did have a pretty good stability on their servers like the entire way through. At least on ours. I didn't see what happened to anybody else's servers. I don't know if servers really went down at all. But that is one thing. They did hold those servers down. Really good stability on these. They add mounts, but you have to tame them. I mean, yeah, if they did incorporate mounts, that's one thing that I talked about before, is if they did it like in BDO system, for instance, if they really wanted to do mounts where you had to tame your own horse and you could breed it, like let's say you had to stable it, you couldn't just demount it and then it teleports away from the world. Stuff like that would probably help it a little bit, but it's a really sticky situation. I think we'll have to wait and see how the 3rd alpha goes. I could kind of tell that they didn't want to. I recorded. I have to go back and watch what Mike said, but I could kind of tell that he didn't really want to go into the mounts because it is a really messy situation. If you did have it where if you're in combat, then you can't mount, then I guess the only thing would be what would classify you as being in combat. I guess you'd have to shoot somebody like with your staff before they mounted. But would that then mean that if they're already on the mount, they can keep going? Would they get slowed? Or would they just be able to book it, kind of thing? That would be something that would be interesting. I think it could work. It's just it's probably going to take circumstances, and I don't know if they're going to be willing to go that route. Because one thing, a lot of things that I'm seeing about suggestions and whatnot is like people are saying they want swimming and they want jumping and stuff like that. And I'm not a game designer, but I would imagine like mounts, swimming, stuff like all this stuff that's adding up. That's pretty small part of your gameplay experience when you look at what they could add. If they had to spend 6 months, this next 6 months doing anything, I would much rather prefer them put in more content rather than just put in jumping, for instance, or swimming. That's the kind of thing that we really like. Jumping's cool. I mean, you can technically jump, like you can sprint and jump. I know people like to jump in place and whatnot, but I feel like if they had to add in anything, it would be best to focus on more content first and more weapons and a better quest system. Yeah, like stuff like that first. And I feel like later down the line, if they really wanted to, mounts and all that other stuff would probably be better at that point. But I'm not saying that we don't need mounts. I'm just saying it's a sticky situation and mounts can cause problems in certain cases. But I've talked about mounts before. I'm not saying that we don't need them. I'm just saying that if they did do them, I would hope that they do it right. And that if I had to choose between mounts and like more content or something specific, like more mechanics, more weapons and stuff like that, I would choose that other stuff first. Because I did a lot of running around even before they implemented the life staff and the fire staff. Even I think a lot of us hated the running around and whatnot, but it was endurable. And that was before they had the innkeepers. That was before they even did the fast travel for Azoth. That was bearable. I think one of the biggest problems is it's not really the traveling around. It's like the mundane task that we're doing right now that kind of makes you hate running around. I think is a bigger problem rather than not having mounts. Are PvP flag people invisible in the game or something? No, they're not. Where can I watch the interview? I don't think they've uploaded it yet. It was on his channel earlier. So if you went to his and rewinded back in the VOD, you'd probably be able to see it. But I think they're going to upload it later tonight. Crap, I couldn't make it to Everfall. War prep time is about to start. A better transportation from town to town. Right, well, yeah, if they did have like a carriage system, something like that would probably work out pretty well. Right now, like if they had a carriage system where you could travel from Everfall to Restless Shores, or it traveled throughout the map, and then you could just hop onto it, that would honestly be pretty cool. But I'm sure they'll come up with an idea. That's just what I was getting from the interview, is that the guy, that Mike didn't really want to go into the mounts because mounts can be a little sticky. I've always been very neutral. I don't really care which way it goes when it comes to mounts. But when I came to this game and started seeing the feedback on mounts, I kind of backed off a little bit on giving my opinion on them, because I saw how many people actually just had a general dislike for them. And I started to think about why they might have them, and that was also what sparked the video that I made about the ask for mounts. I would imagine that like the amount of games we've had where you've had flying mounts and mounts that were tied to the cash shop behind a paywall and stuff like that, and how important mounts have been made throughout the years, I think that's probably ticked a lot of people off. So I think it could definitely work. It just depends on how they do it. All right, let's go. Oh, his VOD. Oh, that's right. He said that his VODs are sub only. Oh yeah. Well, oh crap, that's right. I do not know if we're gonna win this. I do have it recorded. I was gonna go back through it later and see if there was enough detail in it to kind of make something off of. I'll probably do that later on, because that's right. I completely forgot about that. For us, we're gonna go health potions. It'll be on YouTube tonight. Oh yeah, that's right. Yeah, that's what he said too. Yeah, you should upload it tonight. Gotta repair all my crap. It's almost worthless to PK. Well, yeah, that's a topic that I definitely want to discuss as well at a later point in terms of the PvP. I'm pretty sure they're already going down this route because they've talked about adding more game modes. But same thing with you, Croth. It was really fun, this alpha, absolutely. But if they did add certain things like that PvPers could do all day long, like if they didn't want to go down the battleground and arena route, which I think could be pretty cool with this combat system, if they had something where you could go into a battleground or arena and do specific objectives, kind of like how other games do, like Warsong Gulch, for instance, in World of Warcraft, or Arathi Basen kind of thing, Altaric Valley. Or if they wanted to, they could add open world points of interest on the map, like how you have an ESO where you can go capture these points of interest and fight over them, and then they can be tied to the influence system, or just give you rewards in general. All we can really hope at this point is that Rangers have less than we do. I don't know if that's gonna go that way though. That he can't make so much content that people only go once. I don't have a problem with going to the same place if there are faster modes. I don't really have a problem with that either. If I had to choose though, like of course I'm not like on the team or anything, so I don't have any say in this whatsoever. But like if I had to choose between suggesting wise, if they told us we can do mounts, jumping, swimming, and something else, or we can spend the next 6 months adding in like dynamic events, tweaking up the questing, and adding more content on the PvP side as well as PvE, then I would choose that. But I don't care if there are mounts in the game. That doesn't really, it's not going to affect me because I know I'll get the mount anyway if it's there. Just like the life staff dash, because it's here, I'll get it. But I would, at this point, I would play this game in any form whatsoever. The only form that I wouldn't play it in is if it was heavily pay to win. So if they decided to add mounts based on player feedback, I'd be cool with it. I wouldn't mind. Like I can enjoy the game either way. I've always liked to explore on foot and kind of go from point of interest to point of interest to explore. And I've also had a lot of fun with you know, jumping on a mount and going either which way in the world. The awful global cooldowns. The global cooldowns are a little bit of a, oh man, that one I was kind of iffy about when people were talking about it. I get why people don't like the global cooldowns. And this next opinion will also be a little bit neutral, because I wouldn't care if they remove the global cooldowns. But what would happen if they remove the global cooldowns is you're gonna see things end up being a lot worse. I think I don't know if he talked about this a little bit. I think they kind of moved past it, but if you didn't have global cooldowns, for instance, like let's say if I attack somebody then use my whirlwind blade, if I was able to continue with my combo, like using my shield rush and then maybe doing a leaping strike, and then I could then switch to my warhammer and then execute Path of Destiny, Shockwave, and then Mighty Gavel. I mean, you could incorporate such crazy combos that some people would just not be able to get up at all. And then if you imagine like 2 people being able to do that kind of thing, and then 3 people, it'd be even worse. If you talk about defensive abilities alone, Final Stand on the Sword and Shield skill lasts what, like 15 seconds and gives you a damage reduction. Yeah, like 15 seconds if you perk it up, and gives you a damage reduction skill that gets more effective the lower health you are. If you did that at the very start of the fight, and then towards the end of the fight you were able to pop Berserk along with all the other skills you were able to pop, that might be a really big issue if you fight somebody that knows what they're doing when it comes to weapon swapping. But if they did do that, I wouldn't care too much, because I'd do it too. I would 100%. I would never go life staff. I would go sword and shield, warhammer, and hatchet unless they added other weapons, and I would just stance all day long. I would not care, honestly. But that's the only thing, is if that happened, I think that people would actually have a little bit of a rude awakening if they're not expecting that specific situation to happen as well. But he's talking about the hatchet locking people down, and global cooldowns will most likely be changed but not fully removed. Yeah, if they had a what's it called, diminishing returns, I think that would probably help a little bit on the stagger spam. He did say that the stagger spam isn't intended during the interview, so that part makes sense. Like I feel like when I was originally thinking about this combat, I was also trying to figure out a way to suggest how they could potentially improve it without basically changing the entire way the game works, because that the stagger is such a crucial part of the game. It's just that the hatchet is able to utilize it way more than all the other weapons. What if your cooldowns only reset when you have the weapon equipped? I'm not sure what you mean. So you mean like so if you were to use this, like the Mighty Gavel, and then switch to this one, then you're saying, I think you're saying like so if it was at 15 seconds on the sword and I switched to the hammer and switch back to the sword, it would still be a 15 seconds cooldown kind of thing on the skills. Global cooldowns are necessary because without it, attacks would get spammed. It would be a little bit worse on that. Yeah, it would definitely be a little bit worse. But I'm okay if it did happen. I would be okay with it. I think that it would probably get changed pretty quickly, because people that have already been a little bit efficient with weapon swapping and leveling up multiple weapons for the past few testing phases, or people that are coming in for the first time and starting to get accustomed to it, they would just completely shred anybody that's using just 1 or 2 weapons throughout the fight. That's not utilizing all 3 weapons at the same time. Stagger spam has been an instant. Yeah, stagger spam has been in. It's just that I don't think anybody's really utilized it this much before. I think I think it's more of a case where they didn't think about the specific scenario happening where people would be using the hatchet that much. But one thing I did notice is that in the previous iterations, because you're right, stagger spam has been in this whole time, but in the previous iterations, hatchet is like the only one, and still is, that hasn't really received the nerf. Because if you think back to like January, that was when Warhammer was the top dog and super powerful, where people were just using Path of Destiny to two-shot people, or how powerful was it? I think with like even your auto attacks, you could chunk somebody pretty hard. Like, it was that powerful. And then we had a phase where Fire Staff was top dog, where like the flamethrower could put somebody from 100 to none in very few seconds. But they never really touched the hatchet. They did touch the sword and shield too, because our final stand ability was really powerful on the damage reduction. I'm kind of sad about that still. But I was expecting when that patch happened, which I think that was like April, for them to, I was thinking they were going to nerf hatchet too, but they never did. So now they're seeing what happens when people, when you take away one option, people will sometimes people will go with the next best thing. And it was just hatchet's time in the cycle, basically. So now they know that the hatchet spam is just a little too crazy, and there's very little ways to defend against it, which can also stem from not having enough weapons too. Like, if we had a couple more weapons that had abilities that were capable of countering this stuff, maybe it'd be a little bit better. But hatchet's not, if you're like 1v1ing somebody who's using a hatchet, there's ways to counter it still, but it is a little ridiculous at the same time, like how efficient it can be. I think that's something that everybody could probably see, like how efficient it can be in terms of just basic attack spamming. It gets a little annoying, but I was just never, honestly, I was never sure like how they could fix that without ripping up a crucial part of the combat system itself. Because if you didn't have stagger, I would imagine it'd be like a slower version of BDO, where people are just whacking at each other but nothing's really happening until people die. Not hard for them to vary the power between PvE and PvP. Well, yeah, I'm glad that we've seen this happen, and that they have feedback on it. I wish that instead of the nerf, they made it where with the sword and shield, or I wish like after this that they would give us a stagger resistance on final stand. I would be so happy with that. If we had that, we would be tearing hatchet users up, no problem. But they would also, I would hope that they would also lower the cast time on the final stand. I think it's a little shorter now. I haven't used it that much since they nerfed it. But one of the problems that I always had with the final stand is that it was interruptible. Whereas the hatchet's berserk, you could just pop that and nobody can, you know, it's there, it's done. But it sucked when it got nerfed for final stand, because most of us that were tanking, the bosses were doing so much damage at that time that we had to pop final stand when the fight first started, to make sure that our damage reduction stayed up so we didn't die right away. But then they made it to where you were only able to activate it at like 20%, 30% health or something like that. And now it's the way it is now. But I think you can still be interrupted when you use it though. So if they made it more similar to the hatchet one, the berserk, and then they gave us CC reduction, I think we would be smashing hatchets left and right for sure. Maybe a weapon has a skill that gives you reduced stagger buff. Something like that would be awesome. Like if they, even for the great axe and this great sword, when they put those weapons in, if they gave us buffs like that, that would be really, really good, because then you have a little bit of a counter. Wait a minute, which one is leading the charge? Just Zerg A, B, and then C. Okay. All right, that's what we're doing. Abilities like shield dash should stagger. I could see that, yeah. With hatchet, I know it really only has the throws and the what's it called? The sprint attack when it comes to its offensive abilities, and then you just got Purge and the Berserk. But I could see that working. Or it could be because yeah, if you had diminishing returns and then they made it that instead, I think that would probably work out a little bit better. Two-handed hammers, yeah, that something definitely needs to happen with two-handed hammers. They're pretty bad right now. People have been saying that the muskets are pretty good now. I haven't tried it too much in this version. I tried it during the pre-event, but I wasn't fighting anything like level 50 plus or anything like that. But it could be that Warhammer has gone below or like kind of close to musket in efficiency. I haven't tried it yet, but yeah, the Warhammer the basic attack on the Warhammer is just so slow and locks you in place so hard that something definitely needs to be done with this weapon for people to be able to use it more. I think it's still recovering off that nerf I told you about, because it used to be so powerful, the Warhammer did. It was just insane, like how quickly people could two-shot you. It was ridiculous. When's the preview ending? At midnight tonight. What would you think about making the player choose the combat path, like sword and shield only, or having a pure healing class? Oh, here we go. If they did that, I think they would... I'm not sure. Yeah, because if they did something like that, ooh, that's a lot of people. Oh, shit. Oh, I gotta eat food. Berserk and A, right? I'm not sure how well that would work, honestly, because they've advertised the game already as being like a weaponless system. So maybe if you know, they switched it up the last second or like before the release, maybe it will lose a little bit of its luster. Because weaponless systems can be pretty cool, especially if you do it in the right way. Like Albion Online, for instance, how they do their system where you're able to specialize into different things, or like sandboxes, for instance, the way you're able to spec differently like that. I don't know why they're just staying at B so hard. It's definitely really hard to say the best way to go about it. My mind's been so stuck on the more content thing, though. I definitely hope that they do add some more content on not just the PvE side, but the PvP as well. Because I don't think it'll hurt anybody if they did have things like that, like battlegrounds and arenas, that you could queue into them, or they could even make world events that were PvP flagged, where you could get more rewards if you went to them, but it's opt-in, like it automatically opts you in. Something like that might be pretty cool. Oh, they're just doing that. All right. I don't know how well this idea is gonna work. Let me get in there with the mighty gavel really quick. Killed somebody right off the bat. Yeah, they're just getting peppered with meteor strikes, and I don't know how well that was supposed to work, but it was a really good effort, though. It's kind of cool. Freaking whoops. Oh, I didn't even see that person pop up. I'm into heavy attack. Oh, nice reverse stab. And shield bash. Got you. Oh, God. I'm actually shocked I got out of that. Usually the repeaters will mess me up quite a bit when I'm fighting, because for some reason it kind of desyncs me out, or I'm not sure the best way to describe it, but how did I miss that guy? Pop him, pop him, pop him. Oh, we didn't actually cap B. Oh boy. Nice berserk. Ah, crap. It would be cool to see an honor system. I would love to see one. Somebody made a suggestion a little while back in one of the testing phases about like weekly PvP missions, where you could earn, you could take a mission that has you killed like 50 players, for instance, kind of to incentivize people flagging up in the open world a little bit more. But then also, you could have an honor vendor that had different kinds of armor that was PvP specific. Something like that might be pretty cool. Ow. Just remembered I don't have Path of Destiny. Ooh, almost. It was close. Damn. Can we just talk about this? Jeez. Thank you. I was gonna say, I might actually need some help here. Like, yeah, the hatchet spam can get pretty annoying, but it's not impossible to deal with. It's just a little bit more on the annoying side. Oh, somebody hit me. Sorry. How about with the stamina block? I invested every point in stamina buffs and still have my stamina going all the way down in like 4 or 5 attacks. There is a, well, it depends on what you're using. So if you're using sword and shield, of course, there is a perk that reduces the stamina drain that you get when you're blocking with weapons. Oh my god, we still haven't taken B yet. Wow. But then also your shield matters too. Like what kind of shield you're using does actually affect the damage absorption. Or it should, rather. Oops. That was my bad. I got 5 seconds. Whoa. Dang. I'm not sure what that is. Yeah, when that happens, it kind of locks you in place. Not them, but the repeater. When you're getting shot by it. That sucked. Curse you, repeater. They're holding B pretty efficiently, actually, though. This is impressive. Sword and shield is it really is fun to brawl with. I can't use anything but sword and shield. Even during nerfs and stuff like that, like sword and shield is the one for me. That's until they add the great sword and the great axe, though. I definitely want to main those weapons a bit. Thanks so much, Mary Jane. Poof. They're doing pretty well with holding the point down. Dang. I might need to respec my hammer. Wait, where is everybody? Like my team. Oh shit. Oh, I didn't know I could climb that. Ah, crap. Oh, they're using fire launcher platforms. We can't, I don't know if we actually have enough people, because the two main guilds of Marauders kind of stopped playing after yesterday, was it? People got into a little bit of a spat in faction chat, and I think people stopped playing after that. But Aftershock and Fatesworn, I think a little bit of Fatesworn's here. I'm not sure about everybody else, though. What was I saying before that, though? Oh yeah, I was gonna tell everybody that we can't fire on them if they're using those projectile shields. We gotta get rid of those. We can do this. See what's happening there with that repeater? Holy crap. Oh god. Damn. Thanks so much, Bacon. Wait a minute. Hold on. Let me turn on my counter really quick. Whoa. Not that. This. Okay. Seems like it's so far so good. I don't know what's going on though with the... Oh man. There's so many. Don't worry guys, I got this. We gotta push. I'm glad you chose Covenant. No, I chose Marauder. Marauders have been pretty cool so far, though. It's been pretty fun. Covenant was super underpopulated on my server, though. Same thing with, like, in the alpha, for instance. Covenant was really underpopulated. Okay, I need to switch off this if I can. I need my Path of Destiny. And my Shockwave. This is okay. And then stun, yeah, it's fine. It's whatever. Okay. Just to get a little bit more CC going. Oh, sweet. Oh, okay, you know what? Maybe people were focusing on killing too much, and that was why I wasn't seeing anybody over here, because I felt like we all should have been in this... Oh, I'm sorry. Didn't know I had Shockwave on that button. Gotcha. Holy crap. There you go. How did you get past that? Damn. I used to play this game. What was it called? I think it was called Kwanho by IJJI. Didn't last long because they had an issue with people using a lot of spamming, or just doing a lot of spamming in general. Like people were just going into matches and just doing the same basic attack over and over until they backed you into a corner and killed you. Feels a lot like that right now. Holy smokes! Put a food buff on. Where is my honey glazed? Hey, baby. Wait, are they blocking that with their projectiles too? Holy crap, I'm not sure if anybody else feels it, but the servers do feel really laggy right now. Ooh. Can we talk about the Sphinx? What are my attributes? Pure constitution, mostly. Jesus Christ. Fucking. Oh my god. That's right. How's that? Ah. Ah. Jesus Christ. Gotta run, gents. I haven't actually dealt with hatchet spam as much as I'm dealing with it today. Usually it's okay. You don't see that many people running around with them, but today feels different. Devour. Get Sphinx. Masterful clicker. Get him. Don't get distracted though. Fight on point. Fight on point. Oh, here they come. Shockwave, shockwave, shockwave. Damn it. Take one down, another one pops up. Come here. He's right there. Nice. Need to get a good shockwave right about there. Come on, baby. Now we're getting it. On this next kill, we got to get this point. Almost one down. Not the destiny. Yeah, baby. Come on, come on, come on. Put him in the graveyard. Put him in the graveyard. Shit. There we go. There we go. There we go. There we go. And I think we can take the backside. How long I left on the preview? About until midnight tonight. Brought a sword to a hatchet fight, pretty much. That's why I kept hoping they had they were gonna bring in Great Axe. He's animation canceling. Get him. Oh yeah, we got this one. Should have it, hopefully. Crap. Got him. Get him down. Thank you. No matter what, this is a good fight. This is a really good fight. Yeah, with the magic system, yeah, the animation for that, the lockdown is really tough. Like, it'll just keep you in place. And very dangerous to try that while a hatchet person's around, or just any melee in general, really. See, that's what I'm jealous of. The fact that you can do the berserk and it just pops for you. We got so shafted on Sword and Shield with our last stand. Ours can be interrupted. Sucks, man. These people down. Also, what's my my stats? I usually build pure constitution, just because of the way I fight, especially in these wars. I like to go a bruiser kind of build. Except in this case, it's more of a just more pure tank rather than bruiser. I'll show you my stats in a second here. I feel like I got quite a bit more regen than I'm used to. I'll take it, but my health is regenerating quite a bit. It's beautiful. People, please fight on the point. Got him. Oh, he got me with a shockwave. Nice shockwave. Yep, saw that. Sally sausage. Get him off, get him off, get him off, get him off. Tragedy. They brought all the boys. No, you don't. You. Oh, slowed. No, 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 no. Nobody interrupt our fight. Come here. Fuck yeah. GG. All right, we're probably not going to have enough time, but we can try. Aw. Gonna go for the back door. Combat does need some tweaks for sure. Definitely needs some tweaks. How the kicks. All right, let's go. Said, oh yes, taken from behind. Also, thank you so much, Solitary. My stats are mostly into Constitution, about 58 points from my attribute points that I put in specifically, 31 from equipment, which means my jewelry, my gear slots, things like that. Tier 5 faction gear from the faction vendors will give you gems by default. The armor will. It'll just come with the Tier 5 Constitution ones. So that part's pretty nice. They've already broken down a gate. They don't need this back one, but screw it. I hate it when it does that. You put something on your bar, it bugs out. I'll just break into this one anyway. Should just be 2 of them. Yeah, and in these wars, if you're playing a frontliner, a lot of the time your damage isn't really going to help a lot. Because when you're in the thick of the fight, you really need to stay up as much as possible and distract people. My goal usually in these kinds of fights is to provide some coverage for my teammates, make sure that the enemy team focuses on me more than them, and mess up their backline, kind of like this. Kind of do a little bit of subterfuge. If I can take at least like 3 or 4 people out of the fight and make them chase me, then most of the time that's a success for me, because that's 3 or 4 people my group does not have to deal with. Can we talk about this, Sally? Listen. Burst all these fire traps. Oh, shiz. They messed up my shockwave. Look at how efficient they are with these with these shields. Dang. See that? That's efficiency right there. Popped it. Let's get out. Why are you guys backing off? Oops. trying to type. Gotta rush in there. They have life staff projectile shields. Let's just respawn. Shooting them is not really going to do much right now. Get your melee weapons out, gents, and let's do this. Come on. Excuse me, sir. Kinky mouse. All right, one down. Get your melee weapons out and get on this fucking point, yo. Come on. There you go, baby. Come on. Fight on point. That's right, baby. Oh, they're on respawn. They're on respawn. We're actually gonna win this. No way. I'm pretty sure we were outnumbered, too. Oh, crap. Okay, they got back on. Keep it up, keep it up, keep it up, keep it up. I should have... I'm gonna die. Hold on a second. Alright. Need to eat food. Get out of here. Get out of here. Come on, baby. Come on, baby. Come on, baby. Yes. Beautiful. Juicy path of destiny. Right on point. I was feeling a little bit of lag on the server earlier. I'm not sure if it's still going. I feel like it is a little bit, but who knows? Oh my God. Good game. Good freaking game. I cannot believe this. Holy God, wow. That's fight on point, runs away from... You're right, you're right. Well, I believe in fighting on point, but I don't believe in not necessarily dying on point if you don't have to. If you don't have to. If I have Berserk, though, then I would have just stayed there and fought on it. Those respawn timers can really mess you up, though. That was sweet. Good game. Good freaking game. I think I'm pretty sure we were outnumbered too. They had their core group there. I don't know if they had all of them there, but that was pretty good. GG. Oh man, the last freaking war of the test. Now what do we do? Now we can just do corrupted breaches and stuff like that, I guess, the whole way through. I really wish I had some more furniture to decorate my house though. I really do. Is there going to be PvP gear? I hope so. I'm still an advocate of getting like honor vendors and PvP gear that looks separate and plays and has buffs that are separate from the PvE gear. But they haven't said anything specific about that though. Would be nice though. Would be really nice. That was sick. Do you think crafting is going to be profitable? Or I think the crafting is going to be profitable when you're making max tier gear. For anybody that's doing cooking or alchemy, you'll make quite a bit of a profit off of that because the what's it called? The tier 5 food is going to be worth a crap ton for a lot of people. And the fact that you can stack food means that even the crafting and gathering food and the warding food is going to be pretty expensive now too. Once the economy stabilizes, like next year when the game releases. If they keep things the same too, the potions should be pretty good as well. The powerful healing tinctures, these ones are nice. Even corrupted tinctures might be pretty good because when you run out of water quintessences to salvage down to make to get the mats to make the higher tier corrupted tinctures, then it can be really hard to get them again if you don't have like 100 mining. I know where to find the water quints and the water essences. There's a couple nodes for it, but if they don't tweak the mining requirements on those specific resources, then the corrupted tinctures might be pretty expensive too. For gear though, 660 gear and like 600 gear, that's going to be the more expensive stuff. But anything that's below like 560, 500, that's just going to be offset by the faction gear and probably anything you get from the corrupted caches. So it'll be profitable to a point, but it seems like they might be more interested in giving us a little bit more to work with on the crafting side. They didn't go into too much detail in the interview today either, but that's what people have been giving feedback on, that the crafting kind of gets overshunned by like the legendaries and stuff like that and the faction gear. So hopefully they're still working on tweaking that. The previous iterations, I don't know if they did this in the preview, but at least in the previous one before that, the alpha, the previous test rather, they made it to where the legendaries were super good, to the point where the perks they had on them were much better than ones that you could craft even. Like, it was insane. But it seems like now that they're 625 and the perks are kind of so-so on the legendary gear, that they're kind of going away from that. But we'll see what they do with the crafting stuff in the future though. The 65 corruptions be the best way to get 650 gear? No, the 660 stuff's going to most likely come from the crafters. Because for the actual corrupted breaches, in terms of getting like 660 gear from those, it's going to be pretty rare if you get it at all at this point. But the weapons, yeah, of course, you'll get the legendary weapons. I think I'm running down to I'm gonna run down to Monarch's Bluff really quick and see if they have any water quints in there on the broker. I think I put up an order for some at Windsward. Never sold though. You know, I'll probably just go up to the north. I got some corrupted tinctures, so we could probably do some farming on the breaches for a little while. If the max tier gear is max 600, it's supposed to be 660, but oh, they might have changed it down to 600 actually. Did they change that? Because I was wondering, oh yeah, that might have been what happened, because I was wondering why they made the legendary 625 from the breaches. The oh, that's not gonna happen. The one that you get from the legendary quest line, that one appears to still be at 570, so that's not that high at all still. But yeah, maybe they did make it 600 for the max tier instead of 660 for regular gear. They might be in the process of implementing more changes into the crafting system. I think we're just in the middle of them nerfing the legendaries first, is what might be going on. So right now, yeah, the crafting's pretty non-existent. People aren't going to even be getting to max tier crafting right now, except for like a few key people that knew exactly what to do. But yeah, that might be something they work on more in the future. Crafting might be a lot better in the future when it comes down to the weapons and armor. And PvP specific stat would be nice, yeah, for sure. Or something. I'm not sure how well that would work in terms of like getting PvP gear, like how powerful it could get. But if they did have PvP gear in general that looked a little bit different than regular, that would be pretty sweet. Because that is one thing we do need, is more weapon and armor designs. A lot of the time right now, a lot of these weapons and armor that we're getting feel pretty much the same, just with different elements. Some of them are the same with just different elements, so that part doesn't help at all. What's up, Forley? No, I've grown more used to this side instead of that one, so I've just been doing this one for a little while now. It was feeling a lot. I was feeling more comfortable with it, but they did just release this live control room that you have to use to go live now, which it feels pretty weird, but I'll get used to it. I'm a melee build, but whatever, do a magic build. Oh yeah, I would definitely do a magic build, especially because the next magic that they hinted at was, I don't know if they're gonna go through with it, but ice. Back when they did the Q&A last time for the, what's it called? For one of the previous iterations. They didn't outright say ice, but they put a quote up there that led a lot of people to believe that the next one might be ice. These stags are super annoying. Okay. Oh, sorry. Give me that honey glazed steak. Not today, sir. My corrupted tinctures aren't that good. I wasn't able to get more water essence to make the better ones. I don't have 100 mining. I didn't have time to farm it, which sucks. I can still solo these. I hate the corrupted entities the most, though. They suck. Not today, sir. Oh, actually, you're right about the potions thing. That's true. Yeah, you do tend to get a lot of potions. The tier 5 ones would probably be more useful if we had more in-game content that we had to run through. At that point, like if we had to get really good potions to stay up and whatnot, they'd probably be a little bit better, because right now you can pretty much just buy them from the faction vendor and be okay with those, the tier 4s and tier 2s you can get. Probably some tweaking that needs to get done before they'll be a little bit more useful. And these bastards right here. Oh, I'm too close. Whoops. Duh. God. Keep accidentally animation canceling. Come here, you. Are you able to solo a group 5 portal? Maybe. I used to do this all the time in the alpha, actually. I've got quite a few of their mechanics down to a T, and also the fact that I'm so tanky does help me a little bit more on that front. But yeah, these ones aren't that hard right now. They're not that bad. Very familiar with this guy as well. See, that's one of the things that I do like about the combat at end game, though. Of course, they need to give us some harder enemies, but it does give you a little, like a good chunk of difficulty when you get to this stage of the game for a little while until you figure everything out. But that part I did really like about the combat system, because when I first got over here, it was a struggle trying to fight these corrupted entity bastards and whatnot from the get-go. Those guys were so hard to fight. Their elastic arm pulls and their BS. You go into the raid in Great Cleave? What raid? Oh wait, someone PM'd me earlier about the dungeon in Western Great Cleave. Mangled Heights? You guys talking about Mangled Heights? Cause oh yeah, we did Mangled Heights already. If they're gonna do it again, I'd be down. Oops, sorry. Get off me, you stupid stag. Trying to switch back to global chat really quick. Mangled Heights was super fun though a couple days ago. I'm still sad that Malevolence bugged out. It's been working for some people though. What's up, Rysky? Not too much. How about you? Hold on, I'll look at the global chat in a second if they're advertising for it. Give me a sec. Let me just finish this one. So, oh, Jed, you were getting 620? Okay, so it is still 660 then, it sounds like. Unless 625 is the max now. If you guys were able to get that, then that means that, I bet Nuko was making, probably like 630, 640-ish weapons. Oops, didn't mean to get that close. Nuko Miko is one of the people that played in the alpha, that played like in the very, very beginning. I think he was an Amazon employee or something like that. Because before they opened that testing phase to the public, they did allow their employees to play, like people that worked in warehouses and stuff like that. Time to choose. Wait. What's... Oh, Nielo Visage. Oh, you said village. Yeah, that's just Mangled Heights. I'd be down. Screw it. I'll probably catch up to the train. Spriggan was a little too easy for being a 5-player arena. Yeah, the Spriggan's not too hard at all. When I first went in with it, went into it a couple days ago. People that didn't know the mechanics originally were just having a little bit of an issue, but after you know the mechanics, they're pretty much an easy fight. The only thing that's annoying about it is the ads that spawn. The corrupted entities for me are always annoying to fight, but overall the boss is pretty easy. Not to mention, some groups were just going in there with like 5 hatchet users and spamming berserk. That must have been hilarious. Wait, let me make sure I have enough meager meals. Oh, hello. They have a cooking station in there, right? Oh yeah, I'll head to this outpost because I need to cook some more meager meals. Zinc is my favorite boss, though. I'd totally be down for a chance to fight him again. Will it be more easy to get level 60 when the game launches, or more difficult? Yeah, it should be more difficult. They did mention that in the interview as well, like somebody had mentioned earlier. But the rates and whatnot were much higher for this preview event because they wanted people to get to max level quicker. But yeah, it should be harder to get to max at release. I'm pegging it around like a week or so or less, probably like 3 or 4 days if you go at it about 18 hours a day. But probably somewhere within that range to get the max. Unless unintentionally something happens where like there's another exploitable bug or something that people find out early on. But I think that now that the delivery one's been fixed, that probably shouldn't happen again, but you never know. You never know. Let me see. I'm going to head down here, cross through there. Boom. One thing I would really love to see, though, in terms of their new content that they're planning to add, I think it would be really cool if they did have different types of dynamic events. Of course, different variety in terms of their questing and whatnot. And I'm just talking on the PvE side currently. But yeah, different kinds of dynamic events would be pretty awesome. I think that you guys are right when you say that the bosses right now, they're not that difficult. They're more like field bosses, really, instead of world bosses. Most of these bosses you could take down with even like 5-10 people. 15 at most is what you'd need. But we need some big boys. We need some giant hulking abominations that take like 40-50 people to take on, capable of one-shotting you if you make even one mistake, kind of thing. We need some fights like that. And then on top of that, like having dynamic events like merchant caravan escorts and things like that might be pretty cool. Maybe an event where you come across actual NPC settlers that are already fighting the corrupted or the ancients, and you have to fight alongside them. And maybe it's like a wave defense kind of thing, or a wave offense thing. Thank you so much, AG. How big will the world be on release? There's only 2 areas right now that people have discovered that aren't in the game yet. Somebody said, I think it was to the west of Brightwood or Greatcleave. I'm pretty sure it was Brightwood. If you go to these borders, this used to happen in the previous testings too, but before they actually released areas like Morningdale, Restless Shores, before they put those areas in, for instance, you used to be able to go to like the edge of Greatcleave right here and go past that barrier. Of course it would kill you, but you could at least say you could see what the name of the zone was going to be. And some people did that over in Brightwood or Greatcleave. I can't remember which one it was, but they found a place called Queensport, which that definitely sounds like a capital zone, something that's going to be a little bit bigger than the average zone. So I think that both that one and the one that I already knew about called Reekwater, which is supposed to be another marshland, kind of similar to Weaver's Fen, those are probably going to be the first 2. But I think the map itself is probably not going to get too much bigger. I think it's going to be about maybe 3, 4, maybe 4 zones more than this, what we're seeing here, and that's going to be it for a while. But of course, like when they release it and they go into the future, they were already talking about doing like naval, like bringing us to different places, like kind of like naval exploration kind of thing. One interviewer did mention it directly to them, but they didn't really give a concise answer on yes or no in terms of naval exploration. They just kind of said when they asked about it that they would be taking us to new places. So we could see naval stuff in the future and be able to explore different islands, or they'll just keep adding on to this one. But in terms of release, I think it's going to be pretty much the same with just like 2 or 3 more areas probably. And yeah, there's a couple other areas here too. Like you could probably still go up here. There are areas that I saw way back in the previous tests where they look like they were going to be future zones. Pretty sure they don't have names yet, but I'm pretty sure they're going to expand like up here too. You could go up here, and like in Everfall, yeah, like down here, there is an area down here. It shows on one of the older maps. I believe it's called Constantine, or can't remember what the exact name of it is. It's something similar to that name. I could probably find it if I opened my screenshots up. Let me see. But it's always plopped like right here below Weaver's Fen and right next to Everfall on the old alpha map. Let me see if I can find it, because it was in that one, but it's not in this version. I think I have it in my concept folder. No, I'll have to find the name of that later. Yeah, but it should be one. There should be one map one area right there too that's not even showing up yet. Somebody might have already seen the name of it when they went over there to search for it. Still looking. They said this was 1/4 of the map. Was it during that interview? Because if that's the case, that's pretty insane. Because I know like way back they announced that it was going to be around 40 kilometers squared for the map itself, and they were of course going to keep adding on to it. There's a lot of potential, like a lot of potential ways they could go about doing this too. Like they could bring us to other islands. They could keep on adding onto this island as much as they really wanted to, or do stuff like that. They could bring us through portals to new areas, all kinds of stuff. Let me make sure I keep following them. Yeah, Reekwater's one of them. I'm trying to find this other one too that was on the old alpha map. It started with the C. It was below Weaver's Fen and east of Everfall. Trying to find a picture of the old alpha map that is updated, but I can't seem to find it. But yeah, they should definitely keep on adding more zones and weapons too. They've also said that they always want to keep working on the weapons, of course. The Respawn first interview that they did was the most recent one that mentioned the weapons too, if I remember right. They did a lot of interviews with places like Jukes Online. I can never say that one right. The French-based website. They did a lot of interviews with them and Mine-MMO. Sorry, a lot of them with them too. But weapons-wise, I feel like they're gonna get quite a few more, not just magic-based, but also melee-based too. I cannot wait to see the spear, great sword, and great axe though. I really do hope they go with the great sword. Constantin, yeah, like something like that. I can't remember the exact name, but yeah, that one. We're probably gonna see that one too. Yeah, and Reekwater should be another marsh. Hopefully that's gonna be an area where we have more oil spawns. Oh, there they are. There's one of them. Regroup at the mountain pass entrance near Glass Lake. So like right here then, probably. We need more mobs besides skeletons being recycled in every map. I think with the lore, because they do definitely need more cinematic storytelling, but with the lore, it kind of feels like we're heading towards the point of getting like actual void monsters. I don't know if that's where they're going, but just the void destroyer, like in the invasions, for instance, when I first saw him for the first time in the previous iterations, I immediately started to wonder, like, that thing is named Void. That doesn't feel like, of course it looks like a corrupted and feels like a corrupted, but it doesn't exactly seem like they're just gonna stop right there at corrupted. I started thinking, what if they're actually gonna go Void too? Because they could honestly make use of these perks that we have on our weapons and armor, where we have more damage resistance against void and stuff like that, and make use of that to turn some of these monsters or like give us some more monsters that are just specifically void based. I think something like that would be pretty sweet if they did do that. I'm guessing they're meeting over here. Let me go back and check really quick. There's another one. Probably just following him would be good. Oh, you know what? They're probably at this mountain entrance. That's probably what it is. You're further west? Okay. Yeah, that's probably where. Gotcha. And I am on my way with everybody else. Eat some food. I didn't have time to make meager meals, but that's okay. I got a few left, I think. Put this bad boy on my bar. Okay. Wait. Oh, they put Reekwater down here? You said between Everfall and Weaver's Fen? Really? Interesting. Okay, so that con area, whatever it's called, that might be over here then. Because I know they said Queensport was either west of Brightwood or west of Greatcleave. If Queensport is right here, then Con might be like right up here. Like this might be going into Con, this might be going into Queensport kind of thing. More areas would be pretty sweet. What are you guys doing? Right now, everybody's getting ready to take on Mangled Heights again, so everybody's going to fight Zinc the Obstructor. One of my favorite bosses, too. I'm really excited to fight this guy again. But everybody's just gathering up over near this mountain pass currently. Hopefully I have enough flint for this. Consolation, that's the one. Thank you. Consolation. Hopefully I don't forget that. That's the one. Is it possible to make a build for dodging, juking enemies? I mean, you could. Technically, you could just wear light armor and, I mean, you won't be able to build your stats around it kind of thing. Like, if you're going dex build, then you can just go light armor and just start dodging and strafing all over the place. But, other than that, yeah, you won't really have anything you can do with your attributes to help that. It's just basically if you want to go dex-based character that dodges a lot, you can do that, or strength-based character. I would probably recommend going dex-based if you're gonna be using light armor a lot, because that way you'll be able to use the bow efficiently along with the musket. And then if you come into direct contact with somebody, then you could switch out to your melee weapon and start fighting that specific way. But when they bring in the spears though, and like the rapier, as well as maybe if they do dual daggers in the future, then something like that would probably work out a little bit better, what you're wanting to do. You said you tried to play it. Oh, were you missing what's it called? Easy anti-cheat? Oops. You guys feel so much easier now. Oh yeah, I forgot to show off my my hammer. This one is actually a legendary. I really wish that I got the sword. I've been really wanting the sword, but I'm hoping because I didn't get it in this test that during the full launch I'll get lucky. But oh man, the hammer's still pretty cool though at the same time. This is 570, right? Oh, 580. Twilight Falls is pretty sweet though, in terms of its visual design. They made it look a lot longer than regular swords for some reason. And even though the sword isn't as strong as like Isabella's Chosen, it does look pretty cool. Ooh, that not supposed to happen. Oops, I was supposed to block that too. Am I using strength or dex? Most of my points went into constitution, so like 58 points of them went into constitution, and I have only 11 points put into strength. And then I have strength jewelry and a little bit of constitution gems on my gear. Okay. Oh, a double hit. Got him. Rapier and pistol. Oh yeah, rapier and pistol will be sick. See, when they bring out those weapons, I really hope that they make them just strictly based off of dex, because it would be really nice if you just had Like how the sword and shield and the hatchet, they can benefit off of strength or dexterity. It would be nice if we had weapons like the Warhammer that benefited specifically off the dex stat. That way you'd start seeing some more uniqueness when it comes to people's builds. Freaking tendrils, gotta kill those first. Corrupted bear. Hate those things. Luckily, there's no bears on this side. Wait, is there? No, there's no bears over here. Those bastards are all up in Merkgard. Ooh. The legendary faction sword quest. No, the Twilight's Bound, or whatever it's called, the legendary. It's only 580 gear score, so I was going for Isabella's Chosen, which should still be at least 625, even with the legendary nerf that they did. And that quest is just so long and tedious that I went for the corrupted caches instead. And I don't need Boundless Ward because the Weary Traveler is well, it's a higher gear score. Don't know about better perks though. Wait, let me check. DC's PM me that. Well, that's Corrupted Bane. Actually, that's a pretty good perk shield right there. Lucky. But nah, the quest is too tedious. I did it in alpha. And I thought that quest was supposed to end like 4 or 5 stages before it actually did, because I had to solo and duo most of it. I thought after Banes we'd be done. Flail would fit perfectly. Ooh, if they did make a flail, I would be kind of torn between main and greatsword, great axe, and that. Flail sounds pretty sweet. Your vids sound pretty quiet. Yeah, for a while there, I was having quite a bit of trouble with audio, like a couple months ago. I don't know if you're watching those specific ones. If you're talking about the new ones, though, audio is something I've always had trouble with, so I'm still working on that part too. I haven't been, the last couple that I did, I wasn't able to listen to them through my, whatever you call it, my headphones. So the sound was probably a little bit lower than I would have intended it to be. But the next ones, I'll definitely make sure to do that some more. I was so paranoid that I wasn't going to get them out in time. So I kind of, I sped through the legendary boss, or the corrupted spriggan one. Kept thinking I would get it up today instead of yesterday. That would have sucked. Oh, you don't. The bow shotgun. Yeah, I used to use bow a lot. That was actually the first weapon that I ever used in the previous testing phase. And the spread shot shotgun is that thing is insane. I remember when you could walk up to, you probably still can do it, when you could walk up to mages and just spread shot them, hit them with like 5 shots at once when you had the perk, and just kill them immediately. Thing was insane. I haven't used the bow too much this preview. I did it in the pre-event when they made all of our characters level 60 on the 24th of August, when they let us try everything out. And I played with it a little bit around that time, but during the actual test, like right now, I never really tested out the bow at all. Well, I guess it's because I already knew how it worked pretty much, and I knew they weren't gonna I knew they were probably going to change the way these weapons worked by the time this game released next year, because the hatchet still hasn't ever really received a real nerf, including in the previous testing phases. So I'm pretty sure the hatchet's got its day coming, but the bow probably is going to get changed up a little bit too, and a couple of the other ones are probably going to get tweaked. That's why I was going to do like a build thing and kind of do some testing and whatnot, but I decided it's probably not worth doing because it's probably going to change so drastically, and nobody's really going to even be using that stuff after the event ends anyway, so it doesn't really matter. Even between this event and the alpha, there's probably going to be some weapon changes. How do you get Isabella's Chosen? That'll just come from the corrupted caches. You might be able to get it a different way, like out in the open world from a boss, but when you do the level 65 breaches in Shattered Mountain, then you can get these minor breach caches or the major ones, and you can stack luck, the luck perk on your gear, or get the luck housing trophies, and then you have a chance of getting it from that. I think I got it once in the previous testing phase, but that was it. That weapon is so sick. Plus, I love Isabella, so I need to get that in the full release. Yeah, I feel like they'll probably make some changes there too. Honestly, I really hope that they do incorporate raid groups, no matter what kind of content they make for PvE. If they make more dynamic events and stuff like that, or world bosses, it seems like I mean, it's a minor thing, but when we did that boss hunt, for instance, or tried to do it rather, it worked out pretty well, except on Malevolence when that guy bugged out. But raid groups would have been so nice to have at that point. It's probably not a necessity thing, but maybe in the future, if they're ever like not sure what to put in next. Freaking tendrils killing all our people. Let me get somebody up. Ooh. Well, let's lead them away. Oops. There we go. Said the revival magic. I'm pretty stoked to see what they do next with the magic system. I think it would be pretty cool if they brought back gauntlets and made them attack based instead of just healing based. But just the thought of having more staffs, and maybe if they tweaked up the basic attack a little bit, like how it locks you in place for so long, maybe it would be a little bit easier to use on that side. I never really mind it when I'm using a staff, because I usually just use it for popping down a meteor strike, or you know, you grab it, make a quick immolate, or what's it called? Not immolate, it's called incinerate, and then you pop flamethrower, and then you put it away until your mana's regen. So I don't really ever use the auto attack or have a reason to, but if they did tweak that a little bit, I'm sure mages would be pretty happy. Yeah, I want to see the gauntlets brought back though, no matter what. I mean, I love the idea of having like a lightning gauntlet where you can just punch somebody like crazy, and then at the same time you have these, you know, that could be like the next mobility thing they do too, or one of the next mobility things they do. have like a lightning dash, where you have these little static shock waves all along the path where you traveled from. Probably VOP, but that sounds awesome. The legendary bow. It's been a little while since I've used it. Let me check. That group here. Oh, okay. Yeah, there is a legendary bow. There's one you can get from the actual corrupted caches, and there's ones you can get from the legendary quest line. Let me pull up my folder really quick. Where was that? Actually, the legendary bow that you could get, if I remember right, it was void infused, and it looked pretty sweet too. Okay, yeah, the bow is called Heartseeker. That's the one. It was Abyssal 3 trait, and it used to have Keen 3. I haven't actually seen the Keen perk though. Keen was what did it do? It increased your base damage by quite a little bit, and it was a really, really good perk. People use that all the time. They actively look for weapons with Keen on them. I thought it used to be crit damage, but no, it says base damage on my picture. Huh. But yeah, there was a totally separate one for the legendary questline too. The Heartseeker was the corrupted cache one, if I remember right. It says 660 on it, or it was 660. I would love to see some more, like an actual. Somebody brought this up the other day. I would love to see a crossbow though too. I don't know why I never really talked about or thought about a crossbow. I think I was always so stuck on the melee weapons, like the possibilities that they could have with melee weapons, that I never really gave too much thought to crossbow. But I could see crossbow working pretty well in a combat system like this too. But yeah, like the projectile blocking of your teammates, that part does suck quite a bit too. Constant beam. Ooh, that'd be pretty cool. They could do it kind of like the siphon, but you have to aim it kind of thing. I mean, they could honestly do it either way. They could make it an offensive based siphon instead of a healing one, like how the life staff has that one where you can track people with that ability. Make it a little bit similar to that. You just that might be a little bit more powerful though. I do like the idea of where you have to aim it, because if you could just put an automatic tractor beam of lightning on somebody, and let's say it will allow you to build stacks to where you could stun them, that might be a little overpowered. We're burning through zinc right now. Come on, baby, come here. Barely tickles me now. Still got a little bit of regen food on me. So sad they got rid of the taunt on the shield charge. I still don't know why that happened. Oh my god, GG. Destroyed. I just want a scythe. Oh man. Oh, I thought my game crashed for a second. Yeah, see, that's another thing about why I guess I've liked the combat system so much. It's not because of what we have right now. A lot of it's because of what we could get. I mean, I could just see it now, having weapons like scythes and great swords, great axes, dual daggers, things like that. With the combat system, I could see this being that being super fun, super fun. And all the interviews they've done on combat, they've talked about how they're never going to stop working on combat. Like they don't have a projected maximum number of weapons that they're going for. Because since the game is that's another thing I forgot to kind of mention earlier when we were talking about if they did bring classes. I think if they did, that would be just another thing that they have to worry about when it comes to the development side of things. Like if they added classes with their own abilities and things like that. I think that the fact that it's more weaponless based and that the combat is solely tied to the weapons instead of the classes, I think that gives them more room to work with when adding new ones, kind of thing, where they might be able to easier add new ones instead of having to develop an entirely new class alongside the weapon, kind of thing. But I'm sure it's, you know, classes might work pretty well if they did it right. But I think that might be why they're able to say that they don't really have to ever stop working on the weapons, is because they don't have a class system that they have to really go off of. ESO does it pretty well though, like how you can incorporate the classes and the skills, or sorry, the classes and the weapons together. But I can see where if they just had the weapons alone, how they could probably put out more weapons because they don't have to do the class part on top of that. I don't know how hard it would be to code both of those in at the same time, but I would imagine it'd be easier to code just the weapons on characters that are globally based as opposed to code weapons that are specifically tied to the classes themselves. Oh, this next one might actually kill us. What would you say is the first thing they should add in the game to get better? Fix bugs, add more monsters. Before they do anything... Well, not before they do anything. The first thing I think that would be really good for them to add is definitely something on the PvP side. Either battlegrounds and arenas in terms of a PvP mode, or do the open world points of interest thing where we have watchtowers or outposts that we can take over and fight over in the open world, so that people that play games specifically for or play MMOs for the PvP experience can have something to do all day. And not like in terms of just logging on to ruin people's day and grief and stuff like that, but there's people that play games or play MMOs sometimes just for the PvP side of it. And it seems like they do have quite a big market of people that are interested in this game but want more stuff from PvP. If they gave it to them, I think that would be a really good start. And then definitely adding more cinematic storytelling to the questing. But I think that's going to be more of a minor thing. I think if they add more dynamic events, more stuff to do in the mid game, like once you join a faction, that'll probably be the more important part on the PvE side. But having that cinematic storytelling and quest variety is also going to be super important too. I think they should definitely focus on the content and weapons first before adding anything like swimming or jumping or anything like that. I think we'd be okay like a year or two without. I mean, even though it'd be really silly to get jumping, like regular jumping, a year from now. Which actually, now that I think about it, I'm not sure how well that would really work, because our what's it called? Our spacebar currently is on the dodge, so you can still sprint jump if you're sprinting and then jump like this. So I'm not actually sure what we would do with jumping if we even had it. I don't know why. I don't even know why that was really suggested, honestly. But I think some people probably just wanted jumping because that's just like a standard thing you see in MMOs. But I think with the dodging, it's going to be a little bit harder to incorporate a jumping ability that people are actually going to care about. Combat-wise, yeah, I could definitely see that being another top thing as well in terms of the balancing tweaks. I could see them doing a lot of that over the course of the third alpha that's coming in November, because yeah, the combat will definitely need to be tweaked up a bit. But really right now it's just like one or two weapons that are kind of in issue mode in terms of causing such an imbalance. Like, of course, the hatchet overall seems to be causing a pretty big imbalance in terms of the weapons. And then I would say like the staffs, if they touch those up a little bit in terms of their animations, that'd probably be good, and made a couple tweaks here and there to like sword, warhammer, of course, bow and arrow and musket, then we'd probably be good. It seems like the biggest troublemakers right now are Hatchet and the staffs. The staffs mainly because their basic attack is a little all over the place right now. But as far as their skills go, I think I would say they're okay, but I haven't used them that much during this preview as well. They don't seem as they're not as nearly as powerful as they used to be though. I think that part is definitely for sure. But the animation lock that you keep getting when you're basic attacking with the staffs can get pretty annoying though. That part I think would definitely need to get touched up a little bit. No jump is fine. Yeah, honestly, I don't really mind not having jumping. I think it's just more of a thing where it's become such a standard that it's just expected at this point. But I don't really think it's a necessity over adding other content right now, and all the other things that they could fix. Because yeah, they definitely do have a little bit of work to do. The content, the weapon balancing, the questing, and whatnot, especially. I got you. People want to stand in town, and yeah, I used to do that a lot too. I mean, you can do that, right? You can still do that right now too. But oh shit! Oh, I'm gonna die. Let's back off really quick. Thought that tendril was gonna get me, honestly. Ooh, nice juke. You said the global cooldown. It's something that you definitely got to get used to for sure. Like having the three skills and the shared cooldown thing. I could see it being, I could see it getting a little annoying when you're trying to switch to a specific weapon and you're trying to use a specific skill, but you can't. I'm not really sure how they could really solve that feedback that they're getting on that one, because the global cooldown itself, it is there for a reason. There's a lot of skills that are able to CC the crap out of people in this game, and some of the skills like the defensive abilities, like the berserk of course, and the final stand for the sword and shield, they're really good defensive abilities to the point where if you could spam them, they could be extremely overpowered. So that in those specific cases, like the CC ability spam and the defensive ability spam, I can see why the global cooldown's there. But I totally get it on the other side of that, like only having 3 skills per weapon kind of thing. It's never really bothered me that much because I've just been, at this point, what I would usually do is, like, if I'm using a Warhammer, for instance, I don't need to use 3 different skills for this weapon to be useful for me. All I really need is Shockwave and Path of Destiny. Honestly, all I really need is Shockwave. So what I would usually do is I would just take what's my least used skill on Sword and Shield, or the skill that has the shortest cooldown. So I would say probably Leaping Strike, because I usually use that for initiation or for catching. So I would say, okay, let's put Shockwave on Q then. If I had a skill like on bow and arrow that I rarely used, like Arrow Rain, then I'd say, okay, I'll put Berserk from my Hatchet on that. That way, if I'm not using Arrow Rain or don't have a reason to, I pop over to Hatchet really quick and use Berserk if I'm getting my face torn up. Doing that for so long, I've grown just super used to the global cooldown, so I don't have really as much of an issue with this. But if you come from a game where you're used to having like 30 buttons on your hotbar and spamming them constantly, I totally get it. It can start to feel like you're not really doing anything when there's just 3 there, and then the rest of the time you're just basic attacking. Face reveal win. Never I already have one. I already have one. I'm way more comfortable not doing face now for some reason. I can just keep my my pajamas on and all the lights off and not even care. It's amazing. I could just be eating or drinking water and everyone would never know. I like that element of mystery too. I could be chewing gum right now. You guys don't even know. Maybe I am chewing gum. Do you think it will be healthy for the game to have those next alpha phases under NDA? I wish they didn't have them under NDA, but I get why they're doing that. These next few months are probably going to be filled with quite a few bugs, especially because so when they do their patches, if they're going to follow the same model they did last time, it's probably going to be monthly patches where they do these really big ones. And even when they add content, they'll be inside those patches too. And probably what will happen is when they first introduce those mechanics, there's going to be a lot of bugs, and it's probably some of the stuff might not even be working 100% right off the bat. So people, even though people always say like, you know, it's fine, it's alpha and whatnot, it still will have a little bit of an impact. It always does. So I think that might be a little bit of a reason why they don't want to show everybody, but I get people's frustration with, you know, not wanting it to be under NDA too. For me, it wasn't even that big of a deal. Like the hardest part about it was just keeping in the back of your mind what you were allowed to say and what you weren't allowed to say whenever like news and stuff like that came out, which even at that, like I definitely had some slip ups here and there. They weren't like huge ones because they were stuff that it was publicly stated, but sometimes it was kind of difficult to know what I could kind of go into and what I couldn't for certain aspects. Like if something was mentioned in an interview that was alpha information, I would assume that it's public because at that point it's in the interview, you're just reading the interview itself. But at the same time, it was kind of tough at certain parts of it because I had already experienced that specific content, so I wouldn't know like how far I could go into it. So I kind of just stuck with reading what the interview said and just kind of touching on that a little bit from a standpoint where like I never experienced it to begin with, kind of thing. Yeah, like that's usually what we're supposed to do, like judge the end product, not the actual process of it. But I think they're probably in the mindset where they don't want people to like start looking into this game for the first time, and then they jump into somebody's stream or they jump into a video or something like that, and they see a bunch of broken mechanics all over the place, and people are expecting a full-blown MMO game that's fully working, kind of thing. I mean, I don't really know. That's what I would assume, the way the developers think, because I know a couple of years ago when this whole what was it? A couple of years ago, it feels like developers really started keeping things under wraps, like around, I think it was like around 2016, 2017, when it came to early access titles and whatnot. I know alpha and betas have always been a thing, but I think around that time, hype started becoming such a big thing that it was capable of killing games before they came out. Like people started getting so amped up for these game releases, and when they actually like just came out super disappointing or mediocre, even, it just completely killed the game right away. I think around that point, developers stopped going as hard on letting people do what they want and show what they want, kind of thing. Have you tried Bless Unleashed? God, no. I'll never jump into Bless again, probably. I don't regret playing Bless when it first came out though, because it was honestly it was a pretty cool time, even though the game of course sucked like hardcore. The people that I met while playing the game, like when I was covering it and whatnot, and the experiences that I had on the Japanese server, they were pretty worth it. Like, I know, you know, we all probably spent a little bit of money on that game and whatnot, but overall, just the experience itself, like, and the people that I met, I think it was pretty worth it. But I wouldn't touch Bless Unleashed with the 10-foot pole, though. At this point, I'm pretty much in the doghouse when it comes to covering anything crowdfunded or anything Eastern, because of just how many bad bets that I've made on these games. Because when Chronicles went down, which honestly, I probably should have seen it coming, no doubt. But when Chronicles went down, I kind of swore off crowdfunded. I was like, all right, you know, I'm done. I'm not doing this anymore, at least for a couple of years, because I was still recovering from Bless, and some people were still mad at me for having touched Bless at all because of the way it ended up. Even though honestly the Japanese version wasn't that bad, and I wasn't expecting it like wasn't expecting it to be like the second coming of Jesus, but it was pretty decent in terms of the Japanese server. I thought it would at least last the summer, but anyway, with Chronicles, I was pretty much done. So I'm gonna be very careful about what I play and back from now on, kind of thing. There's a chance that, you know, this one could, I mean, there's anything can happen, of course. This one could end up not delivering, but so far it's provided enough of an experience to where I could say it was worth it. I mean, I've gotten almost 1,300 hours out of this game so far. Oh, I think today I'm actually gonna reach 1,300 hours in this version overall. And I met so many people while playing this and covering it, so I think it was worth the 40 or 50 bucks or whatever at this point. We'll get you guys up, just hold on. Oh my god. This area feels worse than Zinc the Obstructor. They're everywhere. We need somebody with a life staff to pick up like one person, and then everybody else gets rezzed. Can't kill me, of course. I got this awesome regen. Oh, I should have dodged that. I tried to. Not enough stam. What? Especially because people on the internet prefer to say bad things rather than good things. Don't care if it's under development or not. Right. I mean, like for instance, any of the crowdfunded games that are going to be having testing phases soon, whenever you jump into these testing phases, a lot of time what'll happen, like I think Ashes is going to have its alpha soonish as well. Even though you're supposed to look at those testing phases, it's like it's not the full product kind of thing. There will of course always still be people that want to jump into that game because they've been waiting for so long, so they'll jump into it and try to have fun. Like that'll be their primary concern, and then it'll fail in that regard, probably pretty hardcore, and then at that point it becomes a big problem for them, or they'll be waiting for it and then they start watching it and it looks like crap because it's so early in testing, and then they'll just stop watching and never try it again, kind of thing. Or they'll just wait until release, but they won't be supporting the game during that time that they would have had they not seen it, kind of thing. It's a slippery, I don't know. It's a little bit of a messy situation with testing phases. I haven't backed Ashes, but I do hope it works out though, because we definitely need more MMORPGs, like multiple different. We need more variety in the choices that we have, because right now, your only choices are crowdfunded games, which are really early in testing. Or you got the old school MMOs that released in like 2012 and before, that you're probably going to burn out on or be so far behind other people if you're trying to do anything competitive that it's not even going to be really worth it. A lot of people still can have fun with those games though. I personally just burned out like crazy on a lot of them though. And some of them I wasn't even trying to play like competitively. Like Final Fantasy 14, I did enjoy the crap out of Final Fantasy 14, but I think I got everything I needed out of it. I love the hell out of that game's story though. That was an awesome experience going through Heaven's Ward and And I didn't play Shadowbringers, but I watched everything from it, and it was pretty awesome from what I could see. But I probably couldn't play it again though, because it probably wouldn't feel the same. Take you all on. Ouch. BDO comes to mind. Yeah, I can't play BDO anymore, that's for sure. BDO was a different experience altogether for me. It was a game I tried to love, but just beat me down at every single corner. Are they on the last boss right now? Oh fuck, hold on. Whew. Where'd everybody go? Oh. I got distracted, sorry. Said group up on the hill, on the rocks. Ooh, glad I didn't die. With BDO, I played it back when it first came out. When did it come out? Was it, gosh, it's been so long now. It came out like back in it was either 2014 or 2016. I remember I played it around my birthday, and I played all the way up until they got Musa out, and it was before Valencia that I stopped playing. So I stopped playing pretty early on, it's pretty safe to say. But the RNG really, and that was before they went gung-ho with the cash shop and started doing whatever the hell they're doing in the cash shop now. I think the worst that we had was like they started putting in the palette for the dyes, which wasn't that bad at all, honestly. But yeah, that game's RNG just kind of screwed me over. I couldn't. I tried to love it so hard, and the combat system was really fun. Like I loved my tamer. I wish they had put the awakening of the Musa in with the release of the Musa, because I was really waiting on that glaive. I wanted to use that glaive so badly. Oh man, the Musa's got the short end of the stick early on. I think it took like 3 patches for them to actually be useful, and they were still pretty bad because they were initially tweaked. Like when they first came into our side of BDO. They were tweaked to be efficient only with their awakening weapon, so that kind of sucked. But Guild Wars 2 is coming to Steam soon. Guild Wars 2 is one that I could always jump on at least for a couple days and play for a little while. Have some fun with it. I remember every time I played it and I jumped into with the guild I was playing with, they always tried to come get me to do jump puzzles because I sucked at them so much. Jump puzzles was the bane of my existence in that game. When's the next time you can play after this preview? It's going to be November. That's when the next alpha is going to begin. And around that time, we should be able to jump back in. Oh my god, that hurt. Ooh, baby. Are we trying to pull it up? Good idea. Okay, we're fighting it. Looks like we're fighting it. Just block that. Uh-oh. Couldn't block that one. Here it comes. Ooh. Trying to watch him. Oh, we almost got him. Oops, didn't see that. Oh, double time. Freaking spamming. GG. Saw some jewelry there. Yeah, you'll have to restart in November too. Absolutely. Ooh, Orichalcum. Oh, I don't need this one though. Pretty sure. Oh, this is intelligence now. Nope. Oh yeah, regular lucky 3. That's what I needed right there on a chest piece. That's beautiful. Earring, yes. Constitution earring, absolutely. Ultimate tankiness, here I come. Lucky 2, I'll keep the pants. I think I only have lucky 1 pants. GG. Do you think an honor system for New World would be pretty good? I could see it working pretty well. I could see more weapon and armor designs in general working really well for this game. I definitely think we need more. Ooh, look at this. Oh yeah, I'll use that. Might as well. But yeah, I think they definitely would benefit off of having like PvP gear that looks different from the regular gear. A while back I made a video because they had kind of hinted at past civilizations coming to this island besides just the Romans that we saw in the trailer, for instance. You would see this in multiple places actually. During the tutorial, when you first get into the game, if you noticed, you'll see a lot of shipwrecks around the initial starting zone. One of those shipwrecks was clear as day, a Viking longship. You could see the Norse shields on the side, or Viking shields on the sides of it rather, and the dragon head was at the top of its mast, or not mast, but it had the dragon head, which was very common in Viking culture, from what I was reading on how they used that one. And I think they used snakes to kind of instill fear in the villages that they were raiding. But yeah, when I saw that, I had made a video on how cool it would be for them to pull from past civilizations, like because we saw Romans, and those Romans specifically looked like they were from the ancient times. I forgot at what time period I was pinpointing those Romans at, but if they pulled from like any civilizations between the Romans and the Vikings, or the 17th century, for instance, you could get people like what did I say? I think I said like Greeks, yeah, like the Macedonians, Spartans, Athenians. You could get people from England, Scotland, medieval Scotland kind of thing, time periods like that. Maybe the Templars, samurai if they really wanted to go crazy. Maybe something from the period of the Three Kingdoms, stuff like that. If they incorporated that kind of like weapon and armor styles into their game, I think that might give them a little bit of uniqueness that other MMOs don't really have. Because a lot of MMOs usually go high fantasy and create their own stories, but pulling from history, that can be something that New World can do on its own. I'm sure there's like, you know, at least 1 or 2 other games that do the same thing, but I think it could work pretty well in this one too. And if they had like PvP gear where you could dress up as like a Spartan, if you got all the PvP gear, something like that would be pretty sweet. Race me to 60 in November. Bring it on. Oh, thank you, Ranger. Merc guard. How many people we have here? Where's my... Ooh. Oh my god, I got a tier 3 corrupted trophy again? No way. Oh, hell yeah. I still got this Mercard arena key. Do some duels. I don't know if they want to. That was something we did during the... Oh, yeah, we got some keys. Oh, I still need to do that. I still need to do this one. Yeah, let's do it. I'm totally down. How to join alpha? They haven't really released the method that they're going to use to invite people to the alpha yet, so right now we're not 100% sure, but I'm sure they'll let us know before it starts though in November. Now instead of 3 hits for the bear, it'll be 4. Bear's on crack. Shaq said, give us your legendaries. I never did find a good gem to put in this one. Oh, it's called the Dream Crusher. This one is pretty good. The perks are nice. I just need to take these perks and put it on my sword. That's all I need. God, I love that freaking hammer. Ooh. Took me a little bit to realize what was happening. The boss respawned. Ranger just sent me some gold. Yeah, I'll send it back. Got you, Shaq. Can hardly see the boss with these meteors. I'm totally down for spriggan. I wanted to do that at least once today. One more time. That broke my block a little bit. Ow. Especially with sea sailing. Oh yeah, when I think it was the GameSpot interview. So back in February, they had this this event that they did where they invited a lot of media outlets to their studio, and they did a lot of Q&As and stuff like that. And if I remember right, I think it was the GameSpot one where they were asked directly about naval combat, and it was pegged as a possibility along with the expansions in the future. If they actually had like naval exploration in this game, oh yeah, that'd be super sick, especially if you were able to customize your ship and make it look like a Viking longship, or even like I think the Japanese had pretty cool designs on their ship, and of course there was a lot of other designs that were pretty nice too. I would love to go with the Viking specifically though. Would love a Viking so much. Do you need to be 60? No. Actually, before the one of the previous testing phases ended, we ran the spriggan run with a level 38 in the group. There weren't enough level 50s on, so we had to do it with the level 38. That was fun. Was this game originally full PvP? Yes, it was. They changed it, and they announced the change back in... When did they announce that? Was it January of this year when they made that dev blog? That was an interesting time period, for sure. Yeah, I did play that last alpha, too. I mean, I did have fun. I've always been able to enjoy the games that have like open world PKing or open world PvPing. The way that I always looked at it is that if you get killed in an open world sandbox, then most of the time that'll motivate you to not only get more skill, but also, you know, get better gear and whatnot, come back, take revenge kind of thing. But I guess it really boils down to sometimes people don't know when to stop. So that's probably where a lot of the negative feedback came from last time. So that's pretty much what happened there. And then they decided to, oh, hello. They decided to change the direction. But now that they've changed the direction, one thing that I've been pushing for, and I think other people are starting to kind of echo now too, or talk about, is how even though open world PKing doesn't really fit the vision anymore. Oh, hold on. There's still things that they can put into the game so that people that still enjoy PvP, they can still have fun with it. So if they did like battlegrounds and arenas, I think with this kind of combat system, it would be pretty good actually. But if they didn't, they could still do like open world points of interest around the map that we could fight over 24/7. That way, people that, you know, want to take a break from questing or just fighting out in the world and stuff like that, they have their own thing they can do all day long. How different is the gameplay between the factions? No, it's not very different at all. The faction is they're pretty much just mirror opposites, just cosmetic difference and lore difference, and that's about it. Currently, they work pretty much the same. I'm just gonna put on my hatchet for this one time. Oh yeah, I never did this quest. I think that's an earring, either an earring or a necklace. I don't need that, but still, that's a good item to have. Somebody showed me that one day. Are you getting trophies from mob drops? Yeah, usually you'll get them from, you can get them from mob drops or getting them from chests and stuff like that. I do already have one in my house. I'll probably put this one in there after. I should have did it. Hold on, I might have time. Should be more physical in there, but there could be a little bit of magic. Put this bad boy in my house really quick. Do you think shared cooldowns between the weapons will stay? That was something I was kind of watching for during the interview today. I think the shared cooldowns are probably going to be here to stay. What did Michael say? Michael Willett said that there was ways to kind of work around that, if I remember right. Because the hatchet spam and whatnot, or sorry, you were talking about the cooldowns. Yeah, I think those are probably here to stay. There's reasons why you don't really. I mean, I would be fine with it either way if we did have non-global cooldowns, but there is a reason why global cooldowns are in place. It's because of how abusable the weapon skills would be if you didn't have global cooldowns, kind of thing. Like, there's some skills that would essentially be able to keep you on the ground for the entire duration of the fight if you were able to spam them. So that's why I would assume they want to keep the global cooldown, but if they didn't, I would still be okay with it, because I know, I mean, not like okay with it, but I would still use it, because if global cooldowns were to disappear, then all I would do at that point is I would bring a Warhammer into every fight. I would immediately stop using life staff, and I would just bring hatchet instead, most likely, because at that point I could probably pop off like my leaping strike to initiate the fight, hit somebody, whirlwind slash them, hit somebody again, shield bash them, pop over to my Warhammer, and then pop shockwave to stun them for like 3 or 4 seconds, then Path of Destiny if they're trying to run away, or a Mighty Gavel to put them on the ground and hit them again right then and there, and then a Path of Destiny, and then with the hatchet I could probably do whatever else is necessary to kill them. But that's why I wouldn't really vote for non-global cooldowns right away, because if you come across anybody who's already been doing it, like weapon swapping a lot, or they know how to do it, or they learn how to do it, it's going to be pretty messy. But I think if they had more weapon variety, it probably wouldn't matter too much, because right now there's not a whole lot of weapons to work with. But yeah, in terms of the global cooldown thing, I get why people don't like it, because, you know, like World of Warcraft and stuff like that, they made people hate global cooldowns. In this game, it works a little bit differently though. There's defensive abilities that are capable of being incredibly overpowered if you were able to stack those with all of your attack abilities, and then the skills themselves, with the way the CC works in this game, it would probably be really messy. Oh, what? I can't stack them. Too OP and complicated, you're right. I mean, yeah, that's not something, I'm not sure if that's something that people really think about when they do suggest that kind of thing, because That's exactly what's going to happen, especially if they so let me explain what happened when they first introduced the fire staffs, for instance. You know how you were able to, you know how right now you're able to do like flamethrower, and it would probably chunk somebody from like half their health by the time you're done with it. It used to be where like if you flamethrow at somebody, they'd be dead by the second or third tick kind of thing, and incinerate would probably zero or like 100 to zero them. No matter what, like right then and there. Warhammer used to be super OP to the point where Path of Destiny would just two-shot you. And if they ever had that happen again, which I'm pretty sure it will, like where they introduce a new weapon and it's just incredibly overpowered from the get-go, having that in addition to non-global cooldowns would probably be just too much for people to handle. And even if like for some reason all the next weapons came out balanced, not having that is just, it's going to be extremely messy in terms of the PvP that you're seeing right now. Like some people will say like right now the PvP looks like it's completely chaotic and you can barely get any hits in and stuff like that. With non-global cooldowns, it'd be 10 times worse, guaranteed. But there's probably ways to get around that, to like fix the not liking global cooldown issue. I would imagine there's ways to get around that. It's a little bit of a tough one though, because it's a part of the core of the combat system. Musket FD defeats all cooldowns minus the slot. Oh. Right, yeah, like the fake death, that one. Like how it resets cooldowns for the musket. If you had a like if there were no global cooldowns, for instance, you could even incorporate the musket into that. You could plop down a shockwave with the warhammer, and then you could switch to the musket and do a trap where they can't move at all. And then at that point, you could pop them in the head. Most likely pop them in the head for at least like 20% of their health, and then switch over to a sword and start going to town on them with that, or just about anything else really at that point. And then you could keep on switching to the warhammer and spamming those CC abilities. Like it would be really, really messy. Oh, Theseus. What's my total health? I'm not wearing all my gear that has my constitution gems, but right now it's at 20k with all this stuff in my sword out. If I eat some food though, I should go up a little bit higher, like 21k. If I had my helmet on, it'd probably be like around 22k, something like that. I would love companions so much. Oh my god, it'd be amazing if they remove global cooldowns, or yeah, something like that. Honestly, yeah, that might even be something that could work out a little bit better, like a 10-second cooldown between switching weapons. But if they just remove the global cooldowns like outright, that would be a mess. But yeah, I'm sure there's ways they'll be able to get around that. I'm curious to see how they're going to implement the changes that they've gotten from the feedback so far. The hatchet is really like the only weapon that hasn't had a proper nerf so far, so I'm expecting that one to be pretty intense when that nerf finally happens. Use it for the sword and hammer. Yeah, something like that would be pretty insane, like being able to spam that constantly. Oh, sorry. Oops. If I had a full, you can actually stack up your constitution pretty high. Like I don't actually have all my attribute points into con. I'm missing 2 that I could have put into con, but I put them into strength instead this time. But if I had that along with all my jewelry being spec'd into con, as well as my my gear, all of it having tier 5 gems, you can get up to like definitely over 100 con, but probably at least like 23-24k health. there's really a counter for it. Yeah, honestly, if they kept the hatchet, I wouldn't be too sad about it, honestly, because they're not that hard to fight right now. It's just that they can be pretty annoying when somebody's just standing there in your face and spamming. But then you just make them break your block, and then you dodge out of the way, and then you can either get an opening right there or back up a little bit and then create another opening. But if they made it where last stand on a sword and shield was like a CC reduction skill, final stand, give us that, and guaranteed the hatchet users will have it a little bit worse than it is now, kind of thing. If they gave us a CC or stagger reduction on last stand, that's all we need. We could tear all those hatchet users up. That would be fantastic. And they also got to make it non-interruptible like Berserk is, because that's one thing I'm super jealous about right now. When they nerfed or changed up final stand rather on the sword and shield, they kept it the same way where it's still interruptible. Where the Berserk on the hatchet, you can't really interrupt that one. So jelly. I need my sword and shield, love. But I'm sure once they put in the great axe and probably once they put in the weapons that are still being reworked, hatchet might not be the strongest one in the bunch anymore. Like once they put in spear, pistol, great axe, which is still missing. We had that a little while back though. And what else are they working on? We saw the picture of the halberd. Not sure if that's going to be one of the next ones yet though. And then the rapier. Those ones, yeah, like, and then hatchet might become like second tier or something like that compared to one of those, or it might get a direct counter from one of those weapons, which would be really sweet. Run. Okay. Booty end. There's gonna be spears. Oh yeah, they showed it in the GameStar footage. If you go to the, it's probably gonna be too much to sift through now to find it, but yeah, there's on the GameStar YouTube page, they did a interview and they actually showcased some footage. When they showed Cutlass keys, it shows that person using a spear, and you see a couple of the skills like the javelin spear toss kind of thing going on and whatnot. Screw that bear. But yeah, we already knew that from the screenshot, some of the screenshots and stuff like that showed it, that we would get spear eventually. But it seems like it's going to be one of the weapons that they're going to put in hopefully by next year with how much they're showing it. I had a bad feeling that bear was going to get me. What about gauntlets? I'm hopeful for gauntlets, but as far as we know, they pretty much replaced the gauntlets with staffs right now. But I think it would be really cool if we did have like attack-based gauntlets. They changed the gauntlets from being how they used to be, like where they were support gauntlets, into offensive gauntlets. I think that'd be pretty sick. I would love that so much. Oh, I'm just gonna book it for the cathedral. Screw this. I'm out of here. Zero range on heavy. The hammer. Yeah, I feel like the hammer's still recovering from that nerf that it had. Because the hammer used to be so powerful, super powerful, but it got nerfed really hard. Really hard. But yeah, the basic attack on the hammer is pretty bad right now. I'm not really sure what they could do with the hammer on the basic attack. Maybe more range would help a little bit. I don't know. Without them changing up the way the animation works, it's kind of hard for me to think about what they could do. I guess if they really wanted to go, like if they didn't really care about realism on the hammer, they could give hammer a little bit of an aura like on its attacks. Like let's say I attack with my sword, but then I have like a magic sword that is capable of extending out with a magic like a magic slash, like about 1 foot in front of me. Even though I'm slashing from like right where I'm standing, it reaches out and hits whatever's 1 foot in front of my sword. If they did that with hammer, that might work a little bit better on the range thing, but I'm not sure. It's hard to explain. I don't know how best to explain that actually. But basic, yeah, kind of just like an extension, like a magical extension on the basic attack kind of thing. We're gonna bug it out. Said infinity snap. I ain't afraid of no Thorpe. Ooh. A sweep range? Oh, kind of like, what's that move called? Cleave from World of Warcraft. Kind of like that. Like how Cleave adds that extra range, or looks like extra range on the attack. Like a sweep range in line or slightly farther than the sword. Yeah, something like that would probably help the hammer a little bit more. Ooh, let me pot. Thank you. But I'm sure they're gonna get a lot more feedback on the next alpha too, especially if they let more people in this time, which I hope they do. If they let everybody in that was in the previous alpha, they're guaranteed gonna have more this time, no matter what. Or should have a bit more, rather, at least more playing all at one time. Said he wanted my booty. Drop these crafting mats I'm never gonna use. Kind of smack this spriggan down. Oh, hold on, I never got a good screenshot of this arena. I was scrambling for one the other night. I was like, I was telling myself I have to have this. Like, I know I have one. Turns out I never actually got a clear picture of it for some reason. Which I love the look of this arena so much. I really should have. Sword and shield. Yeah, that's something that that was always pretty crazy about the sword. Like the heavy attack for the sword, and just the basic attack in general, it's so useful compared to the warhammer, to the point where if you have both, you just basically use the warhammer as a supporting weapon, because they're basically hitting the same damage. You're right, yeah. I noticed that in the, I mean, of course I noticed it in the previous iterations, but it showcased that pretty well in the IGN video they did. When they did the PvP scenario a little while back, I think it was like a couple months ago, you could even see how like the sword was doing pretty much the same amount, if not more, than the hammer. Why does it say I'm level 37? All right, babies, it's time. Pop tinctures. Let me eat that tier 5 actually. Pop a corrupted coating. Let's get him. How did that hit me? Block, block, block. Ouch. Congratulations, you've been promoted to new tank, is what I should say to myself. Ooh. Oh, I'm so glad I did not let go of my block right there. Piece of filth. Come here. As long as nobody dies, there's like no way to lose this. I mean, you can die like 3 times per person, but as long as nobody keeps dying, then we're good. Really? Get off me, you heathen. Oh, should have known. I'm not hitting him enough. Oh, man. Just gonna try to get a heavy in there. Ooh. Thought you were fancy. Whoa, okay. That was fast. Did you see the Allcraft interview? Yeah, I was watching that too. I was trying to see what exactly they were gonna answer. I had a feeling they weren't gonna give too much juice in that one. Not early on, at least. I was hoping to get like some shred of an idea of what they were planning to add content-wise. Which I still gotta rewatch it. I don't think they really dived into that too much. I don't think they did. You hit like a... Oh. I was gonna say you hit like a girl. Wait, I gotta scratch my nose. Okay. What? I call BS, sir. Potions. Thank you. Oh. 12 minutes, we're good. Shouldn't get directly behind him. It's okay. Ooh, I thought I blocked that. Uh-oh. Suck. You suck. Oh, I suck. We're making good time, I think. Oh, not good. I call BS, sir. I hate when he does that. Yeah, we should have this. I would love to see different kinds of arena bosses, though. I really would. I think they got a lot of potential here. For an early iteration with how new these arenas are, even though they're pretty simplistic fights, but I mean, for such an early mechanic, it's pretty impressive. I mean, I should also preface that I'm usually pretty easily impressed, so I don't know if it's really that impressive as I think it is, but impressive to me. I like it. They probably just need some more mechanics and longer boss fights. Definitely some more mechanics. Ow. He got 300. Leonidas. Whoa. Wait. Use your words, Bimp. Getting pissy on me right there. Ow. down. Down, baby. Really? And stop fighting. Your boss is dead. GG. What's up, Mr. Hanky? Sweet. All right, my turn. Let me know when you guys are ready. Let's go back in. I'm gonna wait on that until I get all my luck gear on. Oh, I forgot to put my hatchet on too. All right, it's key time. Let's go, baby. Arena is better than dungeons or raids because it well, I mean, one thing that this one really reminds me of, it reminds me of a very early version of the primal fights from like Final Fantasy XIV, for instance. If you had those kinds of fights, I thought you were gonna get me. Ooh, that was close. If you had those kinds of fights in a game like this, I'd probably never put this game down, honestly. Like if for the people that have played Final Fantasy XIV, like some of the boss fights, or the people that haven't rather, some of the boss fights that they put you up against are just incredible. Like not just the musical scores that they make for the bosses, like Shiva for instance, but the sheer mechanics and how the boss fights switch up in the middle of it and whatnot. It's insane. That's kind of what gives me a little bit of hope about this one, because they could always do, like, if they really wanted to, like, I don't know if they are really interested in doing instance content like dungeons and raids and stuff like that, but they could do all that in addition to adding more bosses like this guy, but with more mechanics, more difficulty, things like that. Oh, he kept, oops, sorry, I was looking away for a second. Oh, you're fighting the angry earth spriggan, huh? I heard about that in the previous testing phases. I thought that they had fixed that though, where like he was able to regen his health from a certain amount to just full again in like no time. Oops. To the death. Oh. Barely dodged it. Ow. Thank you for saving me from this entity. Here it comes. Ooh. Oh, that. Right. Forgot. Oh, that kick. Saw that for a split second. Let me heal you, douche. Oh, okay. What? Okay, listen. Get out of here. If anyone's been able to get the earth, oh yeah, people have gotten it. Yeah. For me, I'm never that lucky with my RNG. I gotta take what I can get. That's why I was super happy when I got this shield. But you know what I saw yesterday that made me a little bit A little bit sad. I saw that I forgot I could have put in a buy order on the broker for like 1,000 gold to buy it from somebody. I didn't try that this entire preview. I was doing that with quite a few things actually. Like if you put a buy order on the broker for like herbs and stuff, people will sell it to you. Some people sell oh whoops, sorry. Some people sell stuff at any price on the broker when they first come to it. GG. Combat in this game looks very similar to Conqueror's Blade. Sometimes I do miss that game. Maybe that's why I'm so accustomed to the sword and shield, because it reminds me of both longsword and short sword. God, I love those weapons when they were still pretty good. No more for me. Corruption portal. Which one do you need? Yeah, if they honestly, that's something that I really hope for. I feel like and I started feeling like this pretty early on into the testing phases. If they had bosses that were pretty similar to a boss in like Monster Hunter or Final Fantasy 14 Primal Fights, for instance, I think it could work pretty well with this combat system, because it feels like it could do really well if you had a large group of people and you were just duking it out with the giant monster that had quite a few mechanics and was tearing people up left and right, and you had to keep coming back, or you had to employ these ridiculous mechanics to try and beat it. I think something like that would be really fun. I think we'd probably need like 8 or 9 people for this if we wanted to do a breach. Level 48 in your company had it drop just going into the zone on a second mob. Unbelievable. God. Unfreaking believable. Sometimes situations like that would be really beneficial to trying out the content. Like when you get people that just get them randomly like that. I don't think we ever had anybody get it on our server unless they got it, but they just did it with their guilds. I never really saw anybody advertising for it. 100% would have jumped on that. Would have been there so fast. Yeah, we need like 10. 4 is a little, it's pushing it. See that weapon right there, Twilight's Forge. That weapon looks so sick for how long it is compared to the regular swords. Look at it in comparison. Not to be weird with your character, but like it's so much longer. Oh shit! Captain Thorpe comes out of nowhere. Is this game just a gear treadmill? Right now it's pretty much a lot of this kind of thing where you're just going around and taking down corrupted portals or fighting the arena bosses at the moment. There's not a whole lot to the end game right now, but hopefully that's going to be what they work over the next couple of months, because yeah, the gear itself needs some touching up in terms of the tiers, and especially on the crafting side of it. The crafting has been getting the short end of the stick. I think it'd be pretty cool in the future if they were able to add more tiers of gear, or a tier that you could only get with crafting. Like if you had to find a special blueprint, like say you fought Banes or you fought Zinc the Obstructor, and then you got a blueprint for a specialized weapon that you could only get from that specific blueprint, and it was much better than the regulars. I think something like that might be pretty cool. I'd be down in a little bit to try it, but oh dang. Oh wait, that's right. I can't put this one in my house. I can't put a duplicate in. I think I need a tier 2. Yeah, here you go. It's all yours. Oh, jacked. I'm a TP to my house. He had the lucky trade on? Yeah, that might have helped a little bit for sure. Oh, really? Freaking corruption. Can you put it in a second house? Probably. Yeah, I probably could. I just don't have one. I kept forgetting to try and grind out my territory standing in Everfall. Okay. I love this house though. I got pretty lucky on the furniture drops this time around. Like in one of the previous iterations, I never really got the dog until the very end, and I had to buy the dog. I know they're kind of bugged out right now, but I'm super glad I got him. Hey, buddy. You weird, glitched out little wonderful dog, you. Almost said mutt. Love the house though. 36k for the second house. Oh, that's right. I could probably get it, but yeah, that's a pretty steep price. Well, it doesn't matter too much. And then the third house is, yeah, they get super expensive. We got here super fast. Oh, nice, thank you. All right, now I'm gonna try to open these caches with all my luck gear on. More than likely gonna get jack crap because my RNG is just not good at all with this stuff, but I'll try it. You never know. Oh. Dang. Theseus was going ham on oh, nice. Nice, thank you. Because I did not find any more water quintessences, so there was no way I was going to get tier 5 tinctures. Sweet. Can you play the piano? I wish. They did say in one of the interviews, this one I forgot which one they did it in. I think it was one of the early ones. But they talked more about how they were going to expand on housing, like make it so where you could interact with a lot of the things around your house. You could push stuff around, of course, sit down, which we can already do. And hopefully we'll be able to play the piano at some point. I hope so. Let me put, I have a couple tier 3 luck weapons currently, but let me try this one. Maybe this one will be a lucky charm for me. Do the musket. And let's do the fire staff. And then I have the chest piece, so now I have every single piece with luck on it. Luck 2, gloves, boots are only luck 1. Alright, so that should be a pretty good chunk of luck on it. Luck on my gear. Oh, crap. Theseus, you lifesaver, holy crap. Wow. That's the only one I needed, too. Jeez. Okay, let's give it a shot. Luck 2, luck 3, luck 3, 2, 3. All right, it's worth it. Oh, man. Nope. No mas. I just want Isabella's Chosen for the release. I'm just hoping my bad luck now translates to Isabella's Chosen on release. I'll be happy with that. Super happy with that, actually. Unless they have another better looking legendary that pops up around that time. Heck, I'm glad I even got these legendaries though. I got a hammer and I got 2 shields, even though it would have been great to get a sword, but the shield is pretty nice. I like the look of the shield. It's been pretty sweet so far. Whoa. Meant to salvage that. Oh, you know what? I'll probably just keep this one on my bar. You can get harvesting gear and harvest the water blooms to get the tier 5 water modes easy. I haven't found a lot of water blooms. I know where there's a couple different water. There's ones I can get water essence from, but they require mining. I went over there earlier. It's in this area. It was like 100 mining for them. I forgot where all the gathering ones were. I know that they're usually by waterfalls, but I don't remember the exact spots. Let me go to Eden Grove really quick. What kind of weapons is are you asking what kind of weapons we might get on release? Hopefully the ones that they were still reworking. They were still reworking ones like the spear, the pistol, they had the rapier, they had the great axe too. I cannot wait to see that one, hopefully. Oh, you're talking about like over here? Oh yeah, I haven't really gone over that much. I gotta keep a mental note of that for next time then. Let me take a picture of that really quick. Talking about this area. Put that as water moats. Oh, the one that I want? Oh, Isabella's Chosen is a sword. That one's a legendary sword. Right now, people have just been getting it from the corrupted caches, but hopefully at release I'll get lucky. I hope so. If they have another one though, like if they get a better one, I would love to see one with a different design. Like me personally, I would love to see a red, like a pure red one that has maybe an abyssal element on it. Would look so sick. I think if they did add new tiers, they might be able to incorporate just pure red. Because right now we got iron, then we got steel, then we got star metal, which is pretty much just, you know, glowing blue. Then orichalcum. I think red would be pretty good for like an ascended tier or tier 6. Yeah, Isabella's Chosen. That's the one. That's the one I really want. Man, I wish these invasions. There was an issue going on where we weren't able to change the windows, the war windows, because apparently if you got decked on, then it reset this cooldown that was going on where you couldn't change the war window until the like 24 hours from that point. But everybody kept getting declared on, so nobody could change the war windows on our server. I wanted to get at least one day where we had war starting at one point and then invasion starting at another period in the day. How do I prioritize my level points? Right now, I just mainly put a lot of points into Constitution. As a frontliner in the territory wars and a lot of the PvE stuff that we do, I usually go for more survivability over the strength, and it tends to help a lot more. So I put most of my points into Constitution. I put all of the ones that I got in attributes except for 2 of them, and then the rest of it I usually just put into strength. And usually I'll get a lot of Constitution jewelry and gems for my gem slots on my gear, but this time around I kind of just went a little bit more into strength for the DPS, just to get a little bit more DPS in my kit. And yeah, for the gems, exactly, yeah. I think, if I remember right, they said, oh yeah, the mining gear. Like, if you get the gear that has perks on it for roll bonus for mining, you should be able to get it a little bit easier when you're mining. Like, get the gems a little bit easier. And the higher your mining level, it should impact that a little bit as well from what people were testing in the previous phases. Probably mostly just the roll bonus though, for the gear, the mining gear. Yeah, like exactly what Ryan said. And none can change it on your server either. Yeah, that part sucked. We were totally not prepared for those invasions at all. I wanted to do it so bad. I think I tried it like 2 days, 2 separate days when there weren't any important wars going on. And I was either the only one in there or there was only like 5 or 6 of us. Would have been so fun. And the area of this game is just, it's really beautiful. I usually default to Morningdale as being my most favorite area just because of the constant rain. But they have some pretty impressive areas in this game. I might be able to show you guys if I make it to the waterfall. We should be able to. It's like over here in this direction. There's this waterfall where there's a hidden mob behind it, and every single time a new test opens up, I always go to that waterfall and check what's there, because I'll show you guys why. There used to be a water guardian over there, like, no, ice guardian is what it's called. It's still called Ice Guardian, but if you guys ever saw the concept art when they first started showing off the guardians of the island, like how the green deer, the nature-infused deer, are considered the guardians, there was this white spiked wolf that they also showed in one of the concept arts. And there was a cave in Great Cleave that I also found it in, which I should probably check that too. But this waterfall was like the only other area that I ever found that wolf. So every time a new test opens up, I always go back and check it to see what's there. The interview's uploaded? Okay, I'll watch it later. I was hoping to get some juicy deets out of that, but I think they probably don't want to give too much info at the moment because a lot of the stuff's probably on the drawing board at the moment. But I'm really curious to see what they come up with in terms of the content they add and what changes they're going to make. Do you think there should be friendly fire? I guess it depends on the situation. Well, I don't know if there should be, because it would make territory war a little more crazy than it already is. Like, people would just not be able to use meteor strikes at all and hardly be using fire launcher platforms, so it would make those skills and also those siege engines pretty much non-existent. So I don't know about friendly fire. It sounds fun though. It does sound fun. It is in Great Cleave still, in that cave? Okay, because the one over here in the ice cave, or the waterfall, it's been changed to a regular, like, poison wolf. So I'll go check the one out in Great Cleave. That's over. Wait a minute. Where was that one? It's been a little while. I know it was like on the side of a mountain. I feel like it's like right over in this section. I'll go searching for it. I got it in my notes, but I don't remember off the top of my head. Same here, Tank. This game's got a lot of potential. What about next-gen console support? They haven't really dived deep into it at all. I know a while back when people were like poking them on Twitter about it, they said that they would, you know, start looking into it a little bit, controller support. But I don't know if next-gen consoles would come for a while. But this game does feel like it would be pretty good on consoles, honestly. If you can get an MMO like Final Fantasy XIV on console, for instance, with all the buttons you have to press, I think something like this would be just fine. Because as it sits with just the three skills and whatnot per weapon, it's probably more suited for console than a lot of MMOs out there, honestly. But they haven't said anything about that just yet. But hopefully they do that. If they do it as well, I really hope they do crossplay. Because I think console players would be just fine with fighting PC players, aside from the people trying to use bows and muskets probably, but other than that, they'd probably be okay. In the bite top part? Oh yeah, because I know I go into Katara Falls all the time. It used to have a different name actually. It used to be called what was it? Ancient. It had some really weird long name to it actually. But this is a good area for farming platinum nodes. But it does feel like it's over here somewhere, like either in this section or on the side of this mountain right here. I'm definitely gonna go digging though. All I remember is we just come up to a hill. We go up a hill near a mountain, like the base of the mountain, and then it's like right there in the cave. Oh, do you think it should go through other people so you should be able to hit easier? Oh, I see. I think that'd be pretty cool. I don't see any reason why that would cause an issue. If anything, it's just, you know, it's kind of annoying right now that the bullets and arrows don't go through other people. But yeah, I don't see why that would really be an issue if they did make it where it could pass through people. I get why it's not there currently because of the people collision and whatnot, but yeah, I think it'd be okay. Also, thank you so much, Valiant. I appreciate that. Appreciate you all tuning in as well. It's been a super fun week. I mean, I know we haven't been able to do like content like 20, you know, all the time when we're playing, but it's been nice to chill out and explore, do the corrupted breaches and fight the bosses and stuff like that. The boss run we did was super nice. I still wish Malevolence was working. Penetrating shot. That is true. Yeah, penetrating shot is one of my favorite bow skills. You could just arc up a shot really quick, like a regular shot, and then charge up a penetrating shot right after you let loose that arrow. I love that skill. I'd be okay with it either way. Either way it goes. I don't really use bow that much anymore, but when I was using it, that part was a little tedious sometimes. But I usually just stayed in the open field when I was fighting in the territory wars, and I would shoot people from that instead, as opposed to just being in the bunch. But when I was defending with bow and arrow, what I usually like to do, I would get on top of the wall, and if you go to the left side of the mid gate, from right there, like on top of that wall where the siege engine is, that's facing forward, you can do a lot of damage just doing arrow rains and penetrating shots from right there. That was so good to do. I was doing that with I think like 2 other people, and we were killing people left and right. It was awesome. Same to you, Mike, as well. Thank you so much. Where the game is most lacking, it's a pretty big toss-up between the lack of weapons and the lack of content. I think if I had to go for both of them, it'd probably end up in a tie. Like if I had to choose between them. Right now, I think a big part of why there wasn't a lot of global enjoyment for the combat system was probably because of the lack of weapons. Because if they had like the greatsword, the rapier, the pistol, all those weapons that they're reworking, like the spear as well, and they all had their own working skill trees right now, I think it probably wouldn't have been as bad. And if the hatchet was balanced out a little more along with a couple other ones, it probably wouldn't have been as bad. But probably that, but also the lack of content on the PvP side as well when it comes to the end game, but also on the PvE side in the mid to late game. Where is that thing? This feels familiar. I should find a question mark before I come up on the actual cave. It should show up on the map, and then I'll know where the cave is. Oh, I think it's right here. Yeah, this feels familiar. Are they going to reset our levels? Yeah, they are. They are. I'm worried too many WoW players are offering their suggestion. Oh, yep, this is the one. Well, right now, I think with such a big lack of MMOs, you got a lot of people coming from all different directions into just about any game that gets close to coming out or is coming out, and everybody's looking for a different. There's a lot of people that are looking for a different kind of game. That's why whenever these. Oh, this is just a saber-tooth. Wrong cave then. You die anyway though, you bastard. But that's why I'm really hopeful that not just 1 or 2 of these MMOs that are currently in development works out. I'm hoping that a lot of them work out. Like I'm still rooting for a Pantheon, of course. Even though I don't back Ashes, I'm still rooting for Ashes as well. And like Camelot Unchained, if that does work out and come out, that'd be great. Crowfall even, and those other ones, because that way you get enough variety, enough choice to where if people are looking for a specific type of game, they don't have to feel like they have to come to one of them and just start offering a lot of suggestions to make it more into what they would like to play. They already have a choice that they can play instead. Because I think with how little we've had in the past few years, pretty much since like 2012, 2014, when the current meta MMOs released, people are just starving for specific experience that this game or another game that's out in development right now might not offer. But yeah, that's why I don't really go for saying things like this game sucks. I hope this one works out instead. I hope they all work out, because I think if we had more variety in general, it would be really good to have some new blood, so we didn't have to say I'm bored with this game, I guess it's back to X, Y, and Z. I could say this game just came out last year, even though this one doesn't work or doesn't offer what I'd like to, I can just give this other one a try. Frostbite Den, northwest corner. Oh, okay. Oh. Probably over here then. Oh, I discovered it. Oh, I bet I was AFK at the time. I bet you anything. I do a lot of AFK running. I go grab a snack. Thanks, Ulick. Yeah, one thing that makes this game so appealing for me personally is that, um, I guess right now, one thing that's kept me going with this game is I thought about what it could be in the future and just what it reminds me of. Because I've always wanted a game that was an RPG that felt like an RPG, but in an MMO space. Like if they made a game like Fable in an MMO form, or Witcher 3 in MMO form, or Dragon Age Inquisition. I've always wanted games like that, or like a MMO like that. And I feel like this game is kind of getting to that that place where it feels like an RPG inside of an MMO. I think that's probably, this is one of the closest games to getting to that specific point. In action combat, I've always been a fan of, so that was a huge bonus for me too. But just thinking about the potential that this game has and where they could go with the weapons and the different mechanics and stuff that they could do, like incorporating all the mechanics of games that we've seen over the years into a game like this with this kind of combat system, I think would be really, really fun. I think that's a big part of what really does motivate me for this one. I look forward to seeing how it evolves, and I've also just been looking for so long to jump into a game to kind of play from the get-go, follow from the get-go, and grow with from the get-go. So I really hope this one is the one, or like one of the ones. You said there's still one in where I was going with the Frostwolf in it? Okay. I probably just need a picture of this thing. Yeah, you know what? I just need a picture of one of them. That's all I need before the event ends. I love the look of those Frostwolves. RPG, yeah, exactly. RPG on MMO clothes. Something I've always looked for, because I used to love those RPGs back in the day. Like I still play quite a few of them, like the Gothic series, even Elix, and Risen, Two Worlds, Kingdoms of Amalur, even like all those kinds of games. I loved them. Fable. And I guess when I started playing this one, it did remind me a little bit of how much I love them, because it does start to feel a little bit like a RPG with MMO clothes. I hope that they will expand on the potential it has and make it something that's really able to stand with those MMO titans that we already currently have. Sit down next to a wolf. Maybe if I can just walk up to it and wave with the UI off, that's all I need. One thing I was so sad about is that we weren't able to go first person, because I was planning on taking some pretty cool screenshots. But I was thinking if anybody ever made, or I don't know if they would ever allow add-ons, but if anybody ever made like a tweak or something that you could use to just go first person and it was allowed, I would totally use it. Just for like a day, because I want to get those screenshots so bad. So bad. I can't believe there was only one war today too. I was super surprised we actually won that one. But that was super fun. That was super fun. There's my girl. Okay, you. Get off me. Alright, let's see how we're gonna do this. Oh, perfect. Oh, no, I need to get a face shot. Hold on. There we go. Got it. We're gonna get one up close, too. Ice Wolf number 1. I keep forgetting that I have the FPS counter up there, but screw it. Okay. Hi, buddy. Got it. Okay, I got the screenshot. Boom. Now you die. But yeah, the arenas really convinced me that if they had big bosses, like big world bosses, for instance, this game would be really enjoyable on the end game side. Like we could have some gigantic, I don't even know. You could have like a giant ice wolf, kind of like that, but 20 times the size, and make it boss that has to have like 30 or 40 people to take on. And with actual raid groups, that'd be awesome too. Oh wait, did that say... Oh, so you don't skin it, you mine it. Okay. I thought for a second that it showed that I was able to skin it. Oh, 180? Oh, hell. I'm betting you could probably get like star metal from that. But yeah, they used to have that same one in that waterfall in Eden Grove, but now it's just a poison wolf. That's all that's there. Oh, I wanted to go down and explore Cutlass Keys because I haven't gone down there and explored every point of interest yet, or like most of them. I just want to go find Benjamin. There's this giant like ogre, this spiked ogre. He's got armor on him that you would come from Shadow of Mordor, or what's the other game in that installment? Shadow of Mordor, or wait, what was the second game of Shadow of Mordor? I completely forgot. But that series, he's a giant ogre and he's got spiked armor all over him. It looks really cool. Pretty low level boss, but I just want to see if he's still in the same place. Hold on, yeah, what is Middle Earth Shadow of War, right? Oh yeah, Shadow of War, duh. That's why I got them confused. Really enjoyed those games too. Last time I saw him, he was like... He used to be down here, like in this area. You said the bottom west, but yeah, I think they did move him down here too. Okay, probably down there. Oh yeah, they did talk about the cash shop in interviews too. They said that they were planning to make it cosmetic only, and then possibly some housing furniture in there, and then of course Twitch Prime cosmetics. But we never really actually saw the cash shop. I do still wonder what they have planned for that. I will say though, the fact that it seemed like they were more preoccupied with adding content, or not adding content, but fixing up the game than working on their cash shop. That is a good sign at the very least, because at this point I would definitely play this game in any form. But if it was ever made like pay to win, that's just something that's a line that once it gets drawn, it's kind of hard to come back from. But it's a good sign though. I'm sure they'll probably put some pretty good looking gear in there to the point where you'll feel like you have to buy at least one or two costumes to a degree, but it doesn't feel as bad as some other games where the starter or the regular gear is just so bad that you have to buy costumes. Like if I had to, I could totally live with this soldier helmet for the entire time. I love this set. One's pretty cool to me. Have devs confirm more weapon variety? Yeah, well, they haven't confirmed which weapons are going to be at release, but we've seen weapons that are in previous footage that they're currently still working on. So they've shown us the rapier, the spear, the pistol, the great axe, and at least one other one, or a couple other ones rather. So we know those should be coming, but we're not sure if that'll be right at release. Dual wielding would be sick though. Oh yeah, absolutely. I'm still thinking of oh wait, can I go down this path? Uh-oh. Oh crap. Hold on. Whoops. Oh, you know what? I wonder if I can see the new region. I wonder if Queensport is over here. Might as well test this. Hold on. Somebody said it was west of Brightwatch or Brightwood. If you go to this border, it used to be if an area wasn't implemented yet, you could still cross the border and see what the name of it was gonna be. This might be Queensport. Let's check it out. This looks like a Queensport kind of... Wait, hold on. I thought I saw water there. Oh yeah, this does look like a Queensport kind of area. You see that giant lake? I bet, oops. What did it say? Great Cleave? Let's try it again. This is probably gonna kill me, but let me see if I can see the region. Go, go, go! I screenshotted it. It didn't show me. Oh! I can resurrect. Finally, the resuscitate skill works. Wait. Ah, man. Yeah, this has got to be another region that they're planning. I can't see that well if that's a settlement over there. I don't think it is. Is that a building? In that corner way over there above that tree line or past that tree line? That looks like a couple buildings. I could view this area as being like a mid to late game zone. Is what I feel like this area would probably be. Use Berserk and run. Oh, son of a bastard. Oh, man. I should have put a camp down. I didn't think of that. Here, you know what? Let me go to Brightwood. And let me see if I can... Let's go west really quick. I kind of want to try that. You said you can zoom in on the map and it has names? Oh. So you guys were actually... When you said that earlier, I didn't think you guys were... Oh, wow. Hello. Yeah, this definitely looked like an area they were going to be adding later on. When I first saw this in the previous iterations, it definitely seemed like it was something that was going to be coming later. So that's something then, because these other sections aren't really doing that. This actually could be another one, if not Queensport. I kept thinking, so this is supposed to be Reekwater, somebody was saying. Because there was something up near Monarch's Bluff. Like, yeah, I thought this was going to be Reekwater. Oh, that's the same. No, this. I thought this was going to be Reekwater because it has that marshland right there. Huh. Oh, it kills you instantly with Zerk. Oh, rip. That makes sense, actually. It's too genius. So do you guys know exactly where Queensport is then? Has anybody seen it? That's the only two I know of so far. Well, Consolation we saw on the old alpha map. And then they said go Berserk and then zoom in. I bet this is... That area kind of looked like a Queensport to me. It looks like a pretty big area if this is all one section. This reminds me a little bit of like how Valencia is in BDO. Not in like biome, but like size kind of thing. Like how this might end up being like one huge map expansion. If this is the same section. Or it could just be the size of Everfall and I'm just looking at it wrong. And it's actually much smaller than I'm thinking it is. You got in the area, definitely Reekwater. Okay. Yeah, I felt like that one was Reekwater because of that. Where was it? I think it was like right here. That marshland. Oh, right here. Yeah, marshland. Definitely looked like Reekwater. And oh, sorry, for dual wielding. Yeah, dual wielding, they haven't really mentioned it yet, but I would love to see something like that too. If they gave us alternatives for the life staff dash, like if they gave us a great sword that had a charge ability on it, or even dual daggers that had a dash, or like a real dash or a jump ability on it, I think that'd be pretty cool too. Just so that people wouldn't have to hold these life staffs the entire time. They could use the other weapons with mobility skills too. Only issue that would arise there is people switching between those mobility weapons to catch people. But other than that, that would be pretty cool. Oh, this area is weak water. Okay. Okay, so they must move consolation somewhere else. So that's weak water. Okay. So that might mean then that area, this area right here, really might be Queensport, or somewhere in that area. What do you think the longevity of this game, with something like, well, like I said before, I think that with these games, I really do hope that they all work out. I don't think that these games will be in a position where if one game comes out after them and it's really good, that they'll immediately die unless they just turn out to be completely terrible. But this game specifically, I think the longevity of it, it's really going to depend on how fast they're putting in content, how they're listening to the player base and fixing bugs and whatnot. I don't know if it'll be really dictated by another game specifically, because I think this game will be able to pull pretty good numbers, and the fact that it's tied to Steam, that's going to be a constant stream of players that are coming in, assuming that the reviews don't get tanked right away and stay that way. Then that should be a decent constant stream of people coming in. But unless they do something to royally screw up, I think it should be okay. I think a game like this could probably be okay with like even 20 to 30k players for at least a couple of years. More than likely, I think it'd be okay. If they're still sticking true to the 1,000 or like 1 to 2,000 people per server, and if they had to condense servers or whatever, I think it'd be okay. But there's been MMOs that have survived with a lot less for quite a long time too. But I think it'll definitely come down to how fast they are putting in content, fixing those issues, listening to the player base, things like that, and also the monetization strategy that they employ. No one is going to use the life staff when they drop mounts. The only thing they could probably do with, well, one thing that would probably be used in terms of one situation where you would use the life staff if people have mounts is probably just to catch people on mounts, because if they don't have mounted combat, if people are just able to use mounts to get away in combat in terms of like delivering PvP missions back to their base, or just basically taking PvP missions and going everywhere on a mount and not being able to be caught, or just doing open world traveling and not being able to catch them, that might suck a little bit. At that point, most people will probably be using the life staff in terms of trying to catch people in PvP, unless they do mounted combat. It can be pretty good in certain situations where you need to reposition in combat too. Sometimes in a boss fight I would use it, but something going on over there? That's the fort, right? Probably just a texture glitch. I wish we were able to, because when they changed the before they changed it to where that stuff would automatically kill you, you used to be able to go a little bit into the zone, set down your campfire, go a little bit more, set down your campfire, If they had those zones, or at least just the names of them back then, we would have known. I wish we would have been able to see those, and not just these ones like Queens Point, Rinkwater, and the other ones, but any other ones that they might be planning to add in the future. If we had a list of those, it would have been easier to know what we'd expect. But the fact that we got, like, what was it, three zones at least that should be coming past the ones we have now, that's pretty good. That's a pretty good chunk. Hopefully they'll be able to get those out pretty quickly. Might even be able to see them in the alpha. I remember it was just a couple months apart between getting, what was it? No, actually, I think they only did one big patch where they introduced these ones. I think we got Restless Shores, Morningdale. I think Weaver's Fen was already in, or we got Weaver's Fen too. But I know Cutlass Keys and First Light, they came in that patch too. Those extra ones. So they might do like one big patch where they introduce 3 territories all in one. That'd be pretty cool if they do that again. I'm almost to Monarchs. Said, how do you stay dedicated to create all this content? Massive amount of work. I just enjoy it. For me, like, sometimes creating content can be pretty therapeutic, which is kind of weird saying that, but it does keep me busy, which I like to stay busy. If I'm just sitting around twiddling my thumbs, especially if I don't have anything to play, I just get super bored. But creating videos and stuff like that, it gives me something to do, keeps me occupied, especially when I'm not at work. So I love it, especially when I can find a way to learn a new trick with making videos and whatnot. It becomes more fun for me. Like when I was able to start getting access to new graphics and stuff like that, and when I saw recently how there was a new transition added in the editing program that I have, I got kind of giddy and I started using it a little bit more on the last video. But the game matters a lot too. I think the game itself is just fun to create content for. There's a lot of mystery behind this one in terms of where it'll go in the future, but even though it's not in the best of states right now, I think that it's got a lot of potential to be something that can truly stand on its own. Just all going to depend on how they work with what they got. Wait, is focus actually working right now to where you can spam the life staff dash, like the cooldown reduction? Or like what's your cooldown on that if that's actually working? I didn't even try that. I should have. Honest, I wanted to try it in the pre-event, but we didn't start out with but I think we only started out like 100 gold or something like that. I was trying to do a couple faction missions so that I could try to buy a faction, like a stat reset, but I didn't get enough in time. They gave us some gold though, like 2,000, so we could respec at least once. It's 12 seconds. Hold on. Oh, that's pretty good. Dang, that's 8-second knockoff too. Jeez. Maybe focus is so I wonder how that's gonna translate into weapon skills then. Maybe focus will actually be pretty good in terms of using it on the offense-based builds too. Thanks, Benjamin, I appreciate it. Thank you for the 5. Quitting your job and doing YouTube full time. Oh, tank's gone. I'd be super lucky at that point. It's not as easy to do that as it used to be, with like the adpocalypses and stuff that happen, but it is the dream. I'm pretty lucky right now though, because in between the vacation time that I currently have, I'm still able to work from home, and I've always For the past few years, actually, I've been working work from home jobs, so it's been a lot easier. Like with like my migraine headaches that I get a lot and stuff like that, makes it a lot easier to deal with. That 4 people with 88 focus can stun lock someone infinitely with warhammers. Jeez. So that's something that was not brought up in the feedback on the forums. I wonder how many people were actually testing that. That is very curious. I should try that right now, actually. I have enough gold for it. I don't have gems, but might as well give it a shot. Let's see. So the baseline cooldown, oh, okay, so it shows the updated cooldown. I don't remember what the default one was. 14 seconds though, that's pretty insane. That is juicy. You guys did. That sounds super nasty in a fight, especially in a territory war. Holy crap. That's crazy. I wonder if they're gonna, so if it's working like that, then I wonder if it's gonna be viable in the future to incorporate focus into your builds. Screw it, I go full con. Might as well. Might as well put those last 2 points into it. Alright, let me go down to Cutlass Keys. That's interesting though. I'm actually gonna try that when they put the heck, when they put the spear in or the rapier, I wonder if those skills are gonna be so good to spam to the point where using a focus build would be very viable. I bet with the anti-bubble strat, that's what those people were doing in the war. No wonder, because on the syndicate side, we had bubbles. They had bubbles going up constantly, just constantly. Ridiculous. I thought maybe they were just really good at coordinating their bubbles. Probably had a lot of focus. That's probably what it was. That was smart. That was pretty smart. I think the only reason we overpowered them when it came to the bubbles is everybody started focusing, because at first people were pretty scattered, and I don't know where people were for the longest time in the middle of that fight. I think around 5 minutes in, there was just nobody on B. We capped A and C, and then nobody was on B for the longest time. But then once people started focusing and getting in there, it was a little bit easier. I think we had too many rangers is probably what it was. A lot of builds were not really tested by the masses because of Hatchet. Yeah, that's true. That's true. I was so used to playing with my sword and shield build too, and like the Warhammer and whatnot, I didn't even really think to test that one. The musket definitely seemed like it was a little bit better, but it's nice to know that they touched up the hatchet, I'm sorry, the focus skill a little bit. That's pretty good. And what do you think of Ashes of Creation? I haven't looked into it a whole lot, or backed it rather. But it does sound like a pretty ambitious game. I do hope it works out. I haven't covered it in a long time, actually. I kind of stopped around the time when other crowdfunded games were starting to pick up a little bit more, and not because I don't trust it or anything. I do hope it works out, but I guess it, oddly enough, just wasn't really what I was looking for. It's hard to say. Like, that game itself, it's got a lot of stuff that it's going for. It's probably going to be pretty feature complete if it does come out in the way that they're wanting to get it. But I think once I started getting into these other games more, I started losing more interest in Ashes specifically. But I hope that collectively a lot of these crowdfunded games and the ones that are being developed work out. That way we don't just have one game where everybody's congregating to, and you have all these different ideas flying everywhere, and design changes that are happening for one group and another group hates it entirely, kind of thing. It'd be nice to have some variety, some new blood in the MMO genre. Oh, can't go this way. Hold on. I don't go this way a lot, but I should remember that. Really? So it does pass bow and raw damage on the on star metal. I did always feel like musket did need a bit of a buff. Before these testing phases, it was in a pretty bad spot, but somebody had told me that it's a bit better now, or quite a bit better. People are popping like 3k headshots on mobs and stuff left and right. In PvP though, I feel like it might be a little bit different, because if you've got someone in your face who's stacking con, or just somebody who's melee, and they get right up on you and start going to town, it might be a little bit hard to maneuver with the musket if you miss your trap, because at that point you basically have to run. You got to get some distance on them. $2k in headshots. Yeah, one thing that I'm kind of curious is that like would be like if it's in PvP or like PvE, because PvE, yeah, I think musket is pretty good in that sense, especially because of course the mobs, they just move in their predefined paths, or predefined ways, so it's pretty easy to get headshots on them. But players might be a little bit tougher, even though it doesn't have any bullet drop. Might be a little bit tougher to get the shots on them, and then the damage is what I was really curious about on players too. 670? Huh. Yeah, cause see, I feel like the bow. Well, what ammo were you using then? I wonder, because I feel like the bow might still do more damage on that count, or close to it on players. And Ryan, I think I know what you're are you talking about the animation cancel for musket? I know that when I initially started thinking about musket and the damage it should do, I think I get, like, if it was doing, like, let's say 3 or 4k damage per shot on players, it might be pretty insane because of how quick, technically how quick you can reload, but also the fact that there's no bullet drop. Being able to, like, 2 or 3 shot players with musket, that would just create another instance where we have another overpowered weapon like we had for Warhammer and Firestaff. But it's kind of tough with that one, because I still feel like it could be doing a little bit more damage than it is. But I do remember towards the tail end of one of the previous testing phases, how I tried this myself, but how people were starting to use the animation cancel. Power shot. Okay, that's true. Yeah, the sharpshooter stance is really nice. I love that stance so much. And you don't have to, that's right, you don't have to reload. You can just keep popping people. Yeah, on PvE, musket it seemed was really good. I didn't ever really preface that too when I did say that originally. That musket seemed like it was in a pretty bad spot. On PvE, like even in the alpha or the previous testing phases, it was still rocking mobs left and right. But in PvP, it seemed to struggle a little bit. But I wonder then now if it's doing a little bit better on the damage side in PvP too. Wait, hold on. Oh, okay, we're good. Never mind. Thought I was going the exact same way for a second. Better multiplier for headshots in PvP since it's harder to achieve. Yeah, I could see that. Because they definitely shine. It seems like they definitely shine on the defending side of PvP. You know what I just thought about? When they did that IGN, I gotta go back and look. I don't know if we ever actually saw that map that they were fighting on in the IGN video. Let me see if I can find that really quick. What area were they fighting in? I feel like that's an entirely different map than what we've seen. No, I think no, that's probably just the weather that they had. Now that I'm thinking about it, yeah, I don't even have to check. For some reason, I thought they were playing on a different map when they did the IGN video. I don't know why, but probably the same one. Sticky bombs deal 2k plus another 3k. On players, you guys were doing 2k with stickies. One combo that I did see, and speaking of the IGN video, I did see this combo during that video as well, or the stream. When they did, so if you have a musket and you can lay a trap on somebody, and then you put 2 sticky bombs into them, put a headshot into them, and then switch to like a hatchet and start laying into them, then yeah, by the time the sticky bombs go off, they're probably going to be at like 30-40% health. If they're like a light or medium armor player. But that did seem pretty situational in terms of when that would happen. I almost never, I think the only times I really got caught by a trap from a musket was when the musket saw me coming and set it up beforehand. I don't really think I ever got caught by traps too much. Not that they're easy to see really, especially when you're in that fight or if you're traveling through the grass and something like that. But I don't know, they just didn't, they seem more situational, because usually when people would get traps down, they would just start popping people with headshots or trying to. They wouldn't really do the sticky bomb combo. So I haven't seen it in a little while. Except 5 people can send 10 stickies. Yeah, see, now that would be pretty interesting. I think if that were to happen, like if you ever saw a squad of people that was so efficient at using musket that they could trap somebody and then all pop their stickies at the same time on them and then just have them just get deleted, something like that would be pretty cool to see. At that point, that'd be a good death. I wouldn't even mind dying like that. That would just be so awesome. Just see this huge explosion come out of nowhere. You said you can stick it on your mage. Now that's something I never did try. That's actually pretty cool, the fact that you can do that. I think that's something that people should definitely try in the future if that's the case. That'd be hilarious. And really effective too. Just dash into their backline with a bunch of stickies on you. Boom. That'd be crazy. Are they going to add spears or javelins? Oh yeah, we've already seen spears. In the GameStar interview footage that they did, they actually showcased it, and we've seen it in other footage as well, and pictures. But yeah, that's one of the weapons that's being reworked. It seems to have at least 2 skills already for it. They didn't have tooltips on them when we last saw them in that GameStar footage, but we saw the spear toss, and then I'm pretty sure there was another skill in there. I don't know if they showed it though, what it was, but The spear toss alone should be pretty awesome. And what's the name of the music? This is a playlist that I have from Epidemic Sound. It's a lot of royalty-free music, but this one specifically is called All But Me, and it's OTE featuring Divty, so Divty. Kind of like this one. That's pretty hilarious. I want to see that happen in the 3rd alpha. That makes me wish I tested out the musket a little bit more. I mean, Grant, when we were playing in the previous test, there was like nobody ever really around. Not unless it was during the wars. I bet Syndicate probably was able to test something like that. I was playing in Covenant at that time. The Covenant was back then was a lot like it is right now, at least on our server. It was just so dead on that faction. I'm curious if they're gonna because they're during one of those Q&As, they actually did hint. I don't know if it's gonna be something that they'll go through with, but they did hint that in the future, like maybe way in the future, they might look into getting a 4th faction, like a neutral one. It wasn't an official confirmation. It was more like they were answering a question and it seemed like they were going to go for that kind of thing. But I could see that working pretty well. I don't know about how well it would work, but it would be pretty awesome. It was a question about like mercenary factions. Like if you could join this neutral faction and you could fight for any of the 3 factions. Something like that would be pretty interesting. Because someone did get me thinking quite a bit. When they were playing during one of the previous testing phases, there was a person that actually got to level like 55 or 6. I think they made it to 60 without joining a faction once. They never joined a faction. And I was thinking to myself, I wonder if when the game comes out, if they ever did put in a 4th faction and you just decided never to join one in that entire time, if you could just join the faction right away at level 60 and you're just automatically in, you don't have to do anything. Because I wonder if they did make a 4th one, if they would let us switch or give us a way to switch. I wonder. Maybe make it like an Arcage, how becoming a pirate, if you just committed enough crimes, you could go pirate. Oh. I hate the alligators. Oh yeah, I bet Benjamin's over here somewhere. Ever seen 10 smites hit a flag point? Yeah, just thinking about that sounds ridiculous. Especially before they nerfed the life staff too. It used to be so super powerful, just ridiculous. God, that would be deadly. Endgame is pretty limited. Yeah, it is. It definitely is. There definitely needs to be more content on not just the PvE side, but the PvP side as well. They could do with some more stuff on that side too. We were talking about it a couple days ago. I do think really that they could do pretty well having some battlegrounds. I don't think people would battlegrounds and arenas even. I don't think people would mind it too much. Probably be pretty cool. Something that PvP players can do all day long, or when people want to take a break from doing dungeons, or not dungeons, but like PvP missions or like faction missions and questing all day. And then on the PvE side, yeah, getting stuff like more dynamic events, and if they did want to go down that route of instant stuff, more arena fights, like more arena bosses, for instance, and if they did want to go through dungeons and raids, I don't know. I think because I know like what's it called, Group Finder, since that's such a bad mechanic for a lot of people. which I can definitely understand that too. I feel like if they made it similar to like Dark Age of Camelot or other games where you put the dungeon in the world, but people have to group up and travel to it manually, I think something like that would probably be fine. Look at all this stuff coming after me. Oh yeah, whenever I look at these lightning ghast or wraiths, I think if they did get us a lightning staff, if we had spells similar to this, it'd be pretty insane. Yeah, something like that. I want to see some lightning strikes. I want to see some thunderstorms. Hell yeah. Okay, it's a little too much now. Gotta get a light staff out. Oh no. Ah. Of course. He said he's between the trees. He's in the woods. Under under the trees. Let me see. When I last found him in... Well, when I used to find him, he was over in the middle. He was over in the Unbound Island, which I'm pretty sure that's... Yeah, that's Lightning Fields. So Unbound Islands was like right here, and he was over here. Guessing he's either in that direction or he's over here. Wish the war was a little bit longer. Yeah, I think they could, in terms of PvP modes. Oh, is this him over here? Probably not. If they didn't want to go with battlegrounds and arenas, if they had like open world points of interest on the map that we could fight over, kind of like watchtowers or fortifications and ESO Cyrodiil PvP, something like that would be pretty cool. I think that would be a great substitute. Oh, bottom island? Okay, sweet. And then they could also keep everything open world. Yeah, you can have like open world dungeons where you have to group up and travel to the dungeon manually. Then you also have the open world PvP points of interest. And I was thinking they could even have this part. I'm not sure if a lot of people would agree with it, but dynamic events that flag you automatically. Maybe not. I mean, I think it'd be fun personally, but maybe not field bosses or world bosses that were PvP flagged. But just dynamic events like different kinds of corrupted breaches, merchant caravans that you could overtake for your faction or something like that, or attack like points of interest you had to attack or defend for your faction. Something like that might be pretty cool. Give people more of an objective in the open world, and of course give people more bonuses for owning territory and having more territory like they were gonna do already. Boar and alligator combo. Sounds like a CC nightmare. Okay. Oh, what's that? Okay, I'll grab it. Do you think it would be better if people lose their gear and loot on them? I mean, I wouldn't mind it, but oh, there he is. Hey, baby. Okay. I can understand why a lot of people don't want that. Even like with Gloria Victis, for instance, how that game makes it where if you go down, then people can only loot like one thing from you, and they have to be pretty quick to do it. But even then, people wouldn't want something like that because a lot of people might not want to lose their progression right away in that manner. I think what could potentially work in the future, but they probably never do, is if they added specific zones that were PvP flagged, and you could potentially lose your gear in those, or you had separate gear that you got just for those specific zones, and then when you died in those zones, let's say those zones had dynamic events or progression methods where you could upgrade that gear, and if you died, you lost upgrades. Something like that might be potentially good, but I don't think they'd ever do that. It just doesn't fit their vision anymore. So I think even though it doesn't fit their vision, they could still, hey Benjamin, they could still have like battlegrounds, arenas, maybe open world points of interest that were PvP based, and still still have that PvP flair that some people are looking for. Because some people, you know, it's not even about the, you know, the griefing or whatnot. Some people will log into a game just for the PvP experience, like from the moment they log in till the moment they quit it. They could enjoy just the arenas or battlegrounds all day long in some MMOs. I think giving something for those people to do would be pretty nice. Hell, even if it's just like a capture the flag mode that we could queue up for, like every day, or maybe 3 or 4 times a day, that'd be a good start for sure. I feel like I'd take a capture the flag. But they'd probably have to make some balance tweaks. Then you got all the hatchet users as the flag carriers. Those bastards. Ooh, that was close. You're going down, Benji. Thought I could dodge that. What's the mic I'm using? You have no idea how good it feels to hear that, by the way. I've always struggled with audio. Seriously, my audio sucked a lot. This one is actually a Shure microphone. S-H-U-R-E. This is the first time I've ever tried it. I think I ordered this one like 2 months ago. This is just the $99 version too of it, because there was a $3.99 one that I noticed a lot of some streamers and a lot of I've seen more than a few content creators that actually use this one, the $3.99 version, because it's got that pop filter on it that's very, very recognizable. So I knew it immediately, and sometimes I would actually zoom in on the video and see if I could see the logo, and I've seen it a couple times. But yeah, after trying this one, it seems like this one is doing pretty well so far, and I don't have a pop filter on it at all. But eventually I'd like to get that $3.99 one if I can, if I save up for it. I've always struggled with audio though, like so much. You have the quest for the... Yeah, I might as well. I don't even know what quest this is. Hold on, let me see. What is this? Oh god, toss a coin to your watcher. That quest I should definitely do. SM7B. Yeah, I think that's the one. Yeah. That's the one I definitely want to get at some point. I always seem to have the worst luck with microphones, but I'm super glad this one's working out at the very least. Pirate World boss not far from you. Oh, wait, World boss? How hard is it to kill? I've fought a couple pirate like regular bosses, like kind of like these guys, but does he hold the giant anchor? Is he the one that has the super armor when he activates his lightning orbs and then uses the giant anchor, kind of like Nautilus from League of Legends, what he reminds me of a little bit? Ow. I love how they damage themselves when they do that. They throw their orbs. It's so funny. He just... Oh my god. I don't know if you ever played Albion Online. Oh, I loved Albion Online. Albion Online was really fun for quite a while. I did burn out on it pretty quick though when it first released. I played it a lot during the... So we played it during the alphas and the betas. But a lot of times what people would do is people would jump in during like the alpha or beta phase. We'd all play nonstop for like 2 weeks just to see what the changes were and to have a little bit of fun. And we'd stop playing after that for a little while or just start taking breaks. But when the release happened, I guess we were so in tune with doing that we basically just did the same thing, played for like 2 weeks and then just stopped playing because we had played so much in one of the alphas, I think. But yeah, I loved Albion Online. I still love it too. It's even though I don't play it anymore, I'd still watch it from time to time. And I do love the way that they handled those skills, like on the armor itself. Like I played as a person who really liked using the glaive, and my job in PvP fights a lot of the times was to rush in there. I'm pretty sure glaive was the one where you had the the skill where you could pull people back behind you. And then the pike, if I remember right, you could toss the pike and pull people to you or stun them. But I loved using that glaive and popping the speed boost on my boots and then jumping up close to people and knocking them back into my front line. It was amazing. You played League? Played League. I stopped playing that one around the time that Rengar came out. League of Legends brings out a whole level of rage in you that I just wasn't prepared for. I played it a while back. It was fun. I think a lot of people can probably sympathize when I say when you get to level 30 and you start doing quick play, there's just so much a person can handle when it comes to patience. I think that was an experience for sure. Thinking back on it, it's kind of funny, and it's kind of fun. Just, you know, thinking about all the fun times and all the troll times people had. But that was that was an experience in terms of how much rage that game brings out of you. I actually had a lot of fun playing League, and before all random all mid became an actual mode, I remember we used to queue up custom games and just entitle them as ARAM, and everybody would just go down mid. It was so fun. Oh, I think it's this cave, right? But I still harken back to League whenever I'm thinking about ways like skills can work. That game did teach me quite a bit about certain aspects. When it comes to isometric games, I do compare them to League a lot as well, and play them a little bit in a similar way that I would play League. Like there's one coming out called Core Punk. That does remind me of a little bit of League of Legends. It feels like League of Legends in an MMO. What that feels like. I did love Rengar though as a champion, and Yorick was my favorite. I played a lot of different ones though. Probably the most enjoyable thing that I can think of one of the last experiences I had of League was when we would do those troll comps in quick play, and they would actually work. Like what was it, AD Sona? I'm pretty sure AD Sona is like meta now, right? In League, or what was it now? People go to support champs, or people do something crazy in bottom lane now that I was reading about a couple weeks ago in League. Some kind of meta. Instead of AD carry and support down bot, they do something else. Or was it mid laner in bot now? But yeah, I loved going like Blitzcrank Nautilus mid. It was hilarious. What are your plans after the preview? Any games you recommend? Oh, I was just thinking about what I was going to do in my Crusader Kings 3 campaign tonight, actually. I got to unite Scotland. That's what I'm doing after the preview for sure. Yeah, there's going to be some games to play. Crusader Kings 3, if you're into those kinds of games, I love Crusader Kings and all kinds of 4X games like that. Like I had a lot of fun in Europe. What was it? Europa Sales, Universe, as well as what are those other ones? Civilization, games like that too. But I'm also going to be playing like Baldur's Gate 3 a little bit when that comes out. That one looks like a Divinity Original Sin 3 for me, so that's all I really need to buy it. I'm already convinced. Wait, this boss is like down more in the cave, right? Hold on. And then Cyberpunk 2077 is probably, it seems like it's going to be pretty good. CD Projekt Red seems like a really good company. Told you that you'd stop playing it. What League? You know what? After I played League though, and I tried Heroes of the Storm for the first time, I probably enjoyed that one more than I should have, because I think that was like 2 years after I had stopped playing League, or maybe like 1 or 2, and it felt like a way more relaxed experience. I don't know why. I think part of it was how you didn't have to really, like, if your team, if somebody just fed constantly the whole game to the other team, and somebody just got super fed, you could still, in Heroes of the Storm, you could still win a game against that. Because it was way more team-based, and I think that was what I liked more. Or it was a breath of fresh air, rather. League is definitely team-based too, but it didn't feel like if Trendemir over here got 20 kills, I was just going to be dead no matter what in 3 hits, kind of thing. There was still a chance. I can't find the boss. Crap. But oh, that one actually I fought him a little while ago, actually. I think I fought him like 5 days ago. So I don't have to worry about this one too much. But what I definitely want to explore is I want to go check First Light and see if they still have a lot of herbs over near that fort. I remember people were farming First Light like nobody's business. There were so many herbs down there. We were calling it the herb gold mine. Oh, Albion Online. Oh, yeah. Yeah. That one was pretty fun for a while, though. I think they're starting to expand that one pretty heavily, too. Oh, it's further east. Oh, that's why. Oh, I didn't even see that. My bad, Ryan. No, you're good. You're good. I didn't even see that. I do remember fighting that boss, but I might be thinking of a different one then if he's over here. Because oh no, that was early on actually. That was for a quest. So this is a different one. This must be a different one then. Yeah, I'll actually find this one. So it's probably like over here. I haven't been down here on this character. Ouch. Oh, Chivalry too. Hopefully it works out. I used to love Chivalry. Mordhau was a breath of fresh air too, because I hadn't played Chivalry in so long, so when that came out, it was like a little bit of home. Loved it. I'm heading right toward... Okay, cool. Thank you so much, Joam. I'd love to keep testing. Do you know how I can improve my chances to getting into the next wave? They didn't say so far like how they were going to pick the next wave. I would imagine if you participated in the last alpha that you might have a good chance of getting into the next one. But other than that, I would just say, you know, sign up, keep an eye on their Twitter or their social media, because they did start doing giveaways towards the end of the last one. So they might do that again at the beginning of this one. And yeah, just keep checking back on their socials and make sure you're signed up. And other than that, you'll probably get in no matter what. They might do something where they start letting people that pre-ordered into the alpha or something like that. Oh, this one. Okay, I have not fought this one actually. I probably have to go around, or otherwise I'll drown. Yeah, let's go around. Oh, and in terms of MMOs, like games I recommend, that Core Punk one, I think they're going to start testing in December. That one looks like it could be pretty cool. I know it's isometric, but it looks like it does remind me a little bit of like League of Legends in MMO form. And there's also Lost Ark, which is finally coming to the West, thank goodness. If you haven't tried Lost Ark, that one's worth a try, like at least once. That game was very impressive. I know they started doing some pretty sketchy stuff in the cash shop in the Korean version, but as long as they don't mess up the Western version, which hopefully because Amazon is actually the one publishing it, you won't see too many heavy microtransactions in it. If they do it that way, I think it could work out pretty well. Please keep me above water. You said you'll drown. So glad I tried this way then. Yeah, it looked like it was a little bit deeper than this, from going from that direction. Listen here, Gator. I don't want no trouble. praying the servers don't go down till Monday. Yeah, I feel well. Even though they'll go down, I think it's good that they'll at least have some time to work on the feedback that they've gotten. And we're gonna have like a month before the next alpha even starts. You know, one thing I will say about this company is, oh shiz, hopefully I don't drown. They can do quite a bit in a month. Like I've seen we've seen their patches and what they can do in terms of like the alpha and whatnot. Oh, thank goodness. They were doing like monthly content patches and balance patches and stuff like that, and they actually included quite a bit of stuff in them. So I'm kind of curious to see how they're gonna do for this time till the next alpha begins. But then also like this time next year, hopefully they keep that momentum up, and they got hopefully they're able to put in quite a bit of content and fix up the combat and give us some more weapons and armor designs, weapon designs, stuff like that. Wait, hold on. I have to use this bridge, right? Dang. Oh wait, this doesn't look like the... This isn't it, is it? So is the island down here? Oh yeah, that looks more like a pirate fort. Ooh, sunlight. Now I'm just kind of curious what's at the top of this bridge. I haven't been down here in a while. Southwest? Okay, so it's like right here then, right? Right there? Oh, I'm not getting up on that bridge. Okay, let's head over there. Now I'm really curious to see this pirate boss. Heard alpha starts back up in November. Yeah, they announced that on their post about 2 days ago, or not 2 days ago. I think it was yesterday when they posted on their website. Yeah, November. That's going to be pretty good. I'm glad that they're going to be starting it back up so soon. That means really we only have to go like a month without the game, and then that'll give them some time to fix up a couple different things, maybe put in a weapon or two from what we have currently, and then we'll jump back in. They'll probably, I would imagine they're probably going to be releasing developer diaries for stuff that they're going to be adding. I can't wait to see if, man, if I see a Battlegrounds or Arena dev diary, I'm gonna flip a lid, flip a table, and then I'm gonna put it back together so I can record all the footage I need to. I would love to see something like that. And then definitely some more dynamic events. I'm really curious to see what they're gonna come up with. Kind of looks like I can climb up that from the south side, if that's what I'm looking at. I might try that just in case when I'm on the way back. This is pole patch cover. Okay, so, oh, I see it. Okay, cool. Oh, sweet. Yeah, I'll do that. Ouch. Oh, I would love to have a... It'd be pretty silly, but I kind of want his anchor. I want that. Imagine how tanky we'd be with something like that. Oh my. You said bosses on the other side of that? Okay. Oh, you know what? I've been on this bridge before and I completely forgot about that hole. Sorry. Climb back up. Oh yeah, I know I remember it too because I fell down this hole before and I remember these little bomber bastards being at the bottom along with this lodestone. This lodestone, right? Oh yeah. I remember this. Whoops. Okay, yeah, I'm gonna definitely check that out later. You know what they never showed us? Before they actually brought up this preview and before they brought up the stress test, there was some footage done by mine-mmo.de where they showcased the Eden Grove Tower, and they gave us a little bit of footage of like Great Cleave, and then towards the tail end they went into Brightwood and showed the Azoth tree. During the interview itself that they did alongside that footage, they talked about how and Amazon Game Studios talked about how there would be what's called artifact bosses that they were planning to do, where they would allow you to get random items that would have coordinates on them, where you could go to those coordinates, use that item, and open up an encounter with bosses or some kind of elite mob or something of that nature. We never saw that in this version, but I wonder if they're still doing that. Oh yeah, I remember this now. Ouch. Oh wait, the boss is up top though, right? He's in the actual fort, isn't he? Ah, crap. Yeah, I could see this being a pretty good place to farm. Pretty good mob density. Nice. Okay, yeah, he's outside. Okay, gotcha. Oh yeah, I see the stairs. Here we go. This seems like the right way. Yeah, this is a pretty delicious area for chess. This is pretty good. Boy, I feel like I'm going the right way. A little bit of trial and error. Get out of my way. All right. Oh, yeah, I remember this bastard. God. Probably kill all this before I do that. Oh, God. Just relax, people. Come on. I remember this guy. He was actually, if I remember right, he was kind of annoying to fight even at level 50. I think that's when I first tried him. You know what would be great right now? A great axe. I would love that. With the whirlwind ability. Be fantastic. Ooh, nice. Sweet. Got a 50 sword here. Nice. Yeah, I can actually see this being a pretty good place to farm. One thing I wish is that we could see the XP rates, even though we're already level 60. Wish I could still see the XP per mob. Just let me pop some of these food buffs. Yeesh. Then I can pop a hearty meal. Nice. Prepare to meet your death, sir. Oh, you know what? Yeah, I remember this guy because I remember when I looked at this, what do they call this again? Not a pendulum. Oh, crap. I forgot the exact name of it. But when I looked at this looked like it had some lore implications. I wonder if, Gosh, so tanky with those orbs. I wonder if we're gonna get more clarification about what happened to the ancients and what exactly causes the corruption to happen, because I've been really interested in the lore like ever since I first started reading about it on all the lore pages that you'll find out in the world. I went around and I started collecting the crap out of them, and I started trying to piece together different situations that might have happened in the game to explain like the lost and the corrupted and whatnot, and it's still pretty muddy for me, honestly. One thing that I do remember is that it seems like Eternum itself, like the island, works a little bit like Azeroth from World of Warcraft, because I was reading a story one time. I think it was actually over near Windsward in the Amarine Temple. It was one of these dudes' journals, one of the researchers, and he was talking about how he found this, what was it? It was this blue, it was some kind of item that he found, but at the end of the story, like long story short, the island itself had sparked up all those blue braziers, like those blue fire braziers that you'll see all over the place in Amarine Temple and just about anywhere there's ancients. And the island essentially tricked this guy into resurrecting all of his dead friends into ancients. And it was the craziest thing ever, but it made me feel like the island itself was alive, and that maybe it was either its own entity or there was gods that acted on the island's behalf or something like that. But it was stories like that that really made me wonder. And I think it'd be pretty cool if they actually expanded on that, because it's really hard to know for sure. And even though I read it, I'm not even 100% sure if that's really what happened, but it definitely seemed like it was. Sweet, I did not get hit that much. Get out of here. Okay. Oh, the Forsaken Shield. Hold on, let me see. That's a silver one, right? I never found it again. There was an ancient shield that you could get. I think there was a gold one. I can't remember if that one was the ancient one or if it said corrupted in the name of the shield. But that was a pretty cool looking shield. Oh, scale. Oh yeah, let me go try. Right, scale. I always forget to call it that. I was about to call it pendulum for some reason. I think I did. Let me go try that. 'Cause yeah, I've always wondered like what exactly is the deal. Oh, wrong way. Let me go check that really quick since the boss is dead. You got 1,000 per kill. That's pretty good. From what I remember, from what I'm remembering, that's pretty good. I think when I mapped out, when I went around in the previous iterations, I started mapping out potential locations that would be pretty good for farming, but I just ended up never using them because everybody started doing the faction missions, and then even after they had nerfed the deliveries, the faction missions still seemed pretty good. So I just kept doing that instead. Holy crap. Listen, people, I just want to go touch the scale. Oh god, I'm screwed then. Respawns in 2 minutes. I just want to interact with it, see if I can. Oh my god. Oh no. Okay, yep. That was bad. Whenever you keep, let me get him off the thing. Whenever you keep sprinting and you're not careful, stuff like that will happen. Happens to me all the time. I hate it when it happens. All right, people, come on. Come on, let's go, let's go, let's go. I was scot-free. I just had to keep sprinting, though, like a dummy. And then climbed over that thing accidentally. There we go. Just auto-run. Don't hold shift. Please don't block me. Please don't block me. Crap. This is just a pistol guy. Yes. Wait, 51 minutes left? Wait. Oh no, was it Eastern time that they're shutting it down? Oh, tell me I didn't read that wrong. I thought it was Pacific. Wait a minute. Oh no, is it Eastern? Hold on. It's almost 9 for me. Thought we had more time to mess around. Wait, hold on. 11:59. I didn't look at the time zone like a dummy. Where's their Twitter? Oh man. Tell me we have 3 more hours. I can't find it. Oh, okay. Still 3 hours. Okay. Oh, okay. Whew. I was scared. I wasn't sure. I thought I read Pacific. But even if they did, I wouldn't mind too much because we had a lot of experiences over the past like week and a half. Thought it was 1 a.m. Central. Okay. Oosh. Watch them still do it in like 50 minutes anyway. I just want to... I think we've explored mostly everything. What are people doing right now? Probably just chatting and doing portals, I bet. Because if everybody wanted to do like a group picture, I definitely wanted to get in on that if they were going to do that. Hope I don't miss that if that happens. But first, I want to check this area out over here. Whenever I go through bodies of water like this, I can really see why people want fishing so bad. I could see this game working pretty well with fishing, actually, on the life skill side of things. Quite a few areas you could go fishing. The water is just so beautiful. The siege damaged temple. You talking about Scorpius? Like over in this area? They actually one cool thing about that area too is that they used to have it as just a regular lighthouse. Like you could see it in its regular form when it was just like a white light up there. It kind of looked like an ancient tower, kind of like this basically. But then they changed it to the corrupted version of that light tower, and that transition looked really cool when they did that at one of the patches. Yeah, Scorpius Tower is one of my favorite areas, and that area below it where you're just farming those ancients and corrupted, where it's raining, I love that area. That's one of my favorites, actually. Absolute favorites. It's so beautiful over there. Hold on, let me scooch up a little bit. Okay. All right. I've always been super fascinated with the ancients, though. I hope they do incorporate some more cinematic storytelling, but more than anything, I wouldn't mind learning more about the story. Just as long as they also give us some more interesting characters to work with, or some actual characters. We really don't have anybody right now. That's why I'm hoping so much for Isabella, but she's like the only one, aside from Captain Thorpe, maybe. Yeah, the rain in this game is amazing. I completely agree there. No matter what, I love Morningdale. It's my favorite area. I wouldn't mind, because during the interview earlier today, I think it was talked about how they were planning to go for like new biomes and stuff like that. In a game like this, I wouldn't actually mind if they made a big desert, because of how many different, not different, but multiple biomes, the multiple biomes that we have now. I'm completely content. I would not mind if they had a giant desert. I'd even traverse it quite a bit, probably. Get him. Okay. Oh, in like a winter area, kind of like Great Cleave, but it's snowing all the time, like a blizzard kind of snow. Would not mind seeing something like that too. I think we pretty much explored everything in First Light already. Head back to my house really quick. If you blink into the ocean from up top, you're like 100 feet into the sea. Oh God. The interview with Asmongold and Rich. Yeah, they did it on Rich Campbell's channel. And it was with Michael Willett, the I believe he said he's World Experience team. World Experience team, if I remember right. I should also know that too, because I used to watch the Dev Diaries like religiously. Like every day, at least once or twice a day, just to make sure I was brushed up on my knowledge on New World. But also, I was also making sure that I knew everybody's name, like the staff team, like all their names and what their roles were. But somewhere along the lines, I started getting a little mixed up. I think it was probably when the delay happened, because I stopped watching them as much. My house too, like I'm actually more impressed with the house I did this time than the one I had in the previous iteration. Granted, the previous one was only 2-story, but I like what I did here. I might actually go in depth into furniture design when the real game comes out. Luckily I recorded all the floors and where everything's placed at, so I'll know for next time. I'm gonna expand on this. I dig this. It feels like somebody actually built this or decorated it and didn't just plaster furniture items all over the place like my last house felt. Even the dishes right here, even they add something. I dig it. What are you looking forward to the most for the November changes? Really, I think the biggest thing, like if we're talking about what they can add from now to that point, the November, like a month from now, I just want to see at least 1 or 2 extra weapons. I know they might not be able to, put a bunch of content in from between now and then, just with 1 month, but I just want to see like maybe 1, 2, or 3 extra weapons would be awesome. Just give me the great axe and I'm good, is what I'm basically saying. I was waiting for that weapon during that pretty much half that testing phase in the alpha. Why is that lamp not upside down? I know. You know what? I still like how it looks when it's upside down, but then I started thinking, what if other people see this? They're gonna think I'm crazy. At the end of the day, I just decided to go with the regular. I do still like it upside down though, no matter what. Roger that, Ryan. Have fun in there. But yeah, if they can't get any more content in between now and then, I just at least want to see like 2 or 3 more weapons. I think that would make it pretty bearable for at least 2 months. At that point, I'd still be playing past that 2 months, of course, in the alpha, but at that point it might start to drag a little bit if they don't add any other like new content or start telling us about what they're planning to add. But yeah, I just want to see like great axe or at least the spear. If not the great axe, I would totally take the spear. I'd go dex based in a heartbeat if we had spear. You said the potential for stealth gameplay is huge. I'm actually kind of curious what this game would be like if they did have stealth weapons. Like if you had dual daggers and you could go stealth, and it was real stealth, like nobody could, like people couldn't see you. Maybe they could see you if you started moving and then your silhouette, your transparent silhouette started moving with you, something like that. I think that'd be pretty interesting. Maybe that would even be a way to balance that too. Or if they really did go like down the mount route, maybe if they did have it where you could go stealth and then you could wait on the side of the road and then ambush people that were riding by, that'd be pretty funny. Pop out and hit them with the stun and then they get knocked off their mount immediately. Then you just go to town. Even if they don't have mobility skill, or like not, sorry, even if they don't have a stealth skill, if they did put in dual daggers, I think I would still, from time to time, go dex build and use that, because I would enjoy switching from weapons to weapons and incorporating that into my combo. I think that'd be kind of fun. Do you think legendary weapons should be sold at trading posts? It's hard to say. I think if they were a little bit harder, I think if they were a lot harder to get, not a little bit, a lot harder, then maybe. But right now, it'd probably get to the point where the market would be stocked within the first month. And you just see legendary weapons all up and down the, all up and down the list. And then people wouldn't buy any other weapons kind of thing, even if they were crafted, unless they were better in terms of perks. But yeah, I'm not sure. I think it could work if they were much harder to get, or if they had other tiers of gear too. But in its current state, I'm not too sure. I think the fact that they're not obtainable from the auction house makes it where they're a little bit more special right now, even though they're not impossible to get. Like with a week's worth of farming, you'll probably get one if you're doing corrupted breaches. But I think not having them in the trading post makes them a little bit more special right now. Get all these breaches. Probably not going to get anything from it, but screw it. You never know. Vendetta. Oh, was Hammer and Sickle? I haven't heard that guild name in a while. I think they played Albion, right? I think Vendetta played Albion too, right? Did both those guilds play this game? Hammer and sickle, yeah. The T8. Oh yeah, you're talking about Albion. Or you're talking about Albion, right? Because you said tier 8. I remember. I don't know if they ever added a tier 9 in Albion. All I knew was when that game first came out, or when it was in its testing phases, I can't remember what that guild's name was, but there was a, I think there was a guild from, it was either Russia or somewhere overseas, but they had a lot of players and they stuck to the black zones, and they just completely smashed everybody else out of those zones, and I think they were one of the first to reach tier 8. One of the first. I can't remember for sure though. Oh, okay, yeah, I remember that guild. Both those guilds. During one of the, at least one of the testing phases, I was in Aegis. And then, I think in the one of the betas, I was in an unorthodox arena. I had a lot of fun. Oh my god, hold on. I had a lot of fun with the PvP in that game, though. Glaive was just my go-to weapon. In a lot of cases, I love flinging people back into the main group. Finstack. Finstack sounds familiar. Yeah, that's probably Finstack. Yeah. You guys were ridiculous. Let me pop some food too. Get some regen going. Ow. I got too much on me right now, so I might have to reset. Kill this freaking elk. Come here, you bastard. Oh, I didn't even know I had this on me too. Those are good times though. I think that game, in terms of its content, whenever I look at what games like this could add to them, Albion is still one of the games that I still harken back to. Like with the Hellgates, I did like the idea of that for this game even. Like on ways they could bypass the issue where the open world PvP or open world PKing thing isn't a part of their vision anymore. Still having mechanics that could work where it doesn't force you into them right away, but people that play for those kinds of experiences can still get their fix, kind of thing. And Hellgates was one of the first things I thought of. And Black Zones, yeah, that was another one that people really did talk about too. I wouldn't really mind it, but I can't remember what the arguments were against it. I think it was a little bit more of people wouldn't want to feel like they're not experiencing the game at its full capacity unless they go into an area where they're at risk of being killed and losing all their stuff immediately. I think it was something like that. Hate those entities. Which I've never really minded that in games, but I think it's probably just a case where sometimes people just don't know when to stop. Probably all it is, and then when people just get spawn camped all day long, it might leave a sour taste in their mouth. Even though usually in those games, like if I was like in Mortal Online, if I had played that right now and oh whoops. Wait, I can't get up. Oh, there we go. That was weird. Like in Mortal Online, if you log in and you start getting killed right outside of Tendrum, then maybe you just go to Morincur or go the other direction outside the south gate and just, you know, not come to that gate anymore. Stuff like that, but I guess it depends on people's situation. Ouch. On the Frostbite server, rushing. Oh, called Game Story. On this game, right? Because Game Story sounds familiar. That was That was one of the people that were making guides in. I believe they were making guides in Russian for New World, or news videos as well. That's this game, right? Come here, you. Bam. That's one of the most satisfying things about this combat system. When you're about to get decked by a grid attack, not that one. Like that, and you just dodge out of the way. Probably part of the reason I've been able to keep playing the game for so long. Seems like you can escape a fight if you need to in New World, which is very true. Yeah, it wouldn't be like you would just walk into the zone and get killed immediately. You're absolutely right on that. With the life staff, we do get more flexibility because we can reposition easily and probably just keep running, and they most likely wouldn't even chase you. So I don't think it really would impact the game like it would others. But I still don't. I don't expect it would happen, but I wouldn't mind if it did. I don't even know if anybody made that argument too, that you can't really get caught in New World like you can in other games. I don't know if anybody really said that. Early on, when the announcement was first made, I had oh, whoops, thought I was safe. I kind of talked about it a bit. This was before they actually confirmed it, because at that time it was just rumors for the opt-in PvP system. Hey, I'm supposed to be able to do this without you guys messing with me. And I talked about different ways that they could, you know, still have it work without having to worry about people being spawn camped, like having guards, NPC guards outside of the villages and things like that. Kind of like how not just Mortal, but games like EVE Online would do it. That way people don't feel like they're just being thrown into the abyss as soon as they walk out of town. But I don't think they're wanting to do that. But if they do give us substitutes like battlegrounds, arenas, or even like open world points of interest we can fight over, I think at least that would be a good substitute. Let me pop that. It's not impossible. I mean, there's skills you can use to catch people pretty easily. Keeping on them is another thing, though. Like, for instance, with my Warhammer, this Path of Destiny skill that I just popped right there, that one you can perk that out to give you an opportunity to slow people when you use it. So if somebody were to come up on you, or you came up on somebody and you slowed them with that, it would be a little bit harder for them to dodge you. And then you could also just pop a shockwave right after the move that I just did to stun them. And at that point, you could probably get them on the ground, and either yourself or like you and one other person could probably take them out. But it's not impossible to get away, though, with the life staff dash. It can be pretty easy, actually. Stupid tendril. Mine. For seeing damage enemies do to you. Oh yeah, and like a scoreboard for the territory wars. People have been asking for that for a while. That would be pretty sweet. If they do add in like battlegrounds or arenas or anything like that, I definitely think that would be pretty cool to have. Pretty much a necessity at that point. If you got battlegrounds and arenas, you gotta have a scoreboard. Please, scoreboard. Ow. Should probably invite people up here if they're not doing anything. I'll do one more. Ow. No, you don't. Ouch. Yeah, that was coming. Knew that. That was funny. Oh man. When will the game be released? They don't have a exact date yet, I don't think. Right now it's just spring 2021. So somewhere in that range, but hopefully by January next year we'll have a more concrete date. I thought it said May 2021 at one point, but might be different now. Oh. There's a scoreboard in the previous alpha. Yeah, I think I remember something like that, but I can't remember what it was for. I don't know if it was a full-on scoreboard or if it was a leaderboard. Can't remember. But yeah, having something like that would be really nice. I was gonna talk more about like later on. I'm not sure. I want to see what they're planning to do first for the November thing and see like what they've got planned for the future if they know by that point. But if they did do something kind of similar to a yellow zone, it doesn't even have to be like a zone itself. It could be like a dynamic event that spawns in conjunction with these ones that are PvP flagged. Something like that wouldn't be too bad, I don't think. Especially if we're still waiting on something more substantial like battlegrounds and arenas and things like that. I think that dynamic events you could fight over would be something that could hold people over for a little while. Because I know, of course, we have the opt-in PvP. It's just that most people don't opt in for PvP a lot, and then when they do, if it's depending on the server, it could be a case where you might not find anybody, or you might find too many people on the opposite side. But I think if it was something that was either you travel to it and it's fair odds when you first enter, or you queue up for it and it's fair odds no matter what, I think something like that might be what they're really looking for. The people that want something more than the open world PvP, than the opt-in PvP. Get away from me. Oh man. Hate these ones. Just trying to think about what I haven't explored yet. Oh, you know what? I haven't gone over to Mortmire to see if that OP freaking fire ghost is still over there. Go check that really quick. Everyone join Syndicate. Yeah. Yeah. Even towards the end here on our server, most of the time it was Marauder, but we did have quite a few syndicates. Very little Covenant though. So like for Covenant, it would probably just suck trying to flag up because you'd be outnumbered no matter what. Granted, you'd always find fights. It would probably be stacked fights is the only thing. But yeah, I'm sure hopefully they'll find a way to kind of circumvent that. Really, if they wanted to, it seems like the players that are looking for a more PvP experience in MMOs, it seems like something as simple as like battlegrounds or arenas would actually satisfy them. Like if they were able to queue up for that all day long or enter that all day long to fight with other people, even if it didn't have that good of rewards right away, I think something like that would still probably work out just fine. If not the opt-in, or not the opt-in, but the open world points of interest that you could fight over. But I'm really curious to see what they'll do on that front. Because like what's it called? Even with like World of Warcraft or even other games, when you look at their battlegrounds or arenas, sometimes when they first start, they might only start out with like 1 or 2 maps, but that can last people quite a while. I think when Guild Wars 2, no, when did I play that? I used to play Guild Wars 2 PvP a lot, and I used to really enjoy the arenas. Can't remember at what point that was. I don't think there was that many maps though when I did play it, but it was still really fun. Usually played a assassin, and can't remember what rank I got to. I think I got to wolf or bear. Not incredibly high, but it was still pretty fun. Owie. Alright, I gotta get this freaking elk off me. Thing's gonna kill me. You guys had no Marauders on Oceanic? That's pretty crazy. So that's super interesting too, because one thing that I've seen, which I can definitely understand, there were a couple people that felt like the factions themselves, besides Syndicate and Marauder, really, Covenant just wasn't that appealing in comparison. But it is interesting to see like the other side of the coin. I wonder if a couple major guilds may have joined Syndicate and Covenant on your server, and maybe that's what happened there. Ow. Spam me, why don't you? Look at this thing. Oh, crap. There we go. Gonna say he's probably gonna spam his grid attacks. Doing way more damage than I'm comfortable with right now. I gotta get in there. Okay. Coliseum. Oh, I think somebody suggested that one time too. Like even if it was just a Coliseum that you could walk into and fight with people all day long, people would be okay with that. Yeah, see, that's what I started thinking a while back too. On the PvP side, for people looking for that kind of experience, it could be so simple. You could have 1 or 2 modes and probably leave those for a good 6 to 8 months without having to add another one. Like that's how long lasting and simple those appealing to those audiences can be, to the PvP audience. Let's go. I keep opening my map a lot. Go that way. Do you think scaling... Hey, thanks, Sloth. Do you think scaling the PvE with number of players in the vicinity? Well, it might help, but I think that what could work too, because that sometimes, I don't know, it depends on, I guess it would depend on the rules. Like if you had 30 people in an area, but not all 30 people were fighting the same thing kind of thing, maybe it would be a little bit difficult to manage that. But if they gave more content if they put out more content that was doable by larger groups, then I think it'd be a case where you wouldn't need to worry about the scaling, because then for people that just go through and zerg stuff down, there would be stuff for them to do that would kind of give them the challenge they're looking for. Like, I think what would be really cool for this game, which I could already tell working out pretty well, if they gave us some bosses, like in one thing I'll say about BDO, for instance, is that the world bosses were pretty good in the challenge that they provided, like Red Nose, Zarka, whatever the hell that tree was, I forgot. But yeah, they gave us like a boss that was worthy of bringing a 40-50 man raid, and gave us, you know, of course, actual raid group mechanics. Then I think that people would be more inclined to do that stuff, and maybe like big dynamic events, rather than doing these field bosses and stuff like that with 30-40 people. I think that would be really cool if they had that. One server dedicated to a faction. Oops, crap. Yeah, that was something that was talked about too. Like, what if they had a lock on? The only thing with that is that, of course, it might block you from playing with your friends. Like if they had a lock on factions, or when they got too full, you could only join other ones. That one's a tough one, because then they also have the faction buffs that they were gonna do, where they mentioned this in one of their faction dev blogs, actually, where they were planning on having bonuses for people that for factions that had more territory, and then if you had less territory, you would still get bonuses as an underdog, just so that you weren't completely out of the fight, kind of thing. You still had a chance. So I'm not sure if that will really help it a lot, or like the faction, if each faction had their own specific buffs. Depending on the buffs, it might be, if one faction is too heavily good at one thing, like combat, for instance, like Marauder. If it was a case where you got bonus HP, or like, I don't know, bonus, what could they do? Bonus damage with swords. Maybe too many people would start joining that faction. That one's a tough one. I'm not sure what they could really do to fix that or help with that. I guess it kind of just boils down to the faction system itself. Like how some people say that maybe it'd be better if they butchered the faction idea and just made it guilds. Maybe it's just a thing where it's a double-edged sword no matter which way you go, and trying to solve a faction issue. I wonder how Dark Age of Camelot did it. I can't remember right now. But in games like this, it definitely seems like something like that happening, where one faction just gets too overpowered. That's just a guarantee, especially if you can't lock it. So I guess if they build around that, they build maybe those bonuses, and then also gave us more, I'm not sure, like gave us more incentive to want to go for the territories. Then you might start seeing more people rising up and going against tyranny, kind of thing. Are PvP players that financial rewarding? Well, the thing about like PvP players, it's not really about that per se, but PvP players can be like simple to please. So if you have an audience, for instance, and like 25% of your population is PvP based, but 75% is PvE, really all it might take to please that PvP audience is maybe just a battleground or an arena or two, and then you could leave them alone for like 8 months and they'd be okay. But the 75% for the PvE, they might be way more difficult to please, in the sense that if you, let's say, have a raid based game or like a big monster based game like Monster Hunter, a lot of their progression will be tied to those monsters. So once they complete a new one, they might not have a lot to do if they've completed everything else until the next one comes out. So they might start taking breaks or not playing as much. Whereas the PvP players, they'll probably just be playing all day long, not crap, and not caring. Oh, I can still go this way. But no, they're not really like more financially pleasing. It's just easier to, it's just easier probably to please them, because you only got to do like one or two things and then they're good for a while. And since the game is built around that, the war system and the factions, it does seem like the game is already attracting people from that crowd. So this game, in this game's case, it might be 50-50 on the PvP side and PvE side, or it could be 65 PvE and then you know, like 35 PvE. And maybe that could also be why people don't feel like they have enough to do at endgame. Maybe a lot of the players are looking for that PvP experience, but they just don't have it. Or it could serve as a way where even because not only PvP players would really enjoy that kind of content, but PvE players as well. Like if I was somebody that did dungeons and raids all day, it might be a nice change to jump into a battleground or go to an open world point of interest and start fighting people for like one whole day. It might be a nice change for them. Was when a player is at a point that a faction needs to be decided. They show the pop balance in that server. Huh. I'm not sure. Oh, let me see if the fire ghost is still here. I don't think it is. I think they took it out. It was too crazy when it actually was here. Oh, he's not here anymore. Rip. They took it out. It was supposed to spawn like right over here. That sucks. He said for PvP they usually set up guild events and stuff like that. Well, they could, but that only would take people so far, especially in a game like this where you can't actually PvP or duel in your own faction. If we had dueling, I mean, I'm pretty positive people would be doing that all day right now. Right now the dueling consists of waiting for another person from the enemy faction to come over, flag up and fight you, but it doesn't seem like even now people are getting that many experiences with that kind of thing. But skirmishes and stuff like that, they were doing that pretty early on in the one of the previous testing phases actually, but they were only doing that for like probably a day or two. I guess it probably got too tedious to set that kind of stuff up. Why does this feel like they could build something here? This landmass right here. It's this wide open place. Nothing right here. I feel like a building could go right here. When's the beta stop? Yeah, 3 hours from now. I just want to see if I can zoom in and find out if there's a region over here that has a name already. Oh yeah, still die immediately in Berserk, but worth a shot. Where's the... Oh, there, I'm at the border now. It's not working on this side. Oh snap, I'm alive. I'm alive, it works. See, look at this. definitely looks like an area. Oh, I should have popped resuscitate. Hold on. I might be able to switch over to my life staff really quick and pop resuscitate to revive again. Let me check and see. Actually, since that wasn't, oh, I was gonna say since that wasn't killing me immediately, maybe I could wait until my cooldown was up on Berserk and then do that again, but hold on. Alright, let's try this. Go, 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 go. 3, 2, 1. I think I got it out. Boom. Let me just... Okay, cool. I can see the cooldown. Oh, crap. I think I died immediately once I did it. I saw the resuscitate bar go away. I thought I was screwed, and then I just did it, and it killed me immediately. Ah, rip. This looks like an area that they would add in the future, though. Get supplies and build camp on the other side. I'd probably be, well, I mean, worth a shot. Have to time this, right? Screw it. I doubt it'll work because I think they employed a mechanic against that. Shiz. Oh man. Yeah, people were doing that. People. Oh man, I'm dead. No, not like this. Oh, I'm safe. Nice. Yeah, people were doing that in the previous iterations, so they fixed that. Rip. Crap. I almost forgot that they did that. They thought of every instance. People were actually able to get all the way into the middle of the zones where the towns were by doing that. Someone said that the current map is only 5% of the entire map. I don't know about that. Unless they... I mean, there hasn't been an interview about that, but even in the interview today, they didn't even say anything like that, I don't think. But we only know of 3 regions that are not in the map right now, like Reekwater, Queensport, and Consolation. I'm sure after that, though, they're going to keep on adding what's it called? Areas to the map, but like this being 5%, I don't know. That's a big map. Yeah. I think next year we'll probably be at like 5 or 6 other zones from what we see now. Maybe a little more. That'd be a lot of landmass though. Hopefully though they will bring us to other islands, because naval exploration did come up in quite a few of the interviews. That we've seen most of it. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, we've seen Reekwater. We know that one is not in yet. And then Consolation was one of the ones in the old alpha. And then Queensport, somebody said that they saw that west of Brightwood when they went out of bounds. It was either west of Brightwood or west of Great Cleave, one of those two. Came from an alphabet. I mean, I'm an alphabet too. I never saw anything like that. Unless he's talking about where he like just zoomed out of this entire map and circled the turnum like that. That would make sense, but I don't remember them doing saying anything official about that. It's possible that they did actually have devs playing the game though, And one of the guilds did have a couple employees from Amazon in it, so it could have been that. Maybe they heard something. But 5%, I would wonder then, like, if a time frame was given on that, if that person said, like, this is 5% of the map and we should get the rest of it next year, because I wouldn't imagine that happening, but I mean, it would be pretty cool if it did. It's also going to be a southern zone. What's your opinion on... Oh, sorry, hold on. Did you ever test Battle Mage? Was it still a thing? I actually never tested it. I never had a chance to. I would imagine it is, but I never really had the opportunity to test it out, though. I'm sure somebody must have tried it, though. I feel like the elements on your weapon, they should still scale with the intelligence. I don't know if they changed that at all. This is like when density was going to be way bigger than beta. Yeah, I mean, like when ideas start getting thrown around, sometimes, you know, fact and ideas start to get a little muddled. And I think, was it Ashes of Creation that said that 5% of their map was what was going to be available in their alpha? Like, I wouldn't be surprised if somebody may have mixed that up a little bit. Something like that. I remember watching a clip where they said that the map was going to be a whole lot bigger when they actually released Ashes of Creation or something like that. But no matter what, yeah, they'll still keep adding area onto the map. I don't know if they actually have a full... I don't know if they have a full drawn out idea of each and every zone that they're planning on putting into the game right now. I don't think they've told anybody that. If they did, it could have leaked from a dev. Yeah, just 3 hours from now. And what's your opinion on dexterity-based melee weapons like daggers? I think we should definitely get some melee weapons that scale with just dex. I think that'd be really cool. Like the spear, for instance. We haven't seen the spear and rapier yet, what they scale off of. But I did provide suggestions on it before the alpha had ended. But if those ones do come out, I would love to see if they scale with just dex, because that way you'll probably be seeing more unique kind of builds where people will just be going medium armor, light armor, dex builds, but doing melee instead of just ranged. Would be really, really cool. I'm gonna go fight the gatekeeper. Absolutely, Pork. Yeah, it was a lot of fun. It was a lot of fun. Oh, by the way, for the clip, I don't know if it'll let you link it, but I can, if it's on somebody's channel or something, I'd probably go search it. I usually scour the net in terms of, well, usually I would just like search the known sites that have had interviews with Amazon before and revealed a lot of info. During this whole thing, a lot of them, like the ones I found on Google too, were just basically talking about, ouch. Didn't expect these two to be here. Hold on. We're just talking about the preview itself, like how to get started and their general thoughts on it and things like that. But I've been desperately looking for any of them that would have some new info in it. I didn't find anything like that yet, like the map. But if I do, I will definitely be on that in a second. The last one they did, when did that happen? Pretty sure it was another GameSpot interview when they talked about the map. I think it was either David Verifielli or it might have been Michael Willett actually, who was inside of that, or Richard Lawrence, who was interviewing that person or being interviewed by that person. and they were asked about like islands and naval exploration, how that would look in the future, if that'd be a possibility. And they did say that they would be bringing us to other islands, but they didn't outright say naval exploration. Back in February, though, when that media event happened, that was a GameSpot interview, and that was when naval exploration was mentioned as a possibility in the future with like expansions and stuff like that. Having that would be sick. Whoa. What are your thoughts on the combat system? It definitely, I know it needs some work, especially with some of the weapons in particular, but I do enjoy the combat system, even though it might feel a little bit slower than certain games. The combat itself does remind me a lot of those old school RPGs I used to play a lot. Feels like an RPG inside of an MMO world, and I really like that idea a lot. Like if Greedfall or Dragon Age Origins, not Dragon Age Origins, Dragon Age Inquisition, holy crap, my gear. Or like Fable, the Gothic series, Two Worlds, if they were in an MMO kind of thing. It's the kind of vibe I get. I think with more weapons, it'll be a lot more enjoyable as well for people. So I'm really looking forward to seeing them adding new weapons. I'm gonna see if I can ask that though. I think when before they start the around when they start the next alpha, if they're taking questions, I'm gonna ask if this is 5% of the map. I'm kind of curious if that has any merit to it, what that person said, or if they already, or what I could ask as well, if they say they don't have a plan for that yet, if they have any drawn out plans for the next zones, or like how many they have drawn up in advance. Owie. This hurts. Twitter has a full image of the full map. The hold on, let me get rid of this stuff. This stuff is too crazy right now. The chat itself won't let us post links, but if you tell me whose Twitter it is, I could probably find it. YouTube works a little bit differently, where the chat by default doesn't, it just blocks links usually. I think there might have been a setting in there for that, but I think it'll still block it if you put the www in there. At least it used to. I think I saw a setting for that the other night, like block hyperlinks or something like that was in there. Have to kill all 3 of these then. This is what makes me jealous about not having a great axe. Ooh. Oh yeah, if you tell me whose Twitter it is and then what date they posted it on, I could probably find it from there. Ow. From 2018. Okay, so because I went back and I saved all the pictures they had from that Twitter. So I think I know what you're talking about. Oh shiz. Oh no. Hold on. Oh, I'm dead. I'm super dead. God, I'm so jealous. Great axe is too tasty. Actually, this is fine because I can come back up here and do corrupted portals. I think I know what you're talking about. 10th of November. Let me go back and check. Back. Hey, whoop my butt. The November. Oh wow, I reached there pretty quick actually. Okay, October 23rd. Yeah, okay. So I had this. So it's the post that says, we're very excited to share the most recent update to our alpha testing world map, right? Because those areas, they got switched around. This map and that old alpha map, they got switched around. But those areas that you're seeing there, like Weaver's Fen, on the side of that is Restless Shore. That only shows Brightwood, Windsward, and Weaver's Fen. And yeah, they like Consolation is supposed to be down here, for instance, but somebody said that that's Reekwater now. So they appeared to change. They changed a couple of those zones around, and this one is a little bit smaller than old one I remember. Wait, hold on. Get out of this crap. I should have this picture in my files actually. Let me pull it up in a second here. Come on this side, okay. Get off me, you filthy heathen. Okay. So I think I know which one you're looking at. Make sure my monitor's showing. I should have this in my concept. Let me match these together. November, right? Oh, actually, hold on. This was the map I was looking for earlier, actually. Where I put that one. Concept, probably. No. Yeah, this one. This is the one, right? You can see my monitor. I think that should be it. Because on these sides, it does kind of seem like there was another map that they had released that looked like there was other areas inside of, like out on the outsides. Let me see if I can find it actually. When they released the faction devlog, 7.3, that was 7.1, I think. I have a lot of folders. Oh. My Eve profile. Yeah, I think it was this one where they had the sides and they were kind of blocked off, made it look like there were some areas to come. I definitely think that there could be at least like 5 or 6 potential areas that we haven't seen yet, really. And I think they're just kind of holding off on those. But yeah, this one, this is the old version of the map. I think that one is like no longer in conjunction with what they're doing. But I think, yeah, I think we're gonna get a lot more maps because like these areas here, you can definitely see how they look like they're supposed to extend out to something. And like with all this space we have when we scroll up and down and left and right and whatnot, it does seem like we have a lot of potential expansion. Preview? Oh, no. Preview's not over yet. No. We still got like 3 hours. 2.5 rather. But yeah, that it does seem like we got some more land to go. I don't know if they have it planned out yet, but if they do, I would love to see if they were able to tell people what the names of the zones were. That would be amazing. Queensport sounds pretty awesome already, though. Has anyone else noticed that the map design? Oh, maybe that's what they were kind of going. Okay, maybe that was what they were going off of. One thing that I would really love to see in this game. I talked about this a little bit during when I talked about how they had teased the Vikings, because they put out that Twitter picture of the Viking longship. But the cool thing about it is, whenever they do stuff like that, whenever they posted that picture's actually connected in a couple different ways. Like, they have these little Easter eggs, not only inside that picture on their Twitter, but if you go back and look at the trailer for the Game Awards, when the Romans come to the island and you see Isabella at the very end of that trailer, when it's panning up, off of that lighthouse and you get to see Isabella for the first time, you're gonna see on that shoreline all those shipwrecks. And one of them looks exactly like the Viking ship that they teased. It has the same Viking shields on it, same dragon head for the the head itself, and it's in the same. It seems like it's in the relative same spot too. And then if you actually look in a game, like when you're first doing the tutorial, you'll see that same exact ship there too. It was all connected, which is pretty awesome. But I felt like that was a pretty big hint that the past civilizations, like the Vikings and maybe I don't know about Templars, but other civilizations, like they had a ship that was very similar to Japanese design from I think it was the feudal age. It was one of those time periods, but it was like either the 1200s or 1400s or something like that, the Japanese ships that they had back then. It looked like that, so I wouldn't be surprised if they in the future kind of modeled this map a little bit after something like that, if there is something of that nature, or they did bring us to other islands where we might be able to. I would love to see if we were able to encounter either civilizations or other islands that were modeled after past civilizations. Like if we had an island that we went to that was modeled after Greece, like places in Athens or Sparta, for instance. Places like that would be pretty sweet. Maybe see statues of the Greek gods. Wouldn't mind seeing a giant statue of Zeus myself, actually, or Poseidon. That's something that I need to check out, though. If that's something that could be presented as a question when they're taking questions again. Like if they're using any point of reference off of how they're designing the map or adding areas. I don't know if they'd actually admit it though, because then everybody would know exactly what they're going for, like how big the map is gonna be, but or like have some idea rather. But it would be pretty nice. Got you. Yeah, let me save that. I'm definitely want to check that out. Is that, yeah, that could be pretty cool if they were modeling it after that, and then on that map you see more land masses, or just a big extension of what we have now. I think that'd be pretty sweet. Ow. Oh yeah, I gotta kill that one. Whoa, that was a nice dodge on that one's part. Please don't hurt me. Oh, did they fix this? They're smarter. They're learning. You just stay right there. Okay. So remember that for reference. Definitely. New belt. Yeah, I just sent that in a message so that I'll have it for later. I'll make sure to search that up. Yeah, I don't know if they've officially said it yet, but if they did pull from past civilizations in one way or another, that would probably be pretty cool. Like to see how they'd expand on that. Oh yeah, hold on. I forgot to invite people up here. Got to say, I'm running corrupted breaches, might as well. Anything bigger than, yeah, as long as they keep expanding the map, I think it'll probably be fine. I'm really excited to see what they come up with. Just hope that they will expand on the game's potential more than anything. That's all I'm hoping for. When does the beta finish? In about 2 hours from now, roughly. Very true. The only thing we need right now is more game time. And more stuff to do. Ouch. Oh crap. I'm at least glad that that blows all of them away alongside me. Feels so bad if it was just me. Oops. Oh great. Yes. Getting a voice quest line. Honestly, I think it's pretty unlikely, especially right now with the pandemic. Getting a bunch of voice actors together in the same studio kind of thing is, I'm not sure about that, but maybe later on down the line. Plus, that might take a lot of time to get that going. A lot of development. I'm not sure if they're not necessarily able, but if they're able to afford doing that right now, right off the bat. I would love to see it though. I really would. I really, really would. I think at the very least, a good start would be dialogue. They could do it like Final Fantasy XIV did it, for instance. You know how when if you guys played it, or if you play it, like how the first 50 levels, basically the first experience of it, you're just reading text. Something like that, and then having brief cues where the audio will be voiced, or for cinematics, the audio is voiced. I think something like that could be a good start. And then for like expansions and things like that, like a year or two down the line, then they could kind of go into full-on voice acting. Oh, you know what? Duh, I forgot they could just have them do it from home, like with voice acting. But yeah, I'm not sure. Right now, I'm not sure if they'd be able to or want to right now. But there's definitely ways they could work around it. Right, everybody's working from home right now. Just have voice acting done from home. I personally would love to have that for the lore books, because it can get pretty, I mean, reading them is cool and all, but I could see that getting pretty tedious for people, like especially if you're being chased by something and then you try to grab a lore book really quick, and then you tell yourself you're gonna read it later, but then you forget. You just never read that lore book again. It'd be pretty cool if, like, maybe as soon as you activated it, the voice cue would play, and then you could exit the menu and keep doing whatever you wanted to, and then you could go back into your journal documents from time to time and play those voice cues again for the lore, and absolutely for the story too. Yeah, the Final Fantasy 14 story, exactly. Yeah, I think that they could really do some incredible cinematics in this game. I mean, the ones that we see at the beginning of the game, they already look pretty impressive. I was thinking that when we first, before they even did that cinematic, like when it was just, you would just spawn on when your character would just be zoomed in on the boat, and you created your character. But then they put this cinematic in that they have as the intro now, which is really cool, really cool to look at, and that just pretty much shot me over the edge of wanting to suggest it, or like thinking that it could work. I think they could have some awesome cinematics. One thing somebody suggested would be pretty nice as well, that could work, and it could be a good start as well, if they had it where when you were joining a faction, or you know how when you might not remember, but when you're first doing your intro quest, how it makes you talk to each faction NPC and do a little bit of a quest for them. Somebody suggested a couple days ago, what if you had it similar to other games, where when you're first going to join a faction, it shows you a little bit of a cinematic and does some voiceover backstory about them. Something like that might actually be very beneficial to the game too. That's something that everybody's going to come across at the beginning. Really going to help with splitting up the factions a little bit, unless one of the voice actors is just severely better than the others. I feel like Marauder would be that one. But yeah, I could see that working pretty well. You have like a seminar, or just like a cutscene that kind of showcases the faction leader. Like for Marauders, you have them about to engage in a fight with the Ancients, and then you have this voice quest line, or this voice cinematic, where they're explaining to you their backstory and how they fight for honor, how they believe power is such and such, and then they go and all of you just start fighting the Marauders, or fighting the Ancients or the Corrupted all at once. Which is another thing too, especially in the invasions. One thing that could be really cool, and that I really wanted to see, actually, I did provide feedback on this before. When the invasions are really stacked like they are now, owie, you bastards. When the invasions are really stacked like they are now, if they had a balancing factor where NPCs could actually spawn and help defend the invasions with you, I thought something like that would be pretty cool. But also, just in general, if you had NPCs that were in there fighting with you, I thought that would be pretty cool, because with this island, we can't be the only settlers here. There's got to be, lore-wise even, it would make sense for NPCs to be here with us too on this island, because we can't be the only ones that would have survived the shipwreck or whatever when we first got here. Didn't the preview end a few days ago? No, we're still going. We've still got until midnight tonight. Portal dunked me. Let me eat some tier 5. Oh, tier 4. Did you get your Lego sword? Nope, not yet. I probably won't get it just because of how my luck works, but as long as I get it during the actual release, that's all I'm wanting. And oh, I'm using heavy, Jacob. Sorry about that. Heavy. Once I'm what am I focusing on once the preview's shut? Oh, probably just gonna be playing like Crusader Kings 3 and waiting on Baldur's Gate, playing a little bit of I'm not sure if I'll try out Cyberpunk, probably when it comes out, and then burning time until the next preview. I'm hoping alongside the or not the preview, but the next alpha in November, they're going to be releasing dev blogs or information along with it, or just having more interviews with media outlets that we can talk about. Because I'll probably be doing some of that, and then I was thinking of checking out Core Punk a little bit. I think that's going to be a pretty interesting title. Play for the next couple of months as well if it really works out. My opening luck gear total. I have perk luck gear on. I have tier 3 luck gear on everything but my pants. Pants and the hat, I think. Never got the chance to get a global luck trophy though. I was gonna buy it from somebody, but the person who was doing furnishing stopped playing. They, I think the BDO season server came out or something. They said they couldn't keep playing. One of these days. Oops. Hate the entities. Come here. I'm so used to not using hatchet that I don't even ever pop berserk. Like the last two real deaths that I had a little bit ago, I could have popped berserk. More than likely. Screw it. How do you like it? Well, that 20% lifesteal is awesome. Beautiful. All right, let's get out. Ouch. You said I'd like if they had paths that would take away rep with zones. I'm not sure. I'm really interested to see them, like what they're gonna come up with when it comes to things like that though, because there really is a lot of different directions they can go on, a couple different aspects. Just... Oh, I'm kind of interested to see if now that you mentioned that, if they're gonna do anything with the territory standing levels anymore, because last time they showed them. Or not last time, but when they showed that GameStar footage that I was talking about where they showcased the spear, they actually did show us what I believe is the cap of the territory standing, which was shown at 300. When they got to the Cutlass Keys part, when they showcased the spear, it actually showed at the very top, the rank was named Knight/Dame for the territory standing rank, and then it showed at 300. Maybe it goes higher than that, but that was the first time that they showed us something that high. Kind of surprised that they haven't shown us anything around that level since then for territory standing. What did I put my points into? Mostly Constitution. I think at this point, when I respec'd earlier, yeah, I got 102, so I pretty much just dunked all my points into con. That's with the food buffs. It's 102 though. And then the rest I just put into strength, which is 16. And yeah, the mages, I think one of the biggest things about the mages right now is the fact that the basic attack locks you in place so hard. I think that if they made it a little less restrictive on that front, I mean, personally, I love it when mages are able to cast while moving, or like using basic attacks while moving, but if they don't want to go that route, then if they made it a little less, or a little bit quicker, it probably wouldn't be that bad. Maybe a lot quicker, honestly. But I like one thing I really love when it comes to mage systems is I like to think about Dragon Age Inquisition, for instance, like how they handled their staffs in that one. Even though you were standing still, the basic attack was still fast enough to where you're able to pretty easily combo it, along with your skills too. I love that. I'm really interested to see what they're planning for the new magic staffs that they're going to be doing beyond what we have right now too. Got you. Oh, got me. Which the life staff one isn't that bad. I think it's just mostly the fire staff. But if they picked up the speed on both of them, it probably wouldn't be too bad. Okay. Even worth going into strength. I mean, really, if you want to go like a DPS berserker build, like for Hatchet, for instance, I think you could definitely get away with doing that, because it seems like it does help quite a bit when you stack strength. I haven't done it that much, but I've heard that it's pretty useful. But if you're planning on being on the front lines, then you'll probably need a decent amount of constitution. Like if you're planning on doing heavy armor and being on the front lines and not religiously using a hatchet, basically. I think with the new weapons that they're going to put out, like when they actually introduce the great axe again, since they're reworking that one, and if they introduce the great sword, I'm going to try mostly strength builds and see how it goes, because I feel like if any weapons would really benefit off of that, since Warhammer's, you know, kind of shoddy right now on its basic attack, and even its skills they're pretty good, but you know, if we're using the weapon all the time, it can be a little bit of a drag. But I feel like the great axe and great sword might be really good strength-based weapons. Let me reset this. Dark Age of Camelot style. Love Dark Age of Camelot. Oh, that was another thing people were talking about a while back. How if one of the factions controls, what was it? If one of the faction controls one of the zones, you get access to specific dungeons, or a specific dungeon for your faction, something like that. I didn't get to play Dark Age to end game, because I played it on the I didn't get to play it back in its prime, so like a year ago I think I played it on one of those servers. I think it was Phoenix. But I remember seeing something like that, where one of the factions, if they controlled a zone, I think like Albion, Daggerfall, or not Daggerfall, sorry, Albion, or whatever the other two factions were called. I played Albion only, but the other factions seemed pretty cool. But I remember somebody suggesting that though, like if Marauder or Covenant or Syndicate, maybe if they got control of one of the zones, like Eden Grove, for instance, if there was a way to do that, then they could have access to a specific dungeon that nobody else could get into, something like that. I think that was suggested when people were wondering about ways to increase the incentive for owning territories, and something like that was brought up. Did 60 strength? Yeah, something like that I think wouldn't be so bad. I 100% want to try it when they bring in the Great Axe again. Because last time we played with it, I mean, the basic attack of the Great Axe, when we were actually able to play with it during the previous test, it didn't have its skill tree. It just had like 2 skills. But it did seem like a good weapon to use with primarily strength builds. Especially if they give us the Whirlwind. I'm gonna have so much fun with that. No way, we got another person. People don't use abilities, even projectiles slow to hit anything. Oh, like with the staffs? Yeah, I think that's probably one of the biggest things is the animation lock on those. And the projectiles can be pretty slow. I found it's a little bit easier to work with the life staff projectile than it is the fire. The fire just felt terrible when I was using it. I haven't used it too much since then though. This point might be better to just go on the eastern side, but now these ones should be spawning pretty frequently too. Should be good. Ooh, we got a barb amulet. Nice. You know, I've been using this ring that's supposed to give me life leech, and I don't think I've ever really noticed it that much. The plus 15 when you hit enemies. I feel like if one thing I really like the idea of is whenever I saw that perk at first, the life leech one that you could put on the ring, I thought about a little bit like BDO, for instance, how when the game first started, berserkers weren't really that great up until like level 55ish, and they got their lifesteal. I think they had to get like a lifesteal upgrade on their skills. I forgot what it was. It was something that where they could whirlwind, and then they would get life leech whenever they were hitting people with whirlwind, and then they became really powerful. I started thinking about that when I saw that perk, like when they put in the great axe weapon, if you could get like life leech tier 3 or life leech tier 2, might be pretty good if you're using the whirlwind ability on the great axe, if they give us one. What's the cutoff time? Oh, like 2 hours. Still got 2 hours. Go until the party stops, and then at that point, then we got till November. Jeez. I'm gonna try my hardest to make this Crusader Kings 3 campaign last. I gotta unite Scotland, but I don't know, Norway's being pretty nosy. Guy keeps trying to get me to marry his daughter. I know what he wants. He wants to invade England. I'm not about that life right now, though. You know, I don't wanna mess that stuff up over there. Trying to play it safe at first. Hope they don't release it right before Cyberpunk. Oh yeah, wait, Cyberpunk is that's September, right? This month? On the 19th, or was it can't be October. Because I remember they did another delay, but I think it's this month, right? Right, because then people are gonna have I was gonna play a little bit of Shadowlands, but I feel like I already picked the wrong class. I don't know why I did this. It happened last time in Legion too, but for the class I was planning on boosting, the monk, or no, sorry, the class I was planning on boosting was the druid. I was gonna do feral druid, and then for some reason at the very last moment I thought, you know what, how cool would it be to have a windwalker monk? Because during Legion I was gonna go resto shaman for healing, because I really liked the idea of healing during that time. And then at the last minute I was like, you know what, but Mistweaver monk though, because I saw the Jade statue people were using to heal. Worst decision ever. Trying to heal Emerald Nightmare with a Mistweaver monk was ridiculous, especially when you had a holy paladin that didn't know what, didn't like the idea of specking to AoE, specking into getting an aura heal. They wanted to focus primarily on healing the tank and themselves out of a group of like 10 people. That was a nightmare. I was not mentally prepped for the mana expenditure that happened that night. 27 deaths on Xavius alone. Yeah, next one's in Alpha 3. And that should start in November. Oh, it's November. Okay. Oh, crap. For Cyberpunk, I thought it was September. Oh, okay. That makes sense. But yeah, Windwalker was a terrible idea. I do not enjoy it. I thought I was gonna enjoy it because it was gonna be like I was like beating up all the mobs in a kung fu brawl, but it didn't work that way. Did not work that way at all. East side, best side. Yeah, I think at this point I'm pretty much burned out on all those other like major MMOs. I think I would only be able to come back to them periodically for burning time, but other than that, yeah, I'd probably come back to games like this. Ashes aren't too expensive. For Ashes, I think I don't even know if you can buy their alpha keys anymore. I think for their alpha 1 keys it was like $500, which I've completely sworn off after Chronicles botched and the way that went down. I just started swearing off crowdfunded for now. I'm gonna need like a good year before before I can recover from that. That was so bad. It's strictly newly releases and AAA titles from now on for a little while. Will only be a time sink. Yeah, I'm actually pretty interested in trying out Cyberpunk. Did you buy Chronicles 2? I don't want to talk about it. It was a sad time for me. I didn't. Okay, granted, I didn't buy that much into it because luckily, for some reason, I don't know why, but I always thought when I was looking at the packages, I told myself I didn't want to really be like anything like a count or a duke or a king or anything like that. I didn't want that much responsibility. I just wanted to get in there, and I knew what I wanted to do and go for. So I wanted to be a dwarf miner and have a dwarf village, so I went for the lower tier package, and that saved me. That mentality somehow saved me, not wanting that much responsibility. I'm super glad about that. Plus, I was also thinking the higher the package, the bigger the target. It would pain on your back for losing the stuff. So, yeah, it was tragic. You gave them a lot. I know, yeah, a lot of people lost quite a bit off of Chronicles. It does suck, especially when the games are so, well, when the ideas even, when you go so long without having experiences like that, and then somebody comes along and presents one, it's like, it's basically them telling you exactly what you want to hear, and it just feels so good in the moment and leading up to it. But then when you get punched in the gut like that, it really hurts. What's Chronicles? Chronicles of Scamleria, as some would call it now. Chronicles of Faileria. It was a crowdfunded MMO that was going to be coming out at some point, and they basically had took everybody's money and ran away. They ran to the bank, and it got shut down. It was a tragedy. The biggest part for me was advertising the LAN event like 7 days before it shut down. That was the biggest thing. There was a couple other things in there, but like that was probably the biggest WTF that I saw. But luckily that was pretty much one of the only crowdfunded games that I had supported in the past few, or backed in the past few years. Like I didn't back Ashes, for instance, or like Star Citizen or anything like that. I was very careful, but I mean, that was one of my bad choices though, even though I was more careful. But I probably could have lost a lot more money than I did though, so I'm happy that I didn't go too deep into stuff like that. Ow, there's two in here. Two, one regular, one, yeah. Oh, you gotta be kidding me. Ow. Got him. Said you peaked after 16 hours a day. I think after BDO, that's when I hit my peak on, I think like 18 hours a day. I mean, occasionally, if I'm really into the game, I could go 24, 28 or whatever. But I don't like to do that anymore because of what happened. Like when I was doing that in BDO, for instance, it does take a toll on your body. That hurts. Lawsuit. Yeah, I was looking at that too. I didn't join the Discord, but I was looking into how they were getting a lawsuit going for that. I'm kind of curious to see how that turns out, actually. My plan was I was gonna wait a little bit and see if the lawsuit had kind of picked up a little bit more traction before joining into it, but then once it actually did, I forgot to actually join in there. But since they're all fighting for everybody to get refunded, I'm pretty sure it's probably fine. I don't expect to get mine back though, because I'm imagining if it does go through, then I would imagine more than likely the people that had backed it in the past year would get theirs back, but the rest of us would probably be shafted on ours, kind of thing. And you said that you're 3K in the hole? Oh no. Yeah, when that happened, that was like my big wake up call. Of course, I've always been very careful with those kinds of games, the crowdfunded and whatnot. I usually wait until they get a little bit closer to release to to kind of back them. But after that, I told myself just no more. Just gonna wait like a year or two to see how the market's doing after that. But until then, it's gonna be full releases, or pretty much full releases. Die, you bastards. Oh, that's not fair. He did a double elastic pull. Why can't I do that? Sometimes his mobs be cheating. Ouch. Ouch. They just dropped their publisher. Well, yeah, that can also be a bullet dodge, though. It might have been a lot worse if they actually kept that one. It sounds like their reasoning for dropping them is a pretty clear indicator of what would have happened, and it wasn't surprising. Like, what was it? They didn't want to buy new infrastructure to handle the EU side of things. That makes sense. You said there's some cool PvP event going on right now? Probably. I bet it's not my server, though. Oh, wait, are they PvPing in Everfall? I should have did that instead of what I actually did, Kingston. When I was in high school, I started a game design club, and it's pretty silly now that I think about it. Our game design club basically consisted of me playing RPG Maker on the projector, and us talking about all the cool ways we could design an RPG. It was really fun though at first. And our science teacher let us hold it in his classroom. But forgot what happened. I think I started getting more into Unity and playing more with that, and I think one of the guys was more interested in actually making money with a game like that we would make from RPG Maker rather than just making it for the sake of making it. So I think both of those things combined kind of made us drift a little bit apart. RPG Maker was kind of fun though. Get this deer away from me. Ouch. Oh, lucky. I wanted to go to college so bad for game design, but the only place we have over here really is Art Institute, and their pricing was ridiculous. It's like off the charts. Or rather, the state I was gonna go to college in was just had the Art Institute. Back then, one of their selling points was they had Alienware computers in their classroom. God, I'm glad I didn't run with that. What a nightmare that would have been. I was very inexperienced back then. I heard Alienware and I was like, no way, that sounds so much better than my Dell. Let's do this. Ooh. Texas is everything. But I mean, that's why I sympathize, or I try to sympathize with game designers, as long as it's not like blatant greed where they're just trying to milk their community for as much as possible. When it comes to things like you know, development issues, or not really, well, yeah, delays too, but you know, issues that might happen from time to time, or a game not being as well designed as you might expect right off the bat. Sometimes it can be just because of how difficult it can be to get into that kind of market. Like, it seems like how much learning and whatnot that goes into it, making these games. It doesn't seem like a easy or short task at all in a lot of cases. Also, seems like it's also like really, it's like luck of the draw whenever you get out of college in this profession, and then you start trying to make a game. I would imagine right now it'd be super saturated if you didn't you know, get in with the company, because of how crazy this, like, if you try to release a game on Steam, for instance, like how just crazy the Steam market can be. I think at that point it can come down to, like, if somebody comes up and streams your game kind of thing. If it happens, though, it'd be really good. Or a couple people stream a game. Get off me, you bastard. What should I play now when New World is ending? It's hard to say. I know I'll be playing a little bit of Crusader Kings 2 or 3, sorry. And there's going to be Baldur's Gate 3 coming out, Cyberpunk 2077. Shadowlands should burn time for a little while for sure for people. There's going to be Core Punk that's doing testing later on this year. A couple other ones too. Okay. That you did code in college for 2 semesters. Yeah, I could see it being just like a nightmare of an experience. Like when I try to think about why they ended up having to delay like this version, for instance, a couple things in the game, on the game design side, did come to mind. Like maybe some kind of code ended up corrupting on what they were trying to add to the game. Like if they were trying to add faction bonuses, cash shop, and just all kinds of other stuff all at the same time, and then they just didn't know where it got corrupted or something like that. I was thinking that could have been a possibility, but you never know. Could have been one thing or another. Maybe they weren't ready. Who knows? This version definitely wasn't ready, but I wonder if it more was on the code side, though. I do wonder that sometimes. Any reason not to level every weapon? You don't really need to for this preview, because yeah, most of the time people are just kind of they're choosing their playstyles and sticking with it because of the little time we have. And right now there's not really enough time to do that, but in the future it might be more beneficial too, because apparently this was talked about a little while ago. Certain passives that you can unlock with your weapon that don't say they're specifically for that weapon you're equipping. Like if you look at let me go to this one here, this mob, despawn please. Jeez. If you go to the straight sword, for instance, how you'll see Keen Blade says that it increases sword damage, and then Ultra Keen says that it increases all weapon damage. It's said that passives like this that say that they're for all weapons, or they don't really give a specific weapon, are global based. So if you unlock them, then they should apply across all weapons that you have. So one thing that might help in the future, if that's true, is leveling these other weapons just to get those passives, like the elemental armor from the hammer, and then you don't have to worry about it after that. That's gonna be some like Omega level mid-maxing though, but I mean, if it works that way, might as well if you have the time to. I never really tested it that much, but I did end up leveling every weapon in the alpha though, just because I wanted to make sure I experienced all the playstyles. Global perks on some of the trees, yeah. So if that really is the case, then yeah, I would definitely in the future look into doing that. There's a couple spots around the map where you could easily level up certain weapons, like if you look at Weaver's Fen, Restless Shores, there's an area called Boar's Home. If you go over here, you're gonna see a ton of random wild boars just sitting in a camp, and like when I had the fire staff, for instance, there was this main boar boss in there. You hit that boar, and once you killed it, all the regular boars would gather around its corpse, and then you could just incinerate, AoE all of them down, or like meteor strike, and then that's a bunch of fire staff XP right there. So just remember locations like that. If they bring in some new weapons that have some good AoE, probably level them pretty quick doing that. Come on. Next time I fight these ones, I want a great axe so that I can bully them. Ouch. Trying to think if there's anything we didn't do besides the Eden Grove Spriggan, because nobody was able to get a key. Dang it. I think we pretty much did everything though that we needed to. Pretty successful. You know what? Maybe I'm gonna go solo all the dryads in Eden Grove and see if I get the key drop. Let's go put my luck gear on. Screw it. I'm gonna go teleport to Morningdale. Let's do this. We got time. Might as well. I swear you heard the Taco Bell. Oh God. I just want to see it. Silvano, thank you so much for becoming a member. Thank you. Sorry, drinking water. Okay, I should have did this earlier in the day, actually. Let's put on all the luck gear and let's go to Morningdale. Let's risk it for a biscuit. I just want to go in there and see it. I don't even need to kill it. I should be able to farm on the level 40 dryads. They're like over in this area. Okay, weapon wise, I got the... Oh, this is a really good axe. Dang. A decent one. Just put all our... Let's put all the gear in here. Should have a life staff that has lucky on it. Yeah, okay, cool. And I guess I have to bring the musket. Oh, I'm gonna have to use the hatchet as my main weapon. No bueno. Hold on. Okay. I'm gonna use... Let's do this. Yeah, I'm just gonna bring the sword. It probably won't make too much of a difference. I'll bring the sword. And the hatchet, just in case. And then I'm gonna look so weird. Might actually take a lot of damage too with this gear. I don't know, we'll see. And I'm running pretty fast though. This gear set isn't that bad actually. I like the chest piece. Okay, let me grab some ammo. I might as well use it. Hope you get the key. I don't know if I will, but it'll be a fun way to end it though. I'll take it. The last beta preview they kept over the weekend. You think it'll happen this time? I don't know. I don't think so. I think this time around with this close to the end of it, they probably won't. But I mean for the next alpha, they might start it earlier than expected though. Yeah, I think they're probably gonna end this one on time or close to it. All these bullets I had stashed up. Jeez. Never even used them. I had full-on gear sets in my bank that I was preparing to use if I wanted to test out other play styles. Never touched them. You said respec. Oh, I probably gotta keep my con. I bet right now with this light gear, the only thing that's gonna save me from these dryads is probably this constitution. I go for the 40 dryads, I should be okay, but I'll just play it safe, just in case. Oh, I appreciate that, Kingston. Thank you. You said the first time you hear it. I forget about it a lot. That's even a thing. I'm super happy that it happens at all. Oh, can I actually dodge roll with this? Aw, man. Hold on. I'm at normal. Gross. This is the worst one for me because I'm not used to dodging in this armor weight state. For me, it's light roll dodging or heavy armor strafing. Can I convince you to move to Europe? I would love to, actually. That'd be awesome. Oh, hey, hold on. I've never really explored over here. Is there something behind this waterfall? They should just find a way to get rid of time zones altogether. And we all be on the same thing. Oh man. It's got a river crest. Ooh. Oh, nice. Life leech. Let me screenshot that so I know for next time. Cause you know what I'm gonna do? If they bring out great axes on the next alpha, I'm probably gonna go a little bit into jewel crafting, and I'm gonna try to get perk 2 or 3 life leech. I like how I can just run down here even though it's supposed to be filled with water. Life hacks. Yeah, 100%. I'm gonna go jewel crafting, see if I can get the life leech 3. Move to Europe. If I never ever like live there, I would love to at least visit. At least once or twice. That's all I need. Oh, if I manage to somehow get this spriggan key, I'm probably just gonna walk in there and die, but I just want to see him one last time. Or in the flesh, rather. And yeah, I know, Sam, it's been pretty fun. It's been a pretty fun experience so far. I'm definitely gonna miss it. I had a lot of fun in the alpha, towards the end especially. Mainly because it just, I don't know why, but I don't even know. Like, I just got super addicted to just grinding on one specific mob spot for like hundreds of hours, and I don't know why. It was more relaxing than anything. The combat and whatnot definitely needs to be, you know, touched up and whatever, but it was pretty cool. And when we actually had the world boss run, that was probably the best part. So enjoyable. Got it at the last 2 hours. Or tried it, yeah. Can I climb this? One of these days I'll get a super jump. This shield has really grown on me. I know it might not have the best perks, but the shine of it, I feel like it's glow in the dark at this point. I'm pretty sure it is. I feel like I can be a beacon of light in a cave. Like I could just be everybody's torch with this thing. I really like it. Ah, so close. Do you know if perk rolls on legendaries are static or not? Yeah, they should be static. Yeah. So if you find like 2 Isabella's Chosens, they should have the same exact perks. Like my Weary Traveler legendary, it has the same as the second one that I got in my bank. The extra pockets are nice, but I would have preferred the corrupted Bane. Stop in New Orleans, hell yeah. Yeah, I mean, the game itself, it has a crap ton of potential, and like learning about the company a little bit more over the past few months, and well, not just learning about it, but like interacting with some of them as well, it definitely seems like they, and even just seeing them in interviews like the one that happened today with like when they did it with Asmongold and Rich Campbell, it does seem like they really care. And the fact that they didn't um, put in their cash shop or start showing us the cash shop before they started fixing a lot of these issues, or realizing that the game needed a delay, was a pretty good sign as well. But I think it's got a lot of potential, and if they really are serious about expanding it and listening to the player base and trying to incorporate that feedback into their design, then I think it's got a really good chance. No problem, Sloth. You can instantly kill any mob in the game, but that's not fixed. Oh wait, with which weapon? Oh, focus builds are OP. Oh yeah, that cooldown reduction is crazy. The fact that you could do that now. I thought early on, people were saying that it was bugged. People were saying that you can't get above like 20% cooldown reduction or something like that. Not 20%. It was something like 2%. Something really low. Like it was just stuck there no matter how many points of focus you put into your attributes. So it sounds like that wasn't a thing. I think that was why I never tried it too, because I think that's what I was hearing early on, and I never gave it a shot. improve as time goes. Right, exactly. Which was something I started thinking in my head when the game itself was first in alpha and you know, going through these testing phases and whatnot. I was thinking, you know, no matter what it's like right now, if they're serious about implementing and improving the game and listening to the player base, then quite a few games started out pretty, you know, bad or like in tough spots during release, but then or like years later, they became some of the greats. Like ESO's case, for instance, even though it had the name behind it, back when it first started, there was quite a few issues with it, if I remember right. Like in Cyrodiil, for instance, there was like a lot of desync, a lot of lag and whatnot. I never really experienced that all too much, but I remember when the reviews and stuff came out, a lot of people were talking about it, and you know, other games as well. Of course, Final Fantasy 14 had to rebirth itself to make the comeback that it did, which is one of the most legendary comebacks of all, but still. And you know, other games like Star Wars: The Old Republic and whatnot, they all had their issues. So I'm sure if those games can come back from it, then I'm sure this one could too. If you bring a mob to a place they can't get back their spawn location, they instantly die. Oh, you know what? That reminds me of something. I thought at one point somebody was trying to pull Banes. This was like way back in the testing phases. I thought somebody was trying to pull Banes one time, like from where he spawned at all the way down to town to try to aggro it onto people. I don't know if that actually ever worked or not. I wonder if you could do that with Banes then. I bet you potentially could if you're able to bug out their respawns. In terms of the fraction of the map, yeah, they should always be adding on to the map. We don't know how many zones they have planned currently, but there's at least 3 that we've seen, or at least 3 that might be in the works. Reekwater has already been spotted in one of these areas actually, as well as Queensport. And then Consolation was a zone that was in the previous alpha map, so that's one that we're kind of expecting as well. And do you know if the elemental weapons element damage bypasses players' physical damage in PvP? For that part, yeah, that one I believe counts as magical damage. Of course, I haven't done a lot of testing, but if I were to switch between my Widowmaker, like my regular sword that has the Bane perks on it, and my Fire Sword, the Fire Sword damage would be doing a little bit more from what I was seeing there. Quite a bit more. Which granted, it probably should, because it doesn't have the Bane. The Bane perks aren't really going to do anything to players, but from the way I was fighting, like when I was doing PvP a couple days ago and I was using this Fire Sword, when I was hitting people on the front lines that were in like full heavy or like full medium even, if I remember right, the fire damage was doing almost as much, if not more damage than the physical I was doing too. So they said it wasn't a monthly cost. Do you think they will keep that? Yeah, I think so. Right now, even though it's buy to play, they definitely seem to still be planning to do the cosmetic cash shop in the future. So I think that could work pretty well, just having those two in conjunctions, as long as the player base keeps growing steadily. But depending on what they have in the cash shop too, that might be enough to sustain the game as well. And budget wise, I would imagine they might not care as much about the profits long term, as opposed to making a decent game. Because if they release like an expansion or something like that, then the player base can make a significant jump, and then from that point on, if the game's a decent experience, they can keep a steady player base for a while. Like even though like the first year I was kind of predicting, because of the way that the game was in the alpha or the previous testing phases, I was predicting that it would be a little bit rocky for the first 6 months. Like people would be falling off pretty hard off after the first month or so. But then once they started pushing out new updates, pushing out more updates, then maybe like 6 months or 8 months down the line, then people would start steadily coming back, and after a big update, you'd have an influx. But yeah, I think this game could probably go for like 1 or 2, at least 1.5 years with the low player base before they decided to do something drastic like free to play. I would imagine it really depends on like what happened, like how drastic it is. If it's a situation where they have like 50k players on release and then it drops down to 2 or 3k, then I could see that happening a little bit sooner. But yeah, I think it'll be all right. As long as they keep up the updates, keep listening to the player base and whatnot, I think it should be fine. Man, Eden Grove's area is beautiful. Beautiful. Love it. Now, where's those 40 dryads? I think they're over here. Let's see if I can find them. How does this game differ from Albion Online, just in immersion? Well, I mean, a couple different ways. I mean, of course, the camera view, since that one's isometric, this one's third person. But in terms of the content, this one has less than Albion does at the moment. But yeah, a lot of that does come down to like the combat system works differently, graphics, camera, content, quite a bit. But some people do compare it to Albion though. Oh, I'm not taking as much damage as I thought I would be. Nice. It might get to that point in terms of like how many weapons they have available in this game, which would be pretty nice, but oh, now I'm taking damage. Okay. Okay. Let me switch to my sword, you bastard. Come on. There's too many. Ow. Dang, they're fast. They're trying to spam me with blight. Jeez. How do they pay their dev team without charging monthly? It's Amazon. Yeah, I think that they're pretty good when it comes to their budget. For the server cost, I mean, they're running the servers on Amazon's web service, so I don't know if they really have to pay as much as, you know, like, you know, I don't know if they have to really worry about server maintenance costs or anything like that. But in terms of the budget, yeah, I think they're probably sitting on a pretty big one, especially if they're willing and able to delay the game for like 6 to 7 months without the game releasing and getting that extra income. I think if they're capable of doing something like that, then budget-wise, they should be sitting pretty. He said they just wanted you to hug with blight. Sure, they'll have a cash shop. Oh yeah, they mentioned in a previous interview that they were planning to have a cash shop. It was just going to be cosmetic only though when they do make it, and they're planning to have like maybe house furniture inside it. Twitch Prime Cosmetics was also mentioned in that article. It was the French-based article that ended up having a lot of information about different mechanics and things like that. Like whenever they first started talking about how the corrupted invasions, or the corrupted breaches, sorry, I think the corrupted invasion was in that one too. But when they first started talking about how that was going to work, that French-based site was the first one of the first ones to write an article about it. That now fight Spriggans with that gear. Spriggans can be annoying. That's why I'm going for these ones. Screw that. I think I might be able to get it from the chest too. The spriggan key? I'll see. I think this is the low level spriggan area right here. The lowest I remember. Feel so mobile with this gear. Ow. Here, I'm gonna put my... Nah, I'll just keep this. I like using this sword. Purple sword. Yeah, I do have a purple sword that I'm using right now. This one was really good for PvP because of the Fire 3 trait. And that was really effective against players. I loved using this sword in PvP. It was insane. Kind of sad that I'm going to be losing it. Die. Maybe I should go for the 50s. Just in case. You never know. Let's try to raid this area first, and then I'll go back up and see if I can find some 50s. Ow. Here comes the wombo combo. Never mind. The corrupted bear shows up. Dear God, please no. The bear's on crack. No more. Oops, apparently I wasted my cooldown somehow for my... Ouch. My whirlwind? I don't know how that happened. Got you. Trying to pop some food, sir. Ooh, yeah, I gotta remember. Use an area to get river crests. Oh, just the water moats. Still, though, not bad. Crest. Oh, water essence. Really not bad. He said, if you put a lot of strength into your character and you got big muscles, that'd be hilarious. Yeah, the ancients, lore-wise, these guys interest me the most. I'm really curious to learn more about these guys. And the corrupted too, of course, but I do hope they give us some more cinematics or just more cinematics in general during the quest line. And some voice acting or just something that will explain the story a little bit better and what might have happened exactly to these people. What do you mean by final stream? Oh, the preview event's closing after today, so we won't be able to stream it anymore. And then after November, or in November, the next alpha is going to start, and then spring of next year they're going to start the beta. So we'll be back around that time, but around that time the game might change pretty drastically, so a lot of the stuff that we talked about and whatnot might need to be updated. Ow. Not really, but still, ow. Barely touched me. Whoa, that was a big jump. When can I do that? If we could jump like that, I wouldn't need a life staff, actually. Tried to dodge it. Walks right into it. Oh, chest. Is the invite only alpha still going? Not the previous one that was going, that you had to get invited to. This next one, they haven't really told us how they were gonna start letting people into it, but more than likely it'll be an invite as well. But we'll have to find out to know for sure. Best way to make sure that you hopefully get into it, though, just keep following their social media, as well as make sure you're signed up for the beta on their site, and then that should hopefully apply to the next alpha too. Oh my god, we stop running. Back here, you. Alright, let's go try the 50s out. I think there's some dryads on that bridge. I'll do that first. Got you. I feel faster with the gear that I'm wearing now than I usually do. When it comes to attacking, that is. I mean, faster in attack speed, too. Ooh. I'll say it again. If we could jump like that, wouldn't need a life staff. I want it. What are you going to be playing after the event ends? Well, one thing I'm going to be playing tonight for sure is I'm going to get started on my Crusader Kings 3 campaign, because I got to unite Scotland somehow. Norway's getting pretty angsty over there, but I'm not going to join their invasion of England. I'll find my own way. That's my first goal. And then also I'm definitely going to check out some Baldur's Gate 3 when it comes out. Might play a little bit of Cyberpunk. That one seems like it's going to be pretty cool as well. And then by that time, hopefully, well, granted, Cyberpunk starts in November, so I won't be able to play it probably that much before this game goes into alpha, but if I get in, that is. But yeah, that one probably, Baldur's Gate 3, Crusader Kings 3. Also, there's going to be Core Punk. That one looks like it might be pretty interesting to try later this year as well. Gonna see how that one turns out. I used to play Ascent Infinite Realm when it was still in its Thailand beta. I haven't checked out Alien too much, like when it got renamed to that. But that sounds like it might be pretty interesting to check out too. Come on, baby, give me a key. Oh, crap, of course. That was what happened in Fable. Oh man, I miss Fable so much. So much. Yeah, like I said before, this game really does remind me of being like an RPG with MMO clothes on, or just an RPG in an MMO space. That's something that I've always wanted in these kinds of games. It gets pretty close. Come on, you bastard. Give me this key. It's probably not going to happen, but I'm kind of curious to see if it could happen from the method I'm using right now. Oh yeah, I remember there was a lore page in. Oh, yep, there it is. Oh, did I already have this one? Oh, I think I did. Never mind. Never mind. That's one thing I'll have to remember when the game fully releases, that the lore pages are scattered all over the place. So if you're looking for a particular journal to explain something, you might have to go across multiple zones to find all the info. Oh crap. Ouch. Nope. Oh, that's right. Don't dodge that. Just block. Any new changes since March? March. Well, I think around April is when they got the magic staffs. Or was that March? I feel like it's April. I would have to go back and check. Yeah, there was quite a few balancing changes and whatnot since March. I can't remember which patch introduced the new zones, but that also happened too. But if you played the stress test, then it's pretty much just that. Oh, come on. He got me on my backside. Oh, I can't even walk across this thing. Let's see. The PvP patch thing? I think March was... What was in March? Was that the Warhammer nerf? I don't even remember. Since the stress test? Nah. Yeah, it's pretty similar to the stress test. Yeah, this one's just a preview, and then with the feedback they've gotten from this, in November, the third alpha is going to start, so we'll be able to try that one out and see what the changes are. Any word on new magic staffs? The last time that they talked about it, like during a Q&A, during one of the previous iterations, it was already leaked, so just saying that first. But ice magic was the one that was hinted. It wasn't officially confirmed, but that was what was hinted at with the quote that they made. Kind of hoping that one rings true, because ice would probably be one of the next best ones they could go for. Hinted at ice. If they did that one right, that would probably be a pretty good counter to melee, I would imagine. You son of a biscuit, come here. Ooh, unrelated. I love that sunshine. Look at that. Good day for hunting dryads. No, I gotta check the loot. So would you align for beta? I'm not sure. I actually liked not having to be in a guild this time around too, because there was a lot of rivalry going on, and I was just on the sidelines, able to join anybody at any specific time for any kind of event or anything like that. That was pretty funny. I like that. That feeling was pretty cool. But we'll see. We'll definitely see. Guilds can be like a crap ton of work to manage, though. It was such a relief not having to worry about that too much, for sure. You said fire magic should do more than physical, because when you think about it, it used to be super strong. Oh, whoops, running into the wall. Yeah, they used to have it where like fire staffs, when they first came out, you could zero, like 100 to zero somebody in 5 seconds with flamethrower. It was insane. I don't know how they're gonna tweak that. The animations, like the basic attack animations locking you in place right now is pretty bad, though, from what I felt. I would like for it to be a little bit faster. The life staff is kind of manageable, but that fire staff is pretty insane with how much lock you have when you're trying to auto basic attack. Oops. I was right there. Come on, man. Got him. Nice shot. Oh, couldn't get the charge off. $30.80. I'm not sure. I would hope, no matter what, that we don't run into the same issue with those graphics cards where I think when the 2080s, or not the 2080s, but the 2060s and 2070s were out. I was gonna buy one from Amazon, and I started seeing a lot of reviews on one of the models, or I think it was a few of them actually, where for no reason, after about a month, they would just go out. And I was actually pretty scared at that time. I didn't want to get one that was just going to go out on me immediately. So I think I went with a 2060, because initially the computer had a 10, it had one of the 10 series, and then I went for the 2060 when that one came out, and that one worked pretty well for a while. But all I could think about was those reviews, because I was going to get a 2070 at that time, but then I saw those reviews about people's graphics cards breaking down in the first month. That sounded kind of scary. Playable area. Was it on Twitter or like Twitch? Ow. Give me all your loots. At this point, I'm not even gonna be mad if I don't get the key, because it's pretty fun farming these dryads. Oops. Oh crap. Oh, I interrupted it. Whoops. There we go. Okay. Do you like the look of the musket on your back too? That part is pretty nice. 700 damage. Ooh. Oh man. Okay. Listen here, you. Just stand still. Imagine this game with RTX. I've been thinking that about that for a little while now. I would love to see what this game would be like. Just the look of it probably be insane. What was I gonna add on to that? I don't know if they'll ever let us do it, but I imagine reshader's okay. I would love to see like a really good reshader preset by somebody and see like what you could do with that and maybe like 4K, 2K or 4K to see how it would look. That's what I live for, is tanking all those people and trying to survive as best I can. Oh, I can't loot this chest. Took like 60 hits to kill me. That was really fun. Those are the best times. When you get out with the shred of HP and you don't even know how it happened. There's nothing like it. Now all we need is if they ever made it where I don't think they would, where you could actually use the berserk and then it would work if you switch to another weapon. What I would probably do is if they gave us the whirlwind on the great axe, then I would get that life leech ring and I would probably pop berserk when I'm about to die, switch to the great axe and just start whirlwinding in the middle of people. Or if they made it to where you got grit whenever you did that, I would just, whenever I'm about to... No! That was close. That was... I'm so glad we can actually do that. Climb back up. That was really close. I mean, let me stay away from that ledge from now on. Trying to get back in, you bastards. Okay. Oh, these crystallized rivets keep making me nervous. Keep thinking they're the real thing. My god. Freaking dryads. Oh. Real quick, let's just take it all in. Man, that's beautiful. Teamwork saved you for most of those moments. Very true. Very true. Somebody coming in and just basic attacking them for just a second really does help. Really does help. Oh, man. That sunlight is just too bright. I don't know if it's just this time of the night or what, but I can't look at it. It's too bright. So beautiful. I think the best thing about it for me right now is the tree line. I love the red leaves we got going on here. I don't know why, but it feels like it does complement Eden Grove pretty well. Probably because of the Christmas colors. Oh man, I can't wait to see what new zones they make. Oh, there we go. Oh, that one I dodged. Skinner shirt. Okay. Keep forgetting I can still open these caches. I could probably open them now since I'm probably not going to be heading back over there, but I'll do it like 10 minutes before. Five people hit me and they're like any day now. See, I know after the few nerfs that Sword has had, hopefully it should be okay. Hatch is probably going to get the next nerf. But if they do change Last Stand again, or Final Stand again, and they make it where it's like CC stagger resistant, I'm 100% using that. Doing something, you darn dryad. Beautiful in here though, or out there. Alright, let's eat the last of this food. I'm glad we were able to also fight the corrupted spriggan today. I wasn't expecting to be able to actually do that. Come on, kill the boss, kill the boss, kill the boss. Come on. Ooh. Here comes the jump, I think. Nice, got him. Oh, there's the jump. Current goal is to not fall off. Okay. I used to think this thing was going to give me like a key or something to farm to go fight a boss, or maybe give me the Eden Grove key, but it just gives you magic essence instead. Granted, the concept is cool, so in the future if they change that, that'd be really nice, but right now it's just magic essence. Screw that. Time to go. Will there be dual wielding? They never really officially confirmed it, but it's a highly requested weapon though. I would love to see dual wielding. I know a lot of people would definitely like to see it as well, but no idea just yet though. I'm still waiting on the great axe and the great sword, but dual wielding, yeah, that's a pretty requested one. There we go. I had to move my mic a little bit. Corrupted bear. It is pretty good. Merkgard as a whole, like that area up in the north, I do like very much. It's kind of a toss-up whenever I think about which one I like the most. I mean, that's after Morningdale, because Morningdale has just always been my favorite. But after that one, there's quite a few good-looking areas in the game. Like there's a forest in the southeastern portion of Brightwood, where the Azoth tree is, and they have a couple underground grottos in there where there's Angry Earth at, and they look really nice. Really, really nice. Don't think there's any 50s over there. Oh yeah, that's the corrupted mine area. Down here at least. I think there's at least a couple over here, but I'm probably gonna go towards the bridge. Maybe if I farm on those, I'll have a higher chance of getting that key. Possibly. Waiting to see if anything happens at server closing. Would have been so cool if they had this event where, I don't know, they spawned a bunch of mobs somewhere and told us to come kill them all. I think one time, let me see. Ah, man. I can't resist. Oh, no legendaries. All right, I'll wait until the very last moment, or very last 10 minutes before opening the rest. But yeah, it would have been so cool if we went to a specific area and they just spawned all kinds of mobs for us. It would be so awesome. Hold on, I gotta drink water. All right, only 58 minutes to go. Probably not gonna get it, but it was a pretty good experience either way. All right, these ones. I'm gonna try these ones and see. Jeez. All right, there you go. Things are crazy. Way more so than the corrupted well, nah. The corrupted entities, I think they're just more annoying than these guys. But I think these guys are a little bit more tactical. Yeah, it's gonna get wiped after this. You said, will crafting be the best way to get best in slot items? We're not really sure, because they've talked about, and they talked about this in the interview a little bit too today, that they're still wanting crafting to be pretty important when it comes to getting gear. But right now, the legendaries from the previous iteration, they got nerfed from, what was it? Like, it used to be 660, and now they're 625 for the ones that you can get from corrupted caches. So they could be changing it a little bit to where we'll get better stuff from crafting. But yeah, right now it's not really worth it until end game. Then at that point you can get some pretty good perks. Okay, when it's 3 of them, it's a little... Oh boy. Right, all I have is a musket. And let me get a power attack in, please. Oh my god. Sometimes you'll get that dynamic trio that just executes their skills in conjunction perfectly. Oh my god, mercy. Let me just kill one of you. Okay, perfect. It's at that moment I hate fighting the dryads. Oh yeah, I remember one of the worst parts of the legendary quest line that I had was when it got to the part where you had to go to the level 45 area in Restless Shores to fight those elite dryads. And because of the mob density, and because of the fact that there wasn't anybody over there at the time and not a lot of people were playing, it was so ridiculous trying to kill all those dryads. I mean, you pulled 2 or 3 at a time by default, and then if you had 5 or 6 on you, like, good luck moving. That was terrible. I got out of it though, but it took a little while. I had to keep on trying to pull them 1 or 2 at a time to get it done. Yeah, it's at those specific moments where I really start to get a little not agitated, but annoyed with the, yeah, basically like annoyed with the stagger on mobs specifically, because the corrupted entities, they'll do it too, and they're even worse because they do so much damage if they catch you like that, where you know how they can do the elastic arm pull. I've had cases before where you'll have 3 of them, and one of them will do an elastic arm pull, the second one will do it, the third one will do it, and then the first one is going to do it again. And then the second one's going to prepare his jump grid attack on you. I think the biggest part, or the biggest issue with the mob staggering when you get into cases like that, is the fact that there's just no cooldown on their grid attacks. That was something I gave feedback on before, but when you don't have cooldowns on the mob grid attacks, then you run into cases like that where they're just gonna spam it non-stop. It's insane. It's three stagateers. But when you're in a group, it's not as bad. It's just they were beating the crap out of me because I was the only one there. But I hate it. Oh, no. Good shot, you dryad bastard. Can you show me the stats of the legendary shield? Yeah, sure. The one on this one isn't really that great. I mean, it's got extra pockets and the durability. The bestial ward, though, I would have preferred so much if it was the corruption ward. But the DPS damage reduction is pretty nice, though. That part I like. And it's super shiny. Stupid dryad sniped me off of that bridge, though. God. Oh man, but I can't wait to see the Isabella's Chosen. I want to get that one so bad. Can I see your stats? Yeah, it's pretty. Right now it's pretty standard. Hold on. I've got all my points dumped into Constitution at the moment. And then the rest of it, it's dumped into Strength. And then for my jewelry, I've got mostly Constitution jewelry on. And my gear, well, my real gear, like not this gear, but my real tier 5 faction set, it has the tier 5 faction gems that come automatically equipped. So with all that, I can get close to 100 Constitution. On the carry weight, yeah, carry weight's at least nice. That part's pretty good. Ooh, close. Close, close. I like my Constitution, especially in those wars. It helps a lot. Gotta stay alive and distract the enemy team. That's my motto. I don't know how we won that war earlier today. That was crazy. Actually insane. I thought when they started stacking on B and they had those projectile shields on lock, I thought they were gonna get it. They were holding us for quite a while too. Okay, you stupid archer, come here. Oh, activated that too early. Whoops. Ouch. Are they gonna do something about tannin? Like tannin the material? Nice. For tannin, you can get it pretty frequently off the chest once you start farming. Like in Merkguard, for instance, you'll usually get a lot up there, but I'm sure they're still tweaking that stuff though too. But I don't think they've said anything specifically about the secondary mats. Oh crap. Were you guys were having an issue with getting tannin? I was dropping that stuff quite a bit, but I wasn't paying attention in terms of getting that as opposed to the other mats. If it was too low of a ratio, then I'm sure they'll definitely change it. But I haven't heard anything about the tannin though. All right, hey Baines. I'm gonna leave Baines alone this time around. Got him last time. I thought you don't get much of anything after 60 points in any stats. That's true, and that's why you saw that's why you'll see the tooltip on my attributes where it says 60 and then 20 plus from equipment, is because after you put 60 points in an attribute, you can't put any more into it. It caps out. And then the rest of it comes from your jewelry and your gem slots. So like how I have multiple jewelry pieces that give me constitution, like the stalwart earrings and the necklace. Then on top of that, I have this armor doesn't have it, of course, but I have other armor that has gem slots inside it that gives me constitution as well. And then the food buffs also give me constitution, so that knocked me up to 80. But with my full set of gear on, the faction gear, I probably have around 100 or so. Found a crap ton of tannin. Yeah, I was dropping tannin left and right, but if you're having issues with tannin, one cool thing to do, and more than likely you're gonna see this more often than not now. If you put a buy order, or you're gonna see this selling more often than not. If you put a buy order on like the Everfall broker or the Brightwood one in your server, and then put it for tannin, just put it for like, you could put it for half a gold, and then put 1,000 up, like 1,000 order on there. That thing will probably sell in a couple of days, like probably when the release happens, of course, for the next alpha, but that'll help a bit too. If you're someone who crafts a lot, making use of those buy orders is going to be really, really good for you. Really, really good. My Everfall, like, just to show you a little bit, my Everfall bank was still full because I was going to level furnishing on my other character. But I didn't get around to giving her all the mats, and this is all from buy orders. Like 10,000 10,000 sandpaper plus 730, and I had like 5,000 lumber in here. Once your bank fills up, you can't put another buy order on the market, but you can do it until it fills up. And then yeah, like all this iron and like none of this I gathered myself. Literally none of it at all. Oh, I have some raw meat in there too, sweet. But definitely make use of the buy orders once the game comes out. Sometimes people don't want to wait for their stuff to sell. They'll just sell it at whatever price they can. Once the market stabilizes, you're going to see more people doing the buy order thing. But if you get in there pretty early, then the people that don't know what the price is supposed to be, or the people that just want to get it out of their inventory, they'll sell it to you. Does it give you the same amount of points past 60? No. So if you have like one or two, if you have one piece of jewelry that gives you Constitution, then it's just gonna give you 5 Constitution if you have it at max tier. And if you have 3, you can get up to 15. It's really just gonna depend on what you're wearing at the time. That'll determine like how much Constitution or whatever stat you get. But overall, like if you're wearing tier 5 armor with tier 5 gems in it, you got all the tier 5 jewelry, and you got maxed out stats, then you should get over 100 Constitution. And like if you're doing intelligence, for instance, one thing to note is that your weapon gems, like if you have gem slots in your weapon and you put gems in those count too, even if you don't have them equipped. So if you had 3 different weapons that have intelligence on them, slots for all your gear with intelligence, and intelligence maxed out along with jewelry, you probably get about 104. And but about 104 by the time you're done with it. Something like 30k tannin just to max weapons. Jeez. Dang. Yeah, that part, yeah, they probably will tweak that. That's insane. When they originally tweaked the crafting from, you needed about 300 in any skill, like any crafting skill, to get max eye level gear, to when they brought it down to like 160, it made it so much harder to get that stuff leveled up, which makes sense with the level squish, but it drastically made it harder. I would imagine it's still in that same ballpark if that's how much tannin you need. Aw, double jump. Yeah, in that case, yeah, they're probably gonna tweak it a little bit if that's the case. But the buy orders will definitely help. I mean, if you need 30k, you'll get there eventually. We only had, you know, a week, of course, but some people had spent weeks, if not like a month or two, to get to the max point where they could efficiently craft max eye level gear. So this time around it should be a little bit easier, because back then they didn't even have it where you could get it from mob drops and stuff like that. It was just chest only, and people weren't really doing the buy order thing. Once you get to max, though, you'll be sitting pretty. Especially if you're making 660 armor, you're gonna make bank. At least for a little while. The market shouldn't really saturate right off the bat. It'll probably take a little while, but you never know. Yeah, that's one thing I always loved about the dryads. Whenever people would ask if it gets harder at any point, my go-to would usually be the dryads. I mean, they're not, you know, like Dark Souls impossible kind of thing, but they do provide that challenge, which is pretty nice. Same with the corrupted in Merkgard. If you have like 1 or 2 people there with you, then it's not as much of a challenge. But if it's just you by yourself, they can be pretty challenging. You get caught by something, you can still die. It'll happen. Ooh. You bastard. Oh. I don't appreciate the running, though. Back here. Yeah, mobs that run away and zigzag and stuff. I hate those so much. I know. They fixed their pathing a little bit too. They used to be really dumb when they would run. What happened? I think they would run like a few steps back and then turn back towards you. Now those guys will just book it. They're just gone until they know you're not gonna follow them, or they know you're too far away. Ooh. Zombies walk in the most dumb ways. The one that I hated the most of the Lost was the Ghost. They were so fast, at least early game. It was pretty annoying to deal with them, especially the boss ones, because you couldn't really stagger them that easily. So when they came at you, it was a case of you just gotta swing and pray for dear life kind of thing. And try to block where you can. Then they'd break. I remember them breaking my stagger pretty quickly too. Hard to pot. They were really fast. But yeah, like just with the mob potential that they have currently, it definitely seems like they could introduce us to some pretty interesting bosses. Hold on. Okay. Yeah, I'd like to see what they come up with in terms of if they do world bosses. I would honestly love to see what they come up with. Finally. Jeez. Have you played 7 Days to Die? Ooh, I used to love playing. Heck yeah. Oh yeah, I used to love playing those kinds of games. I come from like DayZ, H1Z1 I played back when it first started, but it was a hilarious mess before they made it into the Battle Royale and the Just Survive or whatever the hell. Actually, I can't remember if the Battle Royale started with the game itself But yeah, I played it when it first came out, and the loot spawns weren't even working the first day or so. That was funny. Everybody was fighting over berries because that's all we could actually get. It was just berries, and we could harvest the bushes, so we could make bows to kill each other with, and we could also fight with our fist to fight over berries is what we were doing. I'll never forget that that day. Can't say I ever had that kind of experience before. How come my frames are at 40 now? I'm not really sure. I noticed that earlier today though too, but not sure. Usually it's a steady 100. Earlier today though, I was feeling some latency in the middle of that, or I don't know what it was. If it felt like desync in the middle of that war that we ended up winning. It was very weird. Usually I'll just get it when I'm being shot by a repeater, but it felt like almost every time I fought somebody that was a couple feet away from me, and I would try to use an attack or skill, they would just desync out of my range. It was really weird. Of course, I don't think that's connected, but I don't know, something might be going on with the server today. Oh, I'm glad I didn't get hit by that. I would have been knocked off. Ooh. Oh yeah, but what I was gonna say about Kale, that's right, it's a boss. What I was gonna say about 7 Days to Die, I used to have a lot of fun playing solo in that game because I remember I boarded up an entire log cabin and I was just living out in the woods on a PvP server. And I remember one day, one of the most notorious player killers came over, and I was really paranoid, so I had a lot of traps out front. I think they were pressure traps is what I had. Yeah, I had them like all on my lawn, and I knew exactly where to walk to not get not get killed by it. And then I heard some explosion outside one day while I was just chilling in my locker room, and I look at the chat and I'm like, oh my god, it's that guy. And then he comes back and he's trying to talk to me, and I'm just scared for my life. I'm just like the most the most notorious PvPer just died to one of my traps, and he's outside wanting to have a conversation, just act cool. Ended up going pretty well though. He was pretty nice for a notorious player killer, but that was fun. That was a fun experience. I liked 7 Days to Die. Closing corruption portals gave you a few crashes. Yeah, I had one crash today, which was my first crash of the entire preview. But I don't know, something might have happened today, or the servers were just running a little soggy today. Scion Prowlers. You guys want to look at tactical mobs or annoying mobs? These guys are some of the worst. These bastards with their dash. Oh, and their jump. Of course. Okay, well, let me go back up. Whoops. Is the map 100%? No, they're definitely gonna keep expanding on the map. They're gonna keep going from here. There's still more that they can do. I mean, we don't know how much more, like for sure, but there's at least 3 zones that we haven't seen yet. Reekwater, Queensport was mentioned, as well as Consolation hasn't been seen yet. Also, hi guy, thanks so much for joining. Oh man, for the last like 5 minutes, I might go chill in the house. I just want to take it all in. Like I was kind of impressed with myself. I'm usually very bad at designing and furnishing, but I think I did pretty good with that house. Any ideas of the next test date? Well, they said it was going to start in November, but we don't know an exact date yet. But in terms of how many people are going to be joining, there's like no idea. If they let previous alpha players join, though, the people that were able to join or play in the last alpha, Wow. Then there should be quite a few players. Quite a bit. At least for the first month or so. Hey, thanks so much, Hi Guy. Appreciate that. Thank you. Oh. Is your stat build made for PvP? Yes, it is. Absolutely. Yeah, full con can really help in PvP. PvE as well, to a degree, but if you're a frontline warrior, yeah, full con or just a lot of con can help you with staying alive, which is really good because the longer you stay alive in PvP, the more useful you're gonna be. So for me, I like to go with the brawler build where I just go straight into the front line and help push capture points and stuff like that. So and more than anything, just keep people distracted. So even if I run away, as long as I have 2 or 3 people chasing after me, or especially 4 or 5, that's 2 or 3 or 4 or 5 people that my team doesn't have to deal with. So then I just keep them busy as long as I can. These prowlers in their dash. Come here. Oh crap. Best place to farm mobs. There's a couple places. It depends on your level. I mean, if you're 50 plus, you can come to Eden Grove and go to the corrupted mines down here in the south. This area is pretty good to farm, like 50 to 60. It was a pretty good area for me solo farming, like when I was trying to make a bunch of gold. I like soloing over there. And the corrupted breach is up north if you have somebody to help you, or in some cases you can actually solo these. Like if you have a tank build, or you have a build that's capable of it, you can probably solo them. Purple. All right. My orange is better. Said we need more quests. Yeah, more quests for variety would be nice. Some cinematic storytelling would be great too, or just cinematics that have voice, or just some cinematics in general in the quest line to kind of introduce us to certain systems. Maybe even cinematics for the factions themselves. Something like that might be pretty sweet. Distraction dance. Exactly. Exactly. It works. It works. Come here, you. Almost pulled Banes. I forgot where I was. Ooh, that was close. Oh, that wasn't. I'm not ready to say goodbye. I want to play tomorrow. But I want to play tomorrow where we're able to get another world boss hunt going. That was pretty fun. Just one last time. Maybe in November though. Plus everybody, if they do the next one the same way, then it might just be one server with everybody on it, or like one for NA, one for EU, or maybe 2 of them. I would imagine they most likely do 2 if they invite previous alpha players as well, but we'll see. But we should have a decent amount of players at least the first couple weeks, assuming I get lucky. Oh my god, I'm just trying to stay on the platform at this point. Oh, we got 4. Ooh, okay. At this point, it's gonna be all about finding an opening. Oh my god. Let's just try to kill one of them. Look at these bastards. Ooh, oh my god. Okay. No, don't knock me off, please. I just need to kill one of them. That's all I need. Yeah. Okay. I'm gonna back off for a second. Screw this. Give me some pots. Hold on, gents. Don't reset. Of course. Get out of here. Nobody wanted you anyway. That's right. Jeez. So is there going to be Asian server that's in Asia? There was a Asian Pacific server. I'm not sure how populated it was, or populated they were, but there was one for that. This right here is why you stack con. Oh yeah, even in this gear, I was still able to tank those mobs a little bit, but without that con build, I would have been dead twice over probably. Oh my god. Wish I had a Warhammer I could put on right now, but I need the luck perks to stay on just in case. Oh, that's right. Okay. Got him. Yeah, I was just thinking that I should pull the hammer out, but I need that luck. Just in case if I get that key. We only got 14 minutes to, like, well, no, about 14 plus 9, so we got about 21 minutes left. Not enough, though. Not enough. Didn't want to get too invested. Yeah, exactly. I feel like this time around, I had more of a proper send-off with it than when one of the alpha ended, because at that time it ended like a day after we thought it was going to. So we had we did all like our group photos and rated Merkguard and everything the first night, and then after that everybody was just chilling in chat the next like day or so before it ended. Use axe. I want to, but I don't want to jump to the dark side. I gotta end it. I gotta end it on the sword. I has to. Oh my god. It's been a hell of a journey though, seriously. Alright, screw this key. I'm going to Morningdale. I'm gonna run over there. Whee! Alright, let's go. Oops. Yeah, screw this thing. I already know what that spriggan does anyway. 700. I know that this musket is super weak. Oh man, we need some of those good perks. What is this? Oh, soul sprout. Okay, let's kill these ones. Got him. Come here. Come on. Come on. How's 60 been? Pretty cool. Felt good not needing to worry about leveling up anymore. Those deers are so pretty. Everything got super chill once we got to 60. Everybody was just going around doing whatever. It was kind of cool. Okay. Now we got 3. Uh-oh. Ooh. Oh, okay, cool. Able to do something there. I don't know what happened. I think I blocked it. Oh, that happened. It somehow canceled on me. Yeah, the leveling was crazy this time around, especially with those freaking delivery missions. But then we found out today when they did that interview with Asmongold and Rich Campbell that they had intentionally done that, so the leveling was supposed to be pretty high. So that makes sense. But now I'm curious what it's going to be like on the actual release, though. Now that they know everybody's tricks, because we couldn't help ourselves. We should have kept a couple of them. No, I'm just kidding. But now that they know how fast people can level up, I wonder what they're gonna do in that regard. And definitely the 1 to 20, that was probably the longest by far, or at least felt the longest. But once we actually just started buckling down on the faction missions, it started getting so much faster. Oh right, Morningdale. Duh. At this rate, I'll probably I would have ended it all on the road itself. One of these days, I'm gonna see Isabella sitting by the road. She's gonna offer me a quest for Isabella's Chosen. One of these days. Here I was leveling the legit way. No, I was doing that too, especially after the first day, because when I played off, like off stream, when I like after I hit level 22 that first day, then once I found out what people were doing with the delivery missions, then I did it for like a couple runs, and I think I got to like 30. But then after that, it was just PvP missions from that point onward. Those ones were really lucrative too, like just stacking those PvP and PvE missions in Morningdale and just running them in a chain. It was of course it was repetitive, but it was actually pretty efficient. We went pretty quick. Whoa. Oh, that, yeah. Those caches kept screwing up on me. Which I probably ran past like a couple of them that were open. For some reason, I always found it. I was having trouble with navigating around that specific area, so I kept coming across chests that were already looted. And I thought we figured out what the cooldown on those were early on, but apparently not. I think either they changed it or we never really knew to begin with, which is probably the more likely thing. Oh, come on, tree. What do people do with the delivery mission? Oh, well, yeah, that one's actually fixed now. You can't do that anymore. But people basically took a bunch of delivery missions in Weaver's Fen, or no, it was in Restless Shores. They went down to Restless Shores and went to the faction guy. And at Morningdale, after level 35, they went to Morningdale instead. but they accepted the PvE delivery missions from the faction guy. And so if you noticed how if you wait 5 minutes when you're talking to the faction guy, or like a couple minutes in general, the faction missions will reset, and usually it will only reset the ones that you haven't taken, like the slots. But with these guys, everybody was able to actually take more PvE faction missions for the deliveries, and they were given like 9.7k experience per run, and that was on top of the PvP delivery missions they were able to take, which were like 12k. So people were waiting like 5 minutes, getting as many as they could, waiting another 5 minutes, getting more, and you could stack those up to like 30, and then you could go run and turn them all in at once. It was insane. So people were getting 3 levels per town, or like 1 or 2 per section. It was insane. What was that? Just jumped after me. It looked like a dryad prowler, but it looked like a mob from the Lost. 15 minutes. Oh man. Okay, I'm gonna have to teleport to my house. I just really want to check this area out. I haven't really been up here that much. Nothing special over there, probably. But yeah, they ended up fixing that real quick, because that was insane how fast people were leveling. But by the time they fixed it, it was pretty much too late. At that point, there was people at level 50, level 60 already, and most people that didn't do that were still in the 20s. So it was insanity. This is what I live for right here. This rain, oh man, so good. That's why I would not even care if they could put a giant desert in this game anywhere they want to. That's complete. I am a happy camper with Morningdale. This is the only region I need. This and Great Cleave are my favorites. Well, this, Great Cleave, and Eden Grove are, well, Eden Grove and Great Cleave are tied for second. Eden Grove's pretty sweet too. I think you're gonna get that photo of my house. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, I should. Oh, that was what I wanted to check out. Let me go back up. I'm gonna TP back to my house, but I wanted to check out this area right here, because I don't usually go that way, and I wanted to make sure that that wasn't anything important. Pretty sure it's not, but you never know. You like this game, even the quest? The questing definitely needs some work, but overall the game itself, yeah, I've had fun with it. There's definitely some things in the game that need work, but there's already been, there's feedback that's been provided on that, and hopefully they'll work to implement changes and fixes for that kind of stuff. But overall, in terms of the game's combat system and the graphics and whatnot, I had fun. Oh, I thought that lag detected. It was like, I thought that was the end. Worst case scenario, I do have photos of my house, so I should be okay. I don't think they ever got that group photo going. But I think we did a group photo. Oh yeah, we did an unintentional group photo when we were going to do the world boss hunt. That's the thumbnail that I have currently. So that still counts, because that was pretty sweet. It was a really, really fun run. Ceremony. Okay. Yeah, I never really checked out this area before. Not bad. Just a little rinky-dink village. Kind of feels like a paste of another area. Hard to tell. Oh, okay. 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 Kill one. Gotta kill one or jump over. Oh, there we go. All right, I'm out of here. What's my hype score for this game? That's hard to say. I don't really use, I mean, I don't, oddly enough, I don't even know if I've ever said the word hype to begin with. It's outside from like jokes and stuff like that. I don't usually say it that often. I should rephrase that. I don't know if I say it that often anymore. I don't really get hyped for games that much. Please tell me that's not it. Oh, okay, cool. Time to go. I just set my expectations on the kind of the lower side and see how things turn out. For this one right here, if I had to score it, it'd be a little bit tough, because it's hard to say where the game is going to end up from where it is right now. But right now, I'm pretty excited about the future. I think it's got a lot of potential. It's just going to depend on how well they're going to be executing those development updates, as well as listening to the player base. But dang, that's beautiful. But I've been kind of careful about scoring it or like judging my excitement on it too early. I'm not 100% sure yet. I was going to, like, before the game actually came out, when it went into beta, I was gonna do that kind of thing. But with this event and with the delay, I'm not too sure anymore. I'll probably just wait a little bit longer before I judge it too much. So far though, like, I would rate the combat it's been enjoyable for me. Like, I've put 1,300 hours into this game already now, just this version of it as well, and I've been able to enjoy myself with the combat system. So for me, it's been pretty nice, even though it does need tweaks here and there. But I've thoroughly enjoyed it for the time that I have spent in it. Luck, you're out of my freaking inventory. Look at all this furniture that I never even placed. Put all of it in the bank. Not like it's leaving the bank after this. Actually, come here. All right, I was gonna open up the rest of the... screw it. Get them open. Get in there. Appreciate you watching them, DS. Absolutely. That's what I'm talking about. Morningdale is so quiet compared to the other zones. Let me see if people are maybe chilling in Everfall. That'll be a good way to go. We'll just chillax. See who's running around town. You have it on Steam. How can you log in with your Steam? Well, if you have the preview client, you can there they are. Oh my god. If you have the oh crap, I still have my musket. Hold on. There it is. You can log into the preview client currently, but other than that, the full game won't be available till next year. This guy's shooting the flamethrower up in the air. I saw him crossing streams too. Somebody else had a flamethrower going. Oh, you know what? Screw it. Let's get the musket out. Let's start shooting. Celebration. The moonlight is perfect right now too. Such a proper send off. I appreciate it, Kothis. Absolutely. Yep, 5 minutes. Amazing. I was gonna do the up arrow on that guy's message, but I was too late. Start throwing smoke bombs. I never leveled up my musket. I should have. Oh god, I should have. Oh man, I didn't even level up the bow either. I can't do smoke arrow. Crap. I should have played around with bow and musket more in the pre-event. Good game. She was like Disneyland for some reason. I don't know why. Teleportation thing's pretty awesome. Yeah, I want to see some more. If they did do more mobility skills, I would love to see something like that on the great sword. They gave us a charge ability on there. I wouldn't mind having the Angry Earth jump that they can do. I'd love to see that. Wait, I hit something. Whoops. Oh, okay. It's the projectile shield. One person was like, someone fight me so we can go to Valhalla. Where are the smoke bombs? I think they're on cooldown. Somebody was doing it. This is pretty sweet. We're gonna meet again. I feel like people are doing this collectively on other servers too. I wouldn't be surprised. Our server was pretty small this time around, but we had a lot of fun. A lot of fun. 2 minutes? No. I love the sound it makes when you actually hit the shield. Pretty sick. I'm not crying, you're crying. Please use some smoke bombs. I don't have any. I didn't even level up my fire staff that much. I was testing the stuff out during the pre-event, so I didn't do it on the actual preview. Whoops. Nice. It's like the 4th of July in here. This is awesome. I'm gonna take a picture of this. Let me get rid of the FPS thing before the server goes down. Visual. All right. Beautiful. That's what I needed right there. I will miss, yeah, I'm gonna miss this. I'm excited for the next year. I'm really excited for it. I really hope that it works out. I hope they take the feedback into consideration. They give us some good content, some good tweaks. We'll see what happens. That's what it's all about right here. Someone raged on the smoke, but oh god, that would have been funny. That, I mean, that that would have sucked, but that would have been pretty funny. Got no problems in a 12-hour gameplay. I mean, there's definitely things that they'll have to work out. But overall, I did have fun. I've always had fun with this one. And pretty much every version, I found ways to enjoy myself in this game. But yeah, I'm sure they'll work on what's needed to be worked on, like the questing and adding more content on the PvP and PvE side, things like that. Ooh, it's midnight. Are they gonna end on time? I don't know. Why is it still running? Oh, I don't know. Extended through the weekend. I'm gonna keep their Twitter up just in case. Probably won't be. Yeah, they probably took down the login servers. Oh, we're in overtime. Oh, yes. You said it's down? Oh, is it down for you? We're the chosen ones. They're gonna announce in it's. Oh, EU server's down. It's down. Oh, man. We're the last one standing. That was EU, right? Oh yeah, you said EU. Kingston, I see you in game. Can you make a unique character in this game, or is everyone very similar? Oh, there it goes. Oh, no. Oh, man, it was beautiful. Beautiful. I saw your message before it ended, Kingston. Well, guys, that was it. That was the New World Preview. There it goes. There it goes. Beautiful. I'm gonna miss it. I'm honestly gonna miss it. I really hope that they work the kinks out. I'm looking forward to next year. I really am. I can't wait to see what they come up with. There it goes. One last look. Oh man. Let me refresh just in case. You never know. You never know. No, it's not in. It's not up. Ah man. There it is. All right, people. That's all. It was really fun experiencing this with you guys. I mean, super fun like that. The world boss hunt we had, the leveling process, we made it through. That was insane. Next year we get to do it all again. In November we get to do it all again too. I'm pretty stoked. I'll catch you guys then. Stay frosty for sure. Thanks so much for tuning in. I appreciate that. Hey, thank you so much. Appreciate every single one of you. You guys have a wonderful night or day. Wonderful weekend. Wonderful holiday. I'll see you next time, folks. Ignore the Witcher 3 background. Later.
It's time I'm letting you go. This time I know it for sure. Just thought toes, baby going down, 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 baby going down, 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 down. Tried so hard to stay afloat, we keep moving like the river.